英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all here to the China DPC as we continue with some of this Division 2 action. It is the third and final tour of the 2021-2022 season, and of course every single game is now of utmost importance because this is your road towards TI. My name is Sneh. I'm joined this morning by Dragon Drop and Nev Sensei. Dragon Drop, I'll start with you, good sir, because we share this early 6 a.m. time slot. So how are you feeling and how excited are you about the upcoming games?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for asking. It's always great to cast some Dota, especially with some very interesting teams. I was really looking forward to that matchup, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one. So I'm doing absolutely great.
I'm glad, though, that you are here, Nev Sensei. You know why? Because as much as I love Dragon Drop, I know that me and him, we did these qualifiers. We saw Team Fusion coming up. So he's deep in the trench of the Team Fusion fanboy club. So you are here, sir, to bring some much-needed reason, some clarity
I'm a
to
naysayer.
this here panel.
I was going to say that I don't even do my job as an analyst today. You guys got to watch Team Fusion come all the way in through the opens where they did an amazing job. You're both casting Magma the last season as well. Like, I'm not even necessary. I'm just a shoe-in here, you guys. And to look pretty, of course. To look pretty for all the viewers.
I actually did not cast Magma, though. I casted Fusion in the first series, but you were the one who casted Magma with Snare Black. According to
you
the
casted
schedule.
a couple games last season, didn't you?
Last season, yeah, for sure.
No, they were, last season. Yeah, last time around.
Last
Yeah.
week.
Yeah, I remember being there this week, but this one should be an interesting one. I haven't had a chance to actually watch any of Fusion's games yet. I meant to go over a couple of their replays, but I got a little bit occupied with things. So I'm very excited. Ponlo, I'm coming over from Quincy Crew. We've got God King, who I've been a massive fan of. The man was robbed when he ended up getting kicked from RNG. And they haven't seen any success since they ended up losing him. So, coincidence? I think not. But this team is... A lot of people are expecting them to end up at the top of the division. I think that might be a little bit too much for a newly formed team. People may be exaggerating their skill level a little bit.
I mean, Dandelion did it last season, right? Where they were a sort of a newly formed team as well. And they basically did the same kind of a run that we're going to be seeing Team Fusion do, I think, where you go completely undefeated in the opens and then you find yourself undefeated, at least so far, in the Division 2. So it's possible, Nev. It's possible. There is some precedent for this being done before.
Yeah, don't be a hater, Nev. Come on.
That's the thing that I'm best at.
Team Magma, though, unfortunately, we have seen them struggle a little bit, and that's the reason they are in Division 2, because they find themselves being relegated from Division 1. But Team Fusion, as we see them being introduced here, some might say that there are some rejects from a lot of other rosters, but Dragon Drop, this would not be the first time in Chinese Dota that a team of erstwhile rejects find themselves with some deep success. And especially considering that before this particular patch dropped, 7.31D, all the heroes that seemed very, very good for Team Fusion were heroes that were very, very good in the meta. Now that things have changed, what do you think we're going to be getting coming into this matchup, especially given that for both of these squads here, this is going to be their first game, I believe, on 7.31D?
I believe so as well. Yeah, it's this patch wasn't that big. There were a few choice nerfs.
You can say it, Dragon Drop. It wasn't big enough for your liking. Go ahead.
It was not big enough for my liking, no. Maybe Techies is still in the game, Pudge is still in the game, so as long as those are not deleted, then I will not be happy. But yeah, one thing that we have seen is Demacy being prioritized as bans, at least in the games that I've been watching. The longer the patch goes on, obviously that'll change, but we'll see some teams actually try out that hero. I believe YBB actually picked it yesterday up against Shenzhen, lost with it. So LBZS as well up against CDC. So yeah, it's starting to get picked up. So that's obviously the biggest change. That alongside perhaps a salve change that will end up cutting more into the early money of the carries. That they've kind of enjoyed a dividend for way too long. But yeah, obviously that affects both teams at the same time simultaneously. So uh, I'm more looking to see what kind of team fusion we see today. Like because in the match against LBZS, they were still kind of coasting for the first couple of games. First game it worked out. Second game they had way too much up against them here. Ended up losing that late game against LBZS because it still felt like they were playing a different draft. So they were a little bit la-di-da, as it were. But they did make the adjustment in game number 3. So if they've arrived in this tournament, I think they can give Magma a good run. But as you guys said, Magma a team coming down from Division 1. And there's a reason they were up there. It's in a very
Oh, I
awkward
thought you were going to
position.
say there's a reason that they're down in Division 2 again.
There's also no, there's a reason that they made it to Division 1, right? But there's also a reason that they made it down, obviously. They're in a very awkward position where they've been looking too good for Division 2, but not good enough for Division 1, if that makes sense. So we'll see if that's still true today, I guess.
They've often been this sort of gatekeeper team, Team Magma, not just this particular season, but for a number of seasons now. It sort of is the case that you beat Magma, probably good enough for Div 1, but if you can't beat them, you're not going to be good enough to hang there. However, as we've been saying, right, they got knocked down off the perch of Div 1. They're here in Div 2. They've made this upward climb many, many times, right? So for them, they have that sort of winning mentality in Division 2. And in this particular game, Nev, both of them, either Team Fusion or Team Magma, will be enduring their first overall loss, which obviously has major ramifications for what your overall standing looks like at the end. What do you think matters more at this particular point in the season? Having that pedigree of being able to win here in Div 2 or having that sort of momentum that clearly Team Fusion is trying to generate to get into Div 1?
I think the momentum carries you a little bit further. I think Team Fusion is in that honeymoon period with their team right now where they think a lot of different things are going to be able to work. So being able to carry that going forward here, I think will give their team a lot more confidence. If they start losing games, I think right now, fairly early in the season, they could just start like snapping at each other and being at each other's throats with a new team with like all these people from a bunch of different teams previously. Like, oh, it's your fault. You did this on your last team. Oh, you did this on your last team. That's why you ended up getting the boot. But as long as everybody's winning, I think everything's going to be just fine. A team like Magma is less likely to start failing if they lose a game or two at the beginning of the season, though. So momentum, I think, is key for Team Fusion, to answer your question.
Let's see if they can generate that momentum. And to do so, they will need to get some good old heroes. And they'll be doing that with a draft, which we have now coming up on the screen. Team Magma versus Team Fusion.
Whoa.
And already here, Nev Sensei, a Dragon Drop is right. We've got some early Marcy, but another hero that we've been getting and that we're going to get quite a lot, right? This Enigma. Ponlo Enigma Specialist. This is a very good patch for Enigma. However, that's not the hero I want to talk about. Talk to me about the Silencer. Even when Enigma was good in these last couple of patches, we never really got to see Silencer immediately counterpicked. But this is the second time so far in China, both in Div 1 and Div 2, that we've seen the Silencer come in as an answer towards Enigma. Is this going to be a theme that we see running through the rest of the season?
I think so. The Enigma obviously coming into the meta a lot more after we saw the previous major. A lot of time we see. Actually, we had this discussion before, didn't we, about how much the Chinese region copies the other ones? It isn't that often, but I think the Enigma and the Wind Ranger combination saw enough success at the previous at the major and in North America that it's something that people are legitimately afraid of. The only issue with this one is you have to be a little bit. You have to have restraint pressing global silence because essentially it's going to be your tool to cancel the black hole every single time. So be very careful with the silence and positioning and holding that the global silence. It's basically the two of them countering each other out. And of course, the solution for this this Enigma is going to be, okay, we're not running this as a core role anymore, especially when the silencer's on their team. We're 100% running this one as a support. So you kind of predict where the Enigma is going to go, and you counter out the Enigma with the silencer pick. So I think this is going to be something we see as a response to the Enigma time and time again. But I don't. I mean, it also means that you don't have to be as worried about the Wind Ranger coming out as support to be able to go with that combination of those two Aghanim shards with the force movement. So,
oh my god,
it takes a lot.
You know what? I'm just happy right now, Dragon Drop. As much as he's mentioning right now that we're not, I hope we don't get the Wind Ranger. Personally, I really hate seeing that hero. It's a bit too strong at the moment. But what makes me very happy is, thank God, Nature's Prophet is banned. Thank God.
Away from God King. Yeah. All right. So.
Yeah.
No split map shenanigans, at least with that hero. You're absolutely right. I mean, they're still getting some comfort picks, right? They like themselves a Dawnbreak, obviously Ponlo Enigma. Up against the Silencer, as Neff pointed out, it's gonna be a bit rough to get these big black holes unless the silence is already dead. But actually, with a puck on the field now, that might be his job to try and ensure that, just go on top of the silencer to make sure that Enigma can actually play the game as the game goes on. So I do like this response. Might also be good against Marcy, right? With all of her mobility.
The puck against
definitely.
Mercy.
I think one of the things that gets great against the puck, about the puck is the Marcy, but killing silencer is very, very important to be able to do so. I mean, Neff, you were talking about it just now, right? That the silencer has to be patient with his black holes, given that if there's black hole available, you actually, silencer, excuse me. If it's global available, you cannot cast black hole. However, absent having the global, suddenly the black hole becomes and feels really, really strong. You already have access to this Dawnbreaker as well. So coil into the black hole. If there's any counter initiation, Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian will help you a lot with that. But I want to just you talk to us about why this puck is becoming so much more popular in China. A lot of other regions are picking it more and more, but I believe right now behind Void Spirit, this is so far the most common mid hero in the Chinese region. What happened? Last season, it definitely wasn't this popular. Has he been buffed that many times, or is the hero and the meta just in the right spot for this hero to suddenly emerge as a front runner in the mid lane?
I still think the hero's a little bit underwhelming as a mid laner, especially since they ended up nerfing the Aghanim Scepter and changing it around so that coil piercing magic immunity switching level 25. It plays way slower than it used to. There's just a lot of outplay they were able to do with it. They ended up nerfing spirits a couple times as well. With the BKB nerfs as well, I think it makes puck even better because you have that much more potential to play around BKB with the increased cooldowns. So I think that's the reason why, like, just being able to dodge out fights is that much better, and Spirit Heroes not being able to initiate in a fight in the same way they did before. Also, the fact that, like, on Void Spirit and Storm Spirit, they were completely ruined by the fact that the Null Talisman was changed around to add max mana instead, not giving you that spell amp or the mana cost reduction like it used to. The max mana is like Lamau, who cares for every hero other than OD.
Yeah.
That was such a weird change, man.
It's obviously aimed at Storm primarily, right? Just
yeah. Also, I'm very dumb for not touching on this earlier, and I realize this now. But the silencer is also a counter to the Dawnbreaker because the global silence just stops the ultimate in its tracks. But if you end up committing it for the Dawnbreaker, then you get hit by a black hole, and you don't want that. So they're probably going to save it specifically for black holes.
Yeah.
Magma went back for this Tiny and the Mars here. Presumably, this is going to be a core Tiny, the way that this draft is looking at present. Not sure if it's going to be Bai Tiny or Dust Tiny just yet. Usually, it's not going to be Bai Tiny, but we'll see how that pans out, especially because Drag and Drop, dude, I'll be honest, I want to see more of this hero. And I know you're a bit of a fan of this Clockwork. Hear me out. Is core Clockwork possible right now after the change to the Battery Assault? Dude, I played a game with it, and I actually got really good results out of being able to just farm the entire waves, getting myself in the jungle. What do you make of this? Is this going to be core clock, or is he still going to be consigned to the 5 position, just getting more resources out of it?
I mean, it's worth considering, right? I mean, you know that the Enigma is going to be in the 4, but I don't know. You'd end up with like 3 cores or 2 cores at least that are just way too heavily like utility focused, right? I'd rather have a Clockwork be able to go in to the backlines and then not have to worry too much about dying. Just trying to create some chaos, trying to get on top of the silencer, make sure Tiny doesn't have the mobility that he wants, the mouse as well. And if you do that as a core, because you still kind of have to play the same way, right? But if you do it as a core and you then die because your teammates can't follow up properly because of the global silence or whatnot, then you just end up hurting yourself way too much. Plus, I don't think you have that scaling potential that you would need. Like, they're still looking for that hard carry right now. You can actually do some sustained DPS.
And who is that hard carry Drag and Drop?
This is a good question. Like, with the Viper on the field, that narrows the possibilities down just a little bit more. Like, Medusa has been banned. No Lifestealer, no Jug. Would have suggested one of them, perhaps.
Which is why you're going to say Terrorblade.
I was thinking TB as well, but TB feels a bit naff, right? Playing TB with Mars Tiny in the game. There's a lot of burst damage, and there's still the silencer. Does feel like the correct route, though. It has to be somebody that buys a Manta style and doesn't mind buying BKB all that much. Otherwise, we saw the other day that Ursa that didn't get to buy BKB in the game, and it didn't look great. So I would love to see
wow.
some kind of hero. It is going to be the TB. Buys Manta style, buys BKB, can scale with damage in the later game. But Neff, I don't know, man. I've seen this Terrorblade hero in occasions where the enemy team has immediate burst in a short span of time, and they have some sort of soft disable, not necessarily a hard disable. This hero can't die, especially in the earlier portions of the game. Do Team Fusion have what it takes to protect him until the point where he can survive at least a couple of seconds during the global itself?
Absolutely not. I don't know why Dragon Drop predicted that Terrorblade. Quite silly about Dragon Drop, really.
Excuse me. I was just looking through the Dota buff and I was kind of banning all of the other heroes that Gawking has been playing in the last few matches. Yeah, it's
Yeah, why do you suggest the TB there? Is this gaslighting working?
God damn it! No, Neff, you were the one.
It's like Neff is out here.
I reject
me.
But
Neff is Shaggy out here. It wasn't me.
yeah.
All right, the Terrorblade is like one of the last good heroes that was left here. They do a lot of physical damage on their side. It's not great playing into the arena, and it's not going to be great dealing with the Viper in the early game. But outside of that, you're going to scale reasonably well. And you can kind of 1v5 this team. As long as you build like a Silver Edge in order to deal with dust on this Mars, and your click's actually going to do damage to some of these heroes. But it comes to being able to survive the early game because they have a lot of heroes that are super strong early on. Silencer is miserable to play against. Viper is absolutely miserable to play against him. Marcy is so good at setting up kills. It's like how Earth Spirit used to be. Like the power of your rotations, being able to have two abilities, like just being level 2, the rebound into the dispose onto people, like being able to reposition somebody and stun them in the same ability, and being able to slow them and have a movement ability in the same ability as well is just way too good. This hero is probably going to get nerfed, but it's super exciting to watch in the early game. But of course, it's going to make it very scary in the early game for the side of Team Fusion, which is why I'm predicting Magma winning game number 1. Let's go.
I was about to say, Dragon Drop, that this sounds like a heads-up prediction for Magma on the side of Neff. Quickly, before we get into the game, what do you think? Give us your preview, and who do you think is going to win this game?
Well, Magma has a lot of things going for them for sure. Like they certainly have the ability and the heroes to just put on so much pressure onto Team Fusion here to prevent that Terrorblade from getting to the point where he needs to be with all the items to just protect himself against all the shenanigans, like the BKBs, the stat items. So it's going to be a bit rough, but it is Pondo Enigma, right? I mean, come on. You know?
Come on.
That's it? Come on. That's my camera.
Listen, Neff. That's why you're here, remember. You have to be the party pooper because this is going to be the Punlo fan club and it's Punlo Enigma. I'm definitely going to be putting all my eggs in that Enigma basket, and let's see whether or not it's going to be a black hole game or if this arena early combination of full aggression from the Marcy is going to be what carries Magma over the finish line. This is game number 1 of Team Magma versus Team Fusion. We've got Dragon Drop, we've got Neff, and we've got some Dota. See you after the game, boys. Good luck and have fun.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Neff, I've got a question for you right off the bat.
Absolutely.
What do you think about Mars and Marcy being on the same team?
Very easy. That didn't work that well.
And what about Mercy playing Marcy?
That one might be a little bit difficult for us. I hope your tongue doesn't get tied in these team fights. I'm glad I'm not the play-by-play caster here today, buddy.
Thanks, Neff. Yeah, thanks.
No problem.
I just pretend that it was a vote of confidence. So.
I mean, this is just like old times. I got my start casting with you.
Well, if anyone can make Marcy look very, very good and super overpowered, it would be Mercy, though, right? Guy's awesome.
Not by showing Mercy.
Yeah.
Enough of these Mercy jokes. So let's break down the lanes for everybody watching at the moment. So Mars got a little bit more popular inside the mid lane inside the Chinese region the last little while, it seems like. Not surprised that Dust has picked this one up. It plays a lot faster. The only issue is when you're playing in the mid lane, you usually want to be making plays. Your build is a little bit less versatile than it normally is. And he's probably going to be rushing a Blink to be able to set up kills and play very fast, which means you can start to fall off on net worth if you're not knitting yourself a ton of early kills early on.
That's kind of what they, kind of the way they have to end up playing, though, right? It's just basically use the Arena Blood off cooldown. trying to invade the enemy side, and then because one thing that they do not have is like great tower push. Till Viper perhaps wants to get this
Aghanim Shard.
Yeah, the Aghanim Shard.
Yeah.
Maybe chip away at towers a little bit better. So
Yeah,
they'll have to keep winning team fights to be able to pressure towers.
The Aghanim Shard is absolutely ridiculous on that hero. Speaking of ridiculous things, Marcy is hit level 2.
That is, yeah. Terminate's still level 1. Does find a way through the trees, but oh my god, this is so annoying.
Just goes back out of tower range.
A couple extra right clicks. Looks like this will be the first blood of being drawn. It's like, oh yeah, just jumping on you from across the map and then also throwing you away from safety. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about at the beginning of the game. It is incredibly overtuned in what it does. It's a damage, a slow, and a like jump in the same ability. The other one is a reposition and a stun at the same time. It is insane how much you can do on this hero. It is a ton of fun to watch, but being on the receiving end of this Marcy is not fun.
Yeah, you could say that again.
So, as a spectator / analyst, absolutely give me more Marcy. As a player, please, maybe tune in a little bit more before you add this thing to captain's mode.
Well, you did say it again. Great. That was just a figure of speech there. All right. Let's talk about our spot lane a little bit, though, because we've got our clock back in the 4 position. I mean, sometimes you see that as a 5. But as a 4, I guess you can try and be very annoying to the silencer, just kind of threaten him. Even there, make sure that fish can kind of last it, really.
Yeah, that's why you start with this win place. It's never easy playing a melee support hero into an offlane, though. The silencer, as long as he keeps his distance from you, plays near the creep wave, he's not going to be able to trade with him with his battery assault. So he's playing just near the tree line down here. He might pull a couple of waves to meet between his tier 1 and 2, but we're a little bit late for that top lane.
Go again, combo, dispose, couple extra right clicks, see the poison stacking up, and it's just a little bit too much. God King, even with the metamorphosis, not really scary enough to turn this around. TCY is clicking away. God King, can he get the counter kill? He can indeed, but he does take out Mercy, last one standing in the top lane, and oof.
Yeah. Viper taking complete advantage of the fact that he bought himself an early urn, want to drop it on the TB and run him down. TB almost managed to hide behind that tree and get the dispel, or sorry, the tick out of that poison attack and stop the stacks being built up on him. Would have been able to kill the Viper a little bit faster and not taking as much damage if he got the reset on that one, but fortunately, never managed to buy himself enough time. The bright side of that one is Viper ended up going down and using both urn charges there. So he's out of urn charges, not going to be quite as strong, but already God King has decided that he wants absolutely no part to deal with that Viper Marcy lane. He's in the jungle already at minute 4.
I get it, honestly. I very much get it.
You too have been subject to a Viper lane.
Yeah, all these same kind of off lanes, Viper Marcy seems very annoying. So it's like Marstina,
Ponlo, leave him alone. Is Mercy going to rebound onto him? I think he's holding it just in case he managed to run away. Ponlo doing a great job of dodging out TZY in the trees. Ooh. Looks like they're going to connect with him now. Ponlo is going to go down here, and that's going to refill the urn.
Yeah. I'm running away. Never mind, dispose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trees aren't safe. Tower's not safe. And God King's also not safe. Another jump forward and the dispose back, follow up with the spear. So much control as Dust making his way up to the top lane. Obviously, no Sunder just yet. Gets a couple right clicks in onto Mercy. It's not nearly enough. So yet another kill on the core.
Yep. While that was happening, they did keep it onto XCJ down in the bottom lane. Didn't end up connecting a kill with him. Managed to get away with like 80 HP. Man has some early boots and wooden lay, so walks away despite the amount of damage coming out from the silencer and the tiny. It wasn't enough to finish him off. But this is kind of what happens when you go for this tree throw build rather than the toss avalanche combo. You don't have that same kill potential, even though you farm much faster.
Yeah. That's obviously why.
And Ponlo is getting got on again, but he actually ends up disposing him the wrong way.
Doesn't matter. I mean, TZY is taking quite a bit of damage here, but the tower's being tanked up between the two of them.
Yeah, he actually dropped the Spirit Vessel, or sorry, the urn, not on Ponlo there, but regardless of those two mistakes, he does still end up going down. So does Kazi.
A nice catch there on the silencer. Not even coil having to be used there. There's XCJ and White Album working together. Putting some extra points on the board, and yeah, it seems like White Album has been doing quite well for himself. Last advice in mid, more or less trading with the Mars, who's slightly ahead in terms of network just because of the kill that he's been able to secure. But are you looking at this pack to try and stabilize the match going forward for Fusion?
It has to be him. They don't really have any options at this point.
It's not going to be God King. He's been gone on again. The smoke rotation from Marcy and Mars inside the jungle is going to be looking and finding. Yeah, God King right there. Oh, there's a Dawnbreaker coming in though. The heals are real. Another dispose. Extra control for Mercy. So you finish up the job. Dust will be the trade as everyone is responding, trying to punish this aggression.
Yeah,
But, somewhat succeeding here. Unable to protect the carry, but able to get the counter kill on Mars at least.
Fishman getting a timely level 6. I was surprised that he actually had that one come out that quickly. But it looks like bot lane has gone reasonably well for him. Managed to hit that one before Tiny Az. So not failing everywhere. Ponlo ends up going down up in the top lane as I'm talking about this one though. As this is just kind of what's going to happen if you try to exist up here against the Viper and the Marcy. TZY has had way too good of a start, and they're about to lose their first tower of the game as well. This will get clicked down, and the tower kill will actually go the way of the Viper as well. This is the richest Viper I've ever seen.
Yeah.
At 8 minutes into the game. Mid lane?
Kind of what Viper
going to
does,
Kazi.
right? They're going in indeed. The stun coil has been used. No way to leave. Caught inside the cogs as well. Very easy one. Can there be a trade with Mars coming in? Does get pushed in. Finds a dispose into the spear. 1-for-1 exchange.
It is a ton of fun watching him get flipped like that, I gotta say. It's the most satisfying part of the hero. And now Mercy moving up.
Yep, needs some extra help, presumably, but they're trying to make a play on this Viper. DCY is just straight up dead. Mercy clicking away. There's no sign of skilled for the Terror Blade, but not necessary right here. Mercy able to walk it off as Dust appears to be very threatening. The arena misses as XCJ goes for the side step, another jump across. Mercy, White Album still has the DD rune going, but
did he toggle Bulwark there?
I'm not sure.
I think he did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure White Album tried to target Mercy with that one, but the hit didn't end up connecting with him. It definitely went towards the Mars. The double damage would take a lot of damage. Nice D-ward there by Mercy. Realizes that they did indeed manage to see a couple of those heroes coming, and that's the reason why that gank failed. So cleans that one up fairly quickly. Doesn't know about this other one over here though. These wards actually been beside each other for quite some time. And Ponlo still working on getting himself his level 6. I mean, he's died a lot for this one, 0-4 this game, but unfortunately, I don't think this gets any easier for him. He's kind of been on a sacked position. Enigma, not an amazing hero in the lane this game. It does him a little bit of farm with this demonic conversion, and it doesn't get any better as the game goes on either, because black holes are always going to be interrupted by this global silence. He's kind of sacrificed for the sake of the team, though. You know, they ended up countering the 2 first picks from Team Fusion with that silencer. Ponlo just got to pay the price.
Mercy broke the coil, but it's looking so much distance away. Absolutely fine. XCJ, though, taken out to the poison.
Yeah. Do you think that should be usable while leashed? I agree.
Leash should prevent any sort of movement mechanics.
I don't agree with that necessarily. I think some movements you should be able to do while leashed, but that should not be one of them.
Yeah. I don't know, to me leash seems like, oh yeah, that's what leash does, you know, just, oh yeah, you can't move. Like, you can walk, but you can't really move. In 4-staff, you could do that. Anything that makes, okay, jump across. A lot of damage being done indeed, and Tiny able to get that last hit.
Yeah. Not important enough a kill to interrupt your point. I'm sorry, Dragon Drop. Continue.
Yeah.
Leash. No, only walkie, no movie.
Only walkie, no movie, yeah.
Yeah. I get what you mean. I got you. All right, XCJ is trying to set up a hook shot here, but TZY is pretty close to tower. Atos completed now as well. Surprised that he hasn't picked himself up 4-staff this game, even though he's playing against a Clockwork.
Clockwork got the cogs out, so it doesn't actually get pushed to the side of the arena, taking extra damage, but there's still 3-4 against 1. Space created, I suppose.
Yep. And Akazi reads his first book there, +2 int.
Nice.
Yeah, well read.
Yep. It's been avoiding it for quite a while, but
just like me.
Yeah. Finally learned to read.
It might take me a little bit longer.
Just using audiobooks right now, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm the first illiterate Dota caster. So, anyways, Bono up at the top lane. He's actually not doing too bad on net worth as far as being like subjected to like position 4 or 5. He's at 3.4k right now, which isn't super bad given the fact that he's died like 4 times this game. He's also going for the Wraith Pack, so he's going to be able to have an impact in these fights with his Eidolons and with that damage reduction coming up from the Wraith Pack. He's not solely focusing on being just a black hole machine. I really like him going for this.
Yeah. He's also the one who's been taking this farm inside their own jungle, which, funnily enough, is not as safe as you might expect. So Terrorblade certainly being run at there in that jungle more often than not. So you see God King just drifting towards the other half of the map now. If they can get down to Steel 1 Tower, this will be much, much safer for them as well, which is why they're bringing in heroes to make that happen. That does expose the mid lane tower, though.
Yeah, and it looks like that is exactly what they're going to do on the side of Magma, is punish that multiple hero rotation over to their lane by taking the mid tower. And this is favorable for the side of Team Magma. Mid tower, a lot more valuable for having control over the map, and they're going to move right into the jungle of Team Fusion afterwards, probably establish some vision.
Yeah, try to create some sort of area for a Terrorblade to get that extra money going, but yeah, it's a hefty price that you have to pay. Normally it's the tier 1 safe lane for the other tier 1 safe lane being the trade, but giving up your tier 1 mid without getting that extra return on the other tier 1 mid, it's gonna
no bueno.
Set you behind. Yeah.
Invis not used. Puck working on the Blink Dagger next, be able to easily get on top of his targets. I mean, the issue that Team Fusion have, it is like you have a couple heroes that are great at initiating, the Puck and the Clockwork, namely Enigma kind of as well. But if you're so good at counter initiating, the Marcy, the Silencer, you kind of have to wait for them to waste cooldown before they do anything.
Gone on, pushed away, silence, and move down. All right.
Yeah.
Moral victory, if nothing else.
Well, I mean, every kill important. Net worth lead now slightly the way of Team Fusion after that.
Yeah. Didn't use too many big spells, but he still got that coil.
Yeah.
A hook shot, obviously, not the longest cooldown in the world.
Yeah, it'll be back up in another 35 seconds. They're continuing to be pretty slow for now, which I would say favors the side of Team Fusion. You want this game to go as late as possible with the Terrorblade and the Enigma. Eventually, a God King is going to be too swole to control.
He's just battling for the top net worth slot here. And considering the way this game started, considering how his full deficit is quite impressive. I mean, maybe it's the power of the Wraith Band. He's got 3 of those.
That's the power of God King, baby.
Yeah.
I stand this man. Any Dota player that's a JoJo fan is good in my books.
Gonna look to try and punish him again, though. XCJ in a great position though to break the smoke. Exactly what he needs to be doing as a 5 position.
Cleaned up pretty quickly there, and like you mentioned, doing exactly what he needs to be doing. So, taking that, as long as you're not going down on any of these core here, it's not so bad. You lose a Clockwork, his spawn time is pretty low. In fact, I'd say it's not even worth the time for all those heroes to rotate in and find the kill onto him if they don't get any extra objectives while that happens.
Yeah.
What do you think of these skill builds? I mean, I do like the Mercy is going for first item BKB. It is ridiculous how much you can do with so little on Marcy, so it makes sense that the only thing you would really need is magic immunity. Same sort of deal as Storm Spirit in the previous patch. Null Talisman's BKB was the build. It's simply BKB on Marcy.
Yeah, thanks. I hate it. I hate that it's so good, you know?
The hero? Yeah.
Yeah.
The rest of them, it looks like they want to set up something as well. We do have Vision of Fishman here.
Bit of trouble here. Arena comes out. Spear misses though, so Fishman is still not fine because Marcy's wailing away, but he's pretty damn tanky. Not with Viper coming in and no help to try and turn this one around. It's like, yeah, I mean, try and make him use as many spells as possible, but we're still farming these side lanes, dude.
Yeah, it is ridiculous how how tanky a Dawnbreaker is. Isn't they near for strength growth rate in this patch as well? By a little bit?
Yeah,
I was pretty sure that they did.
Okay.
I think they increased their base strength, nerfed their strength growth rate a little bit, but we've seen this in a couple of games, like them make an early rotation, drop a Fiend's Grip over onto a Dawnbreaker, her just not go down, and then be able to turn a team fight around. They managed to connect it there, but they had to rotate 4 heroes for that one. They actively chose to TP nobody in on the side of Team Fusion, even though they're right beside the tier 2 tower.
The Blink Dagger only then coming in on the park, he just finished farming it, so he wasn't really feeling like wanted to take a fight. Pondle was pushing top, he was able to make his way out, but just being the sneakiest Enigma I've ever seen. 4 heroes kind of looking for him, but...
Yeah, my boy Snares got me. They nerfed it by
Yeah.
0.2 strength, down to 3.4 or from 3.6.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't, again, if I knew how to read, then I would know what exactly the nerf was. So thank you, Snare. So items that they're going for right now, the Manta style being worked on by Terrorblade. He picks up the ultimate orb first instead of the Yasha, which is surprising because being able to get around the map quicker is a pretty big deal. But it's also possible he plans on going straight for the Eye of Scotty rather than working on this Manta style, as he hasn't bought the Yasha when he's in his base. So that could be what he's doing here, which would be absolutely insane. All right, now he buys
There it is. Spear connects though inside the arena. They can both hug and the clockwork. Not exactly ideal, but yeah, impossible to prevent. And Pioneer has a DD rune to work with as well. Straight into Roche, this was not long for the world. Even though the net worth has been quite similar this entire time, Fusion still feels like they're playing from behind. A lot of the net worth is on the Sparrow Blade, which is obviously what you want, but even with the Manta style, he's not quite there yet, not quite ready to fight.
Yeah. He's actually got an Eagle song queued up next. Absolutely insane, in my opinion. Not sure what he's planning on building this into. I mean, the only 2 options are the Swift Blink or the Butterfly now, as they end up changing the recipe for Ethereal Blade around. So I imagine the Butterflies, he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Not going for an Eye of Scotty to tank himself up would be kind of insane as well, though, especially given that one of the main heroes you're contesting with this game is that Viper. Having the 40% slow off onto him, I think, is a pretty big deal. He's almost got his BKB completed, so they almost have all the tools they need on the side of Team Magma to start pushing high ground. The only thing they're lacking, I think, is the Aghanim Shard that you were talking about earlier and his BKB on the Viper.
Yep. Let's work on that. Getting some space down, down bottom to make that work, but the rest of the team still feeling confident enough to fight without him. Obviously with the Mages and Ends of the Tiny, they can claim whatever map control they want. Yes. Yeah, this Enigma also not really feeling like a threat as long as there's the global silence available. We have not seen either global.
Whoa! Let's not go crazy. Pongo's got the spooky skull now.
All right,
The Wraith
all
Pact.
right.
Yeah,
Sure.
he gets to have an impact in these fights now.
My point is, like, we've not seen a black hole because we have not
Or a
seen
global
a global silence, you know?
Yeah,
We have
20
not seen a
minutes in
global
the game,
silence
ultimately
because we have
do
not
not
seen a black
exist,
hole.
they are
Exactly.
Yeah.
As well just take out the R key of the keyboard, you know, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, for those 2 players anyways. We might eventually see a black hole committed just so Dawnbreaker is able to commit a Solar Garden without a care in the world. But right now you'd be able to interrupt both those things, even at the same time
I
potentially.
could bring the Aegis here, defensive disposed onto the Tiny though, and Clockwork as a result straight up dead. And another jump forward, Enigma in trouble, pops a black hole, that is global silence to turn this one around and make sure the bottle falls. Yes, that will jump though from the Fishman, just connect over on the Viper. And now with the BKB TP out. Oh, it's not enough, it's too late! He is dead! Made the decision too late, so now it's 1, 2, 3 heroes just for the Marcy. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is not worse.
Yeah, we saw the first button presses of the game that fight, though. The Black Hole and the Global Science both ended up committed there. And, you know, it started off with a beautiful save. Despite the fact that Tiny still had that Aegis to dispose him out of the team fight, perfect play. Kind of botches the initiation there by the Clockwork, and then Marcy just goes even deeper. Tries to commit onto Ponlo afterwards. Ponlo, you know, drops the Spooky Skull, commits the Black Hole, because he's trying to open up the opportunity for Dawnbreaker to be able to ultimate and not be interrupted. He knows that he's going to die if they're on him at that point anyway. So Global Silence committed. But Dawnbreaker ends up coming in a little bit late, waits too long. BKB pops, and then, of course, they click on the hero. See, okay, doesn't have enough time. I can just interrupt that with Avalanche. Everything kind of went the way the Magma's plan. Why they picked these heroes in the draft.
Because Dawnbreaker was still caught in the middle of all of this. Like, so Fishman had to BKB before pressing ult, rather than doing it the other way around. So it's a lot of time just ended up being wasted as in mid. And looking for an illusion, and they get it. Good job. What's being cast on it. Yeah. But I guess at least God King wasn't part of that, so he's finished up the butterfly now.
Alrighty. I mean, I did discuss the Eagle song picked up earlier. I thought, you know, certainly he changed his mind, goes back for Knife Scotty, but another bonus agility, that's sweet, sweet +5.
He's dodging spells, can find the jump across, but it's just a little too much.
A little bit too much is exactly right. And, you know, despite the fact that we are 21-7 right now, it is still only a 2k net worth advantage of the side of Magma. All things considered, you know, God King finds a way to farm the map. Ponlo still managed to find farm Fishman, forced to commit his BKB. And managed to buy enough time for them to grab that tower in the mid lane as well. So this gives them a little bit more access to the rest of the map, thankfully.
Huh? That is very nice indeed. When TZY still a force to be reckoned with, like especially with that growth bow, like a dream item for the Viper too. But yeah, I mean, all hopes are resting on God King's shoulders at the moment.
Yeah, are they powerful shoulders in your opinion, Drag and Drop?
It is a Terror Blade, right? And he's again, he's not unfarmed. Question is like, can he actually leverage that farm? Like, there's still a lot of control, a lot of magic damage on the side of Magma, so it's like this is one of the games where he needs a BKB to really feel comfortable fighting, but might not get the chance there. The smoke will break, they find him, the hookshot actually misses. And can he get a Summoner out? Again, so much control coming through, and nope. The answer is nope. He's just straight up dead. Maybe with the interruption from Clockwork, I would have done the trick, but...
Yeah, but with the technology of Death Summary, we can see that he was chain stunned for a full, like, 7-8 seconds there. Yeah. What a miserable experience.
Thank you, God King, for illustrating the point that I just made about needing a BKB in this game.
Yeah, I'm sure that was his intention the whole time there. No, BKB definitely necessary, as would have been able to block all of that. If it looked like he might have been able to get the Sunder off, because he could have committed the Global Silence, but that would open up a window of opportunity for Fusion to be able to drop a Black Hole. So thankfully they didn't have to end up doing that. Still, King going down, not great, as he's the top net worth hero, so they end up losing a lot of gold off of that one.
Yeah. Actually does have the Satanic queued up instead of a BKB, so... I mean, if he has a few more health points, and if he does have his team helping out, try and tank some of the disable, or at least interrupt the chain stun.
Alright, hear me out, though. Wraith Bands activated. We have hit 25 minutes. He's got 3 of them. These things have just doubled in value. He pretty much just has like an extra 3 inventory slots right now.
6 Wraith Bands at the moment.
Yeah.
Wow.
This changes everything.
Does it, though?
No.
Thanks, Neff. Great analysis as always.
Yeah, I don't know why they keep inviting me back either.
Alright. But he has fallen behind, still tiny. I haven't talked too much about his item build, but BKB blinks. Not the worst thing in the world. Echo Saber, just a classic right-click tiny build now going for the AC. Almost has completed too. It's another couple of 100 gold, and this is where can get very strong, but there's an arena mid. Fishman pops a BKB, but he was already dead. And well, there's the Wraith back totem. It's menacing. They're running away from it, Neff.
Well, yeah, it's spooky. It's moving towards them real slow-like,
Yeah.
but they do manage to get away on all their heroes. So a little bit too slow-like. However, I wanted to go back to that Tiny. The botched initiation, that one doesn't matter. I want to talk about the fact that this Tiny did not end up building first item Midas, which we saw from a lot of Tinies here in the Chinese region especially.
Yeah, not a big fan of Midas in general. I guess Tiny is one of the heroes where you can make that attack speed argument for.
Yeah, but you know, sort of the same with the Hyperstone, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually legit if you're already owning, I suppose.
I think that the Midas is ridiculous on Tiny. I think you'd rather just build attack speed items in your Aghanim Shard and farm up faster. So I'm glad that he hasn't gone for that this game. He's got the Salt Cross instead, so he's ready to start clicking buildings. The only thing that they're lacking at the moment is that Aghanim Shard on the Viper that we're talking about, but it's possible they expect to take the second Roshan, play around that, get the Egg Shard, give it to Viper, not spend the 1,400 gold on it, you know?
Yeah.
But his value is possible. It helps that he's got the Grove Bow, by the way, and he's about to build himself a Dragon Lance as well. So he's just going to outrange the tower and click them down with massive magic damage.
Yeah.
It is going to be gross. And the big man is back up now.
Yeah, you have those two options now, right? Either siege with the Viper or just win another team fight and just click the tower down with the Tiny. Like they've been able to extend the timing window just by making sure that, yeah, Terrorblade's farming, but he's the only one who's really farming, right? Haven't really felt the impact of Fishman, Ponlo, or White Album, honestly, on this pack who now has an Aeon Disc ready here. Can unlock that anytime he chooses. So, basically makes it so that Fusion has a very one-dimensional way that they have to take a team fight. Like, and if it doesn't go exactly that way, it's going to be very rough. And then if you lose a couple of heroes, it gets that much easier to siege down buildings with this Tiny.
Are they not going to give the shard to the Viper? Mars picks it up.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Spear impaling 2 units, also very good.
Yeah. Bizarre in my opinion, but maybe they just plan on throwing TZY and they don't have... I mean, he's their tower clicker, man. I guess Tiny is kind of also your tower clicker.
Yeah.
But the Viper outranges the buildings. Who knows? I don't know how this
Tiny's Aegis, right? I mean, you can just walk up, hit the building.
Yeah, I mean, he's the building hitter now. He's got the Aegis and the Cell Cross.
Yeah.
Viper also would have been an option. I guess they figured they just don't need it. Marcy?
Marcy, nice low shot counter here. White Album, though. Not silence for all that long with the Enders being procced, but he kept Marcy alive. A lot of spells being exchanged, though. And there's still an Enigma Black Hole now. I still think they get to go with it. Now might be a chance for them to group up and use that with the global on cooldown.
Yeah, that is exactly what they're going to do. If I were on the side of Team Fusion, I would be jumping at this opportunity to actually use my Black Hole.
Yep. No. The longest cooldown is actually the quickening charm over on the silencer, so only a 75-second window.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Okay. You are excused.
Yeah.
They're not doing enough. They're just sitting there where they've been this entire time, just clicking creeps.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they figured they're not actually able to force the issue. They're so close to the the BKB on Ponlo as well, and there are a couple things that can just interrupt.
Oh,
Black Hole, they're interrupting his life.
Yeah, he just gets gone on straight off bat. Black Hole.
Oh,
What? Did not actually catch stuff. That's awkward.
It was almost really good.
Yeah.
Until it wasn't. The spear obviously coming out in the air at the exact same time that Black Hole was dropped. He saw the window of opportunity there. He realized the global is on cooldown. But the spear in the air is kind of unfortunate. They built a second Assault Cross on the side of Team Magma.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Oh, looking at TZY right now as pops BKB and turns this around, so it'll be a kill on XCJ instead. Mercy also looking for more. It is White Album though, a lot harder to catch. Doesn't mean that they won't try. The spear actually connects. And now Anders Brockton is out of mana, out of cooldowns, can't flick away.
Yep, and they see that, I'm pretty sure. Blink Dagger just about up.
All right, all right.
Yep, and it looks like he's going to get away. Mercy ended up blinking into the trees and trapping himself here. He doesn't have the Blink Dagger available, so they don't catch the puck. Blink managed to give him the save, and they even get the top tower with the TB illusion. You got to be making a play off of this one right now, though. Black Hole's still on cooldown for another 100 seconds. Means you clean up a couple heroes, but you wasted so much time on Whiteout.
Mad Lads actually did it. They bought 2 Assault Cuirasses. This can't be good, right?
I mean, it's armor. They're good items on both these heroes.
This is still a mistake, right?
I mean, I'm sure it was intentional. One was finished quite some time after the other. I'm sure they saw that the Tiny had an assault cross.
If they win, maybe couldn't ask them in the winners interview.
What do you mean if they win? It's looking pretty good from the my position.
I mean, this is game 1 of a best of 3, right? So
Yeah.
forget about that part, but yeah, XCJ once again not having a fun time this game either. Constantly being bullied. And mids, damn, that's Tiny.
Yeah,
just no fears.
Yeah.
No cares.
This is why you want the assault cross on the Tiny, though. This -5 armor on the tower, as well as the attack speeds, can make quick work of this tier 3. On the other side of the map, God King trying to pressure the tier 3 off on the bottom lane. But now they're going to get to take potentially a 4v5 team fight.
Yep. And no, Coil in the back actually. Trying to make that play on Tiny, triggering the Aegis.
Spooky Skull.
There we go, going back in. BKB's being popped. Wraith Pact, a bit scary here. Tiny down a half health. It's Fishman just thinking, oh, there's a nice hook shot here with the extra bit of control. Tiny actually all alone. Now the right click's over from God King. Should be enough to secure it here. It's actually Bono to get the last hit. That's a successful defense here. What happened to Silencer? He was killed off the back.
Yep. He ended up going down to Puck, catch him on the back line. He was playing around to the back for a while there. So, awkward team fight. Magma tried to make that first initiation off of Apollo, ends up revealing his BKB onto them, uses his 9-second dodge out that Arena Spear combination. Then, of course, just kind of giving the runaround there on Tiny, everyone like that. Couldn't put the damage on any of these heroes. And now they're running down the mid lane with no Tiny available.
There's no buyback either.
Yeah.
Can get a lot done here. No Arena. This global is still not.
I mean, fighting
hyper. Like, going high ground for real is gonna be very rough, but they can chip away. Arm tower already is low, actually.
Yeah. Pushing into the high ground against the Marvis can be pretty dangerous. All of a sudden, you can find yourself way further back into the enemy team buildings if he hits him with like that bulwark spear trick.
Yeah.
Oh. So they think better, but they back up.
Yep. No BKBs available. No. Yeah. No BKB on Fishman either. No. Ponlo had it back, but again, there's so much you can do with that. But yeah, just some chip damage. They get the tier 2 mid. They're getting some space. Certainly a lot more than they had for the most of the game.
Yep. And things get easier for them from this point out, I feel. You know, the later this goes, the scarier this TB gets. He's now got that item Scotty we're talking about. He's working on that BKB as his next item. Once he's got this BKB completed, I feel like it's quite easy for him to fight into Magma.
Yep.
Nobody's really able to stand the ground against him.
We'll have to give up the last Wraith Band for it, though.
You hate to see it.
Yeah.
10 agility, 4 armor, 10 attack speed. The stats are too powerful.
Yeah. Can you imagine Dota with unlimited item slots? Everyone would just buy iron branches, right?
Yeah, they would just buy iron branches. Because you could buy... Wait. Yeah, they'd probably buy iron branches. It might be efficient to buy red bands. Yeah, but... So, it's 10 all stats if you buy 10 iron branches. But then it's 10 agility, 4 armor, then 4 other stats, and 10 attack speed. You buy Wraith Band post 25 bands. So an argument could be made if you want armor, you buy Wraith Bands rather than iron branches.
I guess, yeah.
That's how good they are. They're more effective in slot than iron branches. It's kind of crazy to think about.
Kind of depends on how much armor a hero has, though, right? Because like an extra armor point for Wraith, for Terrorblade, for example, it's not going to do nearly as much as for someone with some sort of strength hero.
Yeah. Let's not go too deep into Iron Branch theory crafting, though.
It's very academic for sure.
Yeah. Especially given that I don't know how to read.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be the right person
to analyze that. Yeah.
What I do want to talk about is I still don't see the glowy thing on Viper. No Aghanim Shard picked up by him. Decided to go for the, Gleipnir instead. In this economy.
Right. He's finished up the sheepstick beforehand, at least. So.
Yeah, he's got some disable for the TB. But still, nobody amazing at... it's just the Tiny who's going to be able to take buildings. He's amazing at it, but nobody can stand further back. Like we saw what ended up happening last time. The Tiny goes forward to hit buildings. He still can kind of be punished for it. He'll be far from his team, and thankfully the clockwork at this point in the game is great at separating heroes from each other.
They want to be on the backline, so right? They want to be jumping right into their face and kill them off. Got the refresher now on Mars to help facilitate that too.
Yeah, and they're working on a refresher on the Enigma as well, so it's possible he tries to a black hole, he gets global silence, and then he simply drops a second one.
Yep.
Silence is working on his own refresher orb in order to deal with that exact problem, though. So
it's very standard, Just I got 2 black holes. Well, I got 2 global silences. Good luck.
Yeah. You got problems, I got solutions, says Kazi.
Yeah.
Octarine Core now finished up on the puck as well. He's cast range, lower cooldown on all his spells as well. If he was annoying to grab before, he's even more annoying now. He's got Flicker as well. Yeah, he just picked up, so that'll take global silence off of him. Very cool.
Fucking smoke, more or less from both teams here, but the initiation comes through. What the hell? The 2 of them just disappeared. That's the second arena, forcing out that first BKB from the Terrorblade. That was very, very fast kills. You have the double spear to the side, just tiny clicking away. And now, King actually in a bit of trouble. No one BKB, but there's extra silence on one of Masi. Can't actually do much until just now, and the rest of the team abandoned her as the buyback comes out from the Fishman. He ulted into this fight. So that's not available either.
Yeah, everybody backing off now, and it looks like Team Fusion are grouping up to go to the Roche pit here.
Oh, they find Viper though! Beautiful control! And TCY is down. There are buybacks available. If they want to contest this Roche, they might have to use them. Dust over on the side, no arena, but does have some space to throw in, and there's 1 buyback, 2 buybacks. Surely you leave the pit right now. No, they're still standing in there.
Yeah. I mean, the scariest thing about this, you're doing this without the Metamorphosis.
It's without the BKB, the initiation in the back, the global silence to control them up. That's Ponlo having to bite back into the fight. Massey can low, that's buyback number 1. Pretty damn good. God King, no more Metamorphosis. He has to find a way into the fight. The old-fashioned way can bring down the Mars as he was all alone. Once abandoned by Magma, they made the call. No. With no global, with the threat of the black hole, there's no way they can actually contest the Roche anymore. So, Aghanim, Scepter, Aegis, and Shaze in the hands of Team Fusion. The tables, have they turned left?
The turntable is absolutely drag and drop. This is the game turning on its head very quick. 8K net worth advantage now. If you take a look at the win probability net worth, they just very heavily swing in favor of Fusion after that last team fight.
This graph looks worse than the Bitcoin graph.
Topical, buddy, topical.
Thank you.
Be careful about that. There's a lot of people who are quite sad. Not me, but yeah, more than a 10K net worth swing in that last team fight there. Magma have their work cut out for them now. And, you're fighting into a black hole now, potentially, with Global Science still not back up for another 30 seconds. So there is no way Team Fusion are going to be hesitant about this. You're going to walk right up on the high ground.
Oh, Max comes out, though, onto the block. He's going to need some help, and he has it with his own A on this, the call. Just connect over on Viper. He snaps it, and, well, bit of extra space there from Tiny. Make sure he can make it back up to safety, but the glyph also preventing any sort of massive building damage from being done. So it's a nice defense from Magma, even though there are 2 heroes down.
So they do try to rush the high ground there, but they managed to defend now on Magma. But still, this game does not get any easier for you at this point. Back up. They pick up the last of their tier 4 items, Stormcraft with a Spell Prism. I think Puck probably still wants to hold on to this flicker, though. Between that and the Aeon disc, it's basically like Silencer doesn't exist.
Yeah. Flickers.
Dust?
I'll ride him.
Oh, you hate to see it. If you're a Magma fan.
Yep.
No.
It's just a bit of smart of him to
pop.
even realize, wait a second, there must be a Puck here.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it would have caught that puck regardless. It would have been quite difficult. But with that Blink Dagger, waiting Revolutionary Orb. But at this point, they're feeling a little bit desperate to find kills and make plays happen. And the Infusion knows it. They know they're on the front foot right now. They feel a lot more confident moving on to the enemy team's side of the map.
Some good kills here. Mercy finds a jump all the way to the side, of course, as they're getting rid of some of these trees, but TP out off to the side, and of course Tiny was in this, just running away from them. Almost a good catch, but Marcy way too mobile.
Yeah. Well, she is long gone. Doesn't have the cooldown in 10 seconds. Yeah. She doesn't have the Aghanim Shard herself or anything like that. So I think now she's finally kind of started to fall off. The sidekick can still kind of be useful. Maybe once she gets level 25 and you get the spell immunity, and like the spells or whatnot onto heroes, when you drop it on them, she'll feel strong again.
Yeah.
But for now, she's kind of lost her purpose. Other than being kind of a decent initiator.
Yep.
Not as threatening as it used to be, though. Oh yeah, map control definitely gone the way of Team Fusion. They continue to farm up, but Terrorblade has kind of hit his critical mass now. I don't think he gets any bigger than this. He's now 6 slot. You can pick up yourself like an Aghanim Shard for Demon Zeal. You can get yourself a Moon Shard. You're going for Refresh Orb at the moment, but he's already got 6 items in the slots.
Yep.
They probably want to close it out relatively soon for Team Fusion.
Yeah, then again, I mean, a maxed out Terrorblade is incredibly dangerous, like one of the best late game carries in the game.
Yeah.
So, it's especially once he's still holding on to the Aegis. Magma's been doing a really good job keeping these lanes pushed out and making it very tough for Fusion to actually feel comfortable pushing up the high ground with that. Only 50 seconds left on the clock, so I'll have to make a play right now, or they'll have to go a high ground without that Aegis safety.
It seems like it's going to be without that Aegis safety. I don't see them making a play for the next couple of seconds here. They might get onto Marcy, but that's going to be about it. She pops the BKB in order to get away.
He's tried to, but there's too much control even through it.
Yeah, and she's dead without buyback, so they could try to take a 4v5 now, but this will be without the Aegis like you're talking about.
It's like Kane and Coil as well, though, it's only a 35-second cooldown. Not a big deal at all.
Yeah. Tiny?
Ooh, it's a much bigger kill. They see him, but just as he was tipping out.
Yep. He didn't give it the... No, the Terror Wave was for the Marcy earlier, right?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You didn't commit the Terror Wave for him. No, just barely managed to get away. So they're in the same position right now in Magma they were a little while ago on Team Fusion. They can't fight them. All they can do is try to split push these waves, buy themselves a little bit of time, get themselves a few more items. I'm not sure what the item that turns this one around is going to be. It feels like they're severely lacking damage for most of the heroes on the Team Fusion, and they're lacking lockdown for Puck. It's just lockdown I see them building up at the moment, though. Like Yule Scepter and Wind Waker being built on Viper. That's kind of crazy. I guess they're worried about those Dream Coil snaps and, potentially Black Hole if Global Silence is used. You do have that save potential there from TZY if you do that, but that's a lot of money you're saving out. It's quite an expensive item.
We're getting to a point where it's getting... or where these potential team fights can look quite crazy. Like, we've got the refreshers online as well for both Enigma and the Silencers, so it's a lot of shenanigans with that. Obviously, you still already have that refresher on the Mars for a while. We do got all this weird control, but we also have the Aeon Disc for the Pack to protect themselves, so it's the 4-man smoke rotation here around the mid lane, but it's actually Team Fusion was sitting on the Radiant high ground.
Yeah, this could go very good or bad. I feel like neither team really has a clue where the other is at the moment.
TPO and XJ
Yeah,
watching
about to
the back.
have. Wait, Ponlo's smoked. He's a genius. He's got ninja gear on. They're not going to see him coming. His smoke pops,
Oh,
and now they see him. But the TP out was already finished there.
yeah. Well, they're still hanging around. It's gonna show himself on the wave. Ponlo.
Dire structures are falling.
That's right.
Oh,
Get this done.
nicely done.
Yeah.
BKB just be able to walk through, make sure they can keep up. That'll be a kill sooner or later. It's taken him forever, but yeah, off to a good start. Barbik obviously is available for the Mars.
Didn't go for the spooky skull while he was dying. That thing's worth 100 gold, man. I'd say go for it, but unfortunate. Nice to jump there by Ponlo. He clears out the trees with the midnight pulse. Hits with the stun afterwards. Quick reactions there by him.
Yeah. Alright, next up, force out that buyback if you possibly can. And then perhaps look for the next Roshan. Try and take a fight around that. If you then kill the Mars off again, that will be big. Now, big call here. They're trying to make a play on the Viper down below half health here. Double Starbreaker. He's actually dead. He does not have buyback. Doesn't have the money for it. A lot of BKB's committed to make that happen though. They have to back off for the moment. Right, album. Alright, stand up. So that's the day on this, so should be fine. Not even being procced. The extra heals coming through from Fishman. And they're ready to go in again, I suppose. Yeah.
They have to realize that the Viper doesn't have money for buyback at this point. He would have committed it if he did, so now they're just going in.
Yeah, it's trying to make sure to bring down these racks. The arena comes through though, full on control over on this Terrorblade. He needs some space. Can he get the stun off? He can! Onto the Tiny! And now Tiny is down for the count. Has to buy back, but Mars caught again in the front lines. It's another dieback. Team Fusion in a great position now.
Are under attack.
With no Viper, they just don't have the damage to be able to finish off Godking. The toss is coming out a little bit too late as well. They can't finish him, and that is it. They tap out. GG is cold.
There's no way to play this game anymore.
And
Against
Ponlo, man,
this
took him in
Terrorblade.
his first black holes of the game.
Not the first one, not the first, but
The first
certainly
full one.
similarly effective, yeah. My god. Team Fusion, yeah. What did I say, Neff? What did I say?
I mean, you're a genius, Drag and Drop. They managed to stall it out long enough. It looked a little bit dicey there for a moment for Magma. They just weren't able to close that one. And Fusion looking stronger to start this game off. To start this series off. Looking good in this first game of the new patch. And I got to say, I am impressed. Any team can play from ahead, but it takes a well-coordinated team to be able to play from behind and recover like they did.
Yep. Let's bring Snare back in, see what he thought.
I think that there is very little surprise here because this was sort of like textbook, not just Team Fusion, but textbook that what we've seen from a lot of these players. You know, there's Ponlo Enigma holding the game down for a very long time, but all it came down to was the God King Terrorblade. Neff, for a long time, you've been a fan of the God King. This was a classic game for him where the rest of the team, if you look at the heroes, they don't have that much physical damage. But given that it's Terrorblade doesn't need any additional damage from the rest of the squad. It just needs you to delay long enough. And under these conditions, that's where God King can excel. Yes, there are some interesting things he does. For example, buying Mask of Madness. There's only been one Mask of Madness being picked up on this patch in its entirety on Terrorblade. The only other time before this that has been done was on 7.29 and only 89 pickups all time of Mask of Madness. But God King understands the situation. He's like, well, our lane went to shit. We need a way to be able to recover in the jungle, and he makes it happen for us. But unfortunately, Neff, what happened on the side of Team Magma? I'm talking about interesting items from the God King. Interesting items from Magma. Double AC, lack of the Aghanim shot on the Viper. Where did their thinking go in terms of the itemization in this game?
I think that like AC was an incredibly value item in this game. They won on Mars, so he continued to scale with damage. Is something I discussed at the beginning of the game. He had the when you go for Blink Dagger as your first item and you're the initiator for your team, a lot of time you're falling off. There's a minute later that doesn't feel amazing, but Dust, I guess he felt like he had to go for this particular build so he could continue to scale. But a couple of misplays that was crucial timing. He's trying to break high ground early on that might have been able to been solved with slightly different itemization, and maybe that Aghanim shot on Viper be able to rack safely from a bit of a distance might have been able to to save this game. There was the mid-late team fights that really turned this game around, and Magma wasn't able to recover. They stalled the game out enough on Fusion with these ones, and I think they did an amazing job at jumping the back line with the puck and utilizing this clockwork perfectly, being able to separate the heroes on Magma to make these crucial things that need to happen.
Yeah.
Because up until this point, it was 100% going the way of Magma in this game.
Yeah, it was looking really good for them until about 37 minutes, I think, where they ended up taking that very awkward fight around the Roshan pit. Dragon Drop, unfortunately, although Magma played really well in the early game, and they were everywhere, putting a lot of pressure onto Team Fusion. Ponlo could never get off a black hole, but things start to change about here. This is the first fight where things just really start looking like it's going to go to hell. If you're playing right now on the side of Team Fusion, though, obviously they're very happy about the victory in the game, but this was not an easy win for them. How could they have made this a little bit easier for themselves, given just how well they had to play at these latter stages of the game in order to win this one out?
I'll take that one. I feel like the top lane was just way too difficult for them. TB got an awful start to this one. Ponlo very struggled. The Viper ended up having way too much farm early on in the game, but despite all these things happening, potentially say this is all part of the game plan of Fusion. They had the high ground defense to be able to hold out the timing they needed. In that last team fight, I think it was actually just the 33-minute one that happened. We saw nice timing in the BKB from Ponlo, amazing jump on the back line from the puck, being able to snipe the silencer there, the clockwork separating the heroes on Magma. That was the fight where everything turned around and Magma missed their timing there. I don't think it was this awkward Roche fight. I think that previous one was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Well, such an awkward fight just because White Album as well, when I want to point out, he was off camera essentially. He was dealing with the sounds at the back, just maybe also creating some communication issues there. And this one obviously almost getting him, but then standard turnaround is just the nail in the coffin. White Album, that fight that you were mentioning, Neff, just being able to create that chaos and split up the entire Magma lineup, basically isolating the Tiny, and you could really see Mars was going in within the arena, but then Ponlo BKB is whatever, he can't do it, so you have to leave, but there's no one to cover the retreat, so then Hookshot comes in, they can isolate the Tiny a second time, and get that actual kill, not just the Aegis trigger, and this is very well executed from Team Fusion.
God King, the Gwen experience with the MVP. My man, he is back on the scene.
And not only is he back on the scene, but look at that goal to damage ratio. It is greater than 1, which was the problem when he was on RNG, but it's not going to be an issue here. Itemizing perfectly. We spoke about it in the draft. If you're playing a game into a silencer, you're going to need a carry hero that buys BKB and Manta. A bit delayed on the BKB purchase, but he got there eventually. Allows them to eke out this win. But speaking of the silencer, boys, let's talk about it quickly, because there were some points in the game where it sort of felt like Magma could really use that global silence at other points in the team fights. And yes, it was picked up in order to counter this Enigma. When you have the global, they can't use Black Hole. But as the game goes on and on and on, and as Fusion gets stronger and stronger, does that start to work in the opposite direction, where now you're like, crap, we could really use this global silence, but we can't use it in the event that they come in with the Black Hole on the other side? Does it become a liability for the draft when you're losing the game effectively, and you can't have the global as a comeback mechanism?
Absolutely. 100% I think it does. White itemized pretty well in order to deal with that. In fact, everybody did. BKB being so strong, but he got the Aeon disc. And he also itemized into that flicker. Very cool. Being able to dispel any silences or debuffs off of himself.
Great decision to build a flicker.
Yeah, cool stuff. Anyways, I do think that silencer kind of ended up being a problem with that one, but it was such an effective counter pick to the Enigma. I wouldn't say that was the main issue. Yeah. We talked about that at the start, just like how Ponlo's game was sacked by the silencer's game was sacked by the Enigma, by the fact that he had to always hold the global silence. They both kind of sacrificed the hero with how effective they were, but Ponlo ended up building the Spooky Skullite in the Wraith pack in order to continue to be effective despite being shut down, which Kazi wasn't able to do, as he didn't have the same access to farm as the Enigma did. Yeah. So as the game went on, like you mentioned, Snare, the Enigma ended up being more effective than the Silencer for that reason.
Yeah, and you also did 10k damage with Midnight Pulse alone, right?
Gosh.
For no
Very cool.
950 damage with Black Hole, but 10,000
Kind of helps
with,
that the enemy team has like these 1-2 combination of these super beefy cores that just scale with big strength throughout the game. Maybe that's why they buy AC. They're like, you know what? If we buy any strength items here, we're just gonna get our HP eaten away by Midnight Pulse. Let's just go for some flat armor instead. But it turns out that Team Magma find themselves dropping the first game and looking like they might end up dropping their first series here in Division 2. Team Fusion building that momentum that Neff mentioned. It looked a bit shaky at the start, but eventually they got there off the back of that God King Terrorblade. Now the question is, can they do it twice? Or will Magma do what they've done many times here in Division 2, drop game 1, but come back into a roaring victory in game 2, and then claim a game 3 victory? We'll be finding out the answers to these questions right after this short break as we come back into game number 2 of Team Magma versus Team Fusion. Don't go anywhere. It's myself, Snare, joined by Dragon Drop and Neff Sensei, and you are watching 2 or 3 of the DPC in China. We'll be right back.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影， 谋而后动，有人拼尽全力克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome back, one and all, back here to the China DPC as we continue with the third tour leading up to TI. But of course, since we're in Division 2, it's not about qualifying for TI, but about getting yourself into Division 1 for next season and getting yourself the best possible seeding for those TI qualifiers. My name's Sine. I'm joined once more by Dragon Drop and Neff, and we're here for Game 2 of Team Fusion versus Team Magma. Gentlemen, before we go into our draft, very quickly, Neff, what's the recovery plan here for Team Magma? What has the coach told them to come back into this game stronger for Game 2?
All right, fundamentals. Go back to everything you did the same, except take that fight that you did in the mid lane around 33 minutes better. That's what I would say. Everything ended up working reasonably well for them in the early game. I think it was more of an execution error and not being able to close the game fast enough. Maybe change up that Aghanim shard, put it on the Viper, so it's not as risky going for the high ground there. And maybe not the two ACs. It was kind of cool, but probably not optimal.
Yeah, go back to the cookie cutter, because the cookie cutter is what works for a reason, and we'll be seeing if they're going to be doing that here with the second game draft. And we have a situation, unfortunately, Dragon Drop. I hate to see it, but we have Marcy again. Damn it, man. Why don't this hero? This needs to be nerfed, banned. Something needs to give, even though they banned out the Enigma anyway from Panlo.
Well, didn't help them all that much in the last game, but yeah, I mean, with Marcy and Dragon Knight, they now have the possibility for a full anime draft. So certainly expecting Murana and a Winter Wyvern and a Lena here to come out, something like that.
Could easily be the case.
Team Fusion, though, with an interesting draft, like a lot of circles coming out. You've got the pack once again secured in first phase after the shellacking that White Album ended up giving them and all the headaches that he was providing. So securing that again potentially, and then of course God King Monkey. So
yep, classic hero. Honestly, for him.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting they pick it so early, though. Usually when we see it for them, they go a little bit deeper into the draft, but I guess they feel confident that there's enough protection from the puck. More circles, like you said, on this Phoenix. But Neff, talk to me about this Jakiro here, because they go back for the Viper.
Wait, why am I talking about the Jakiro pick? We have someone who's got a Jakiro avatar here with us. It feels like you're not respecting the dragon.
That is actually true.
About this Jakiro.
Double Dragon, DD. Holla at us about this THD, my friend.
All right, Team Magma won because they picked the best hero in the game. Jakiro, obviously, there's no equal, right? He's not one smart head, he has two smart heads, so he can outthink anyone in the game. It's very easy.
Just like Goku.
You've got like big area denial with the macro pie. You've got some tower push with the liquid fire. You've got dual breath for some extra slows to not just do tons of damage, but also set up your team. And then the ice path, just a super low cooldown, high area disable. Like, it's what more do you actually want? He also looks very cool. So there you go.
The aesthetics are needed, man. You got to have that a good aesthetic. And another circle now emerges from Team Fusion. This time it's the Fight Breaker. Really feel like this hero is most likely going to be involved in practically every game. And it's been looking better and better as time goes on. I'm a bit concerned here for Team Magma because last game they did have access, of course, to that global silence. So Team Fusion had difficulty reliably using the Dawnbreaker in every single fight. In this game, going to be much easier enough to involve her in these engagements. Although Team Magma still look like they have that philosophy of trying to play the game a bit more quickly than Team Fusion. I mean, they probably know that you're playing into a God King team. This game is not going to end quickly if Team Fusion win anyway. So you can afford to be a bit more greedy, not greedy, but a bit more double down in terms of the aggressive potential. Is it going to work out in this game? No, now that they have support heroes that can do things to end the game faster, not just do things to break out the enemy team fights.
I don't think it's I think what they're going to do on Magma is going to work. I think they're going to be able to run this a lot faster with Jakiro able to clear out towers, Dragon Knight being able to clear out towers, Viper as well. I think they'll go over Aghanim Shard this game. Dawnbreaker, I don't think will stall them enough time. I imagine it's going to be God King on the Monkey King right now based on these heroes that I see, but they could change it around, run it to position 4, and Phoenix is the 5 and Dawnbreaker into 3. I think whatever the carry is here, though, you can't I said that last time. You can't afford to be greedy. I thought Magma would win for that reason. But you especially can't afford to be greedy here.
Yeah,
Listen,
you're
man, you
right.
see that
Like,
pillow around God King's neck, right? That's to allow him to play this game at a nice, slow, lackadaisical pace. So that's for the sake of relaxation. Dragon Drop, what's going to be this last pick? Last time, Neff gaslit us, even though he did get the correct Terrorblade pickup.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to be? I mean, we're presuming it's for the God King, but I think part of the reason they're spending this much time on this particular pick is thinking about it. If they can run this Monkey King pos 4, is it better to have more like a map presence on this pos 4 Monkey King, or do you want to do something else with Ponlo instead?
All right. I don't know
That's the
anything
answer.
about video game.
I mean, Magma saw
All right.
right through them. They banned a bunch of extra carries, so they realized, yeah, this is not going to be that Gawking Monkey after all. Certainly not after Viper's been picked, I think. So it's very awkward to fight into that if you can't rely on your Jingu. So instead, they get the Naga Siren, which I think is probably a good choice here. Like, you have a bit of a reset button. But like the big problem with Team Fusion is, right, they have a ton of good teamfight ultimates. But when they're not available, then they cannot fight at all. Whereas Magma, they have a lot of low cooldown stuff. They can just kind of run at you all the time, essentially, with pretty much all the heroes. And yeah, they can keep that high pace, that high octane run at your playstyle going. And that might be a bit rough if they can then push down towers properly between the Dragonite and the Viper Shard.
Here's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about all the AoE clear that they have to deal with these Naga Siren illusions. I'm concerned about Ursa being able to instantly blow up these Phoenix eggs. There's a lot of issues here that Team Fusion have, even though I said that last game and it being proven horribly wrong. I'm going to say it again. I think Team Magma got this easy.
Got this easy. All right. So got this easy again. We'll see, of course, if they can put that pressure onto the lane that the God King is in. Dragon Drop, this time you end out the last prediction. What are we going to be having in the game? Who wins game number 2? You know, we already know that Neff believes in Team Magma's aggression. Do you believe once more in Team Fusion's ability to hold the game for the late game?
Honestly, not this time, no. Like, it's not like Magma has been playing badly either, right? They know how to run these kind of lineups, and I think this time it's even a little bit better. Like, Team Fusion would have to outclass them tremendously, and I don't think they have that much of a gap between them. So I kind of want to go with Magma here too this time around.
Ooh. 2 bets for Team Magma. I will hold firm in the Ponlo fan club. Dragon Drop has abandoned me over here, so I will stand alone in favor of this. Of course, it is the Ponlo Monkey King instead of any other hero, so has to have a lot of impact in the early game. We'll see if he can accomplish that or if Team Magma will run away with that earlier portion once again. Dragon Drop, Neff, boys, take it away. Bring us the hype and bring us an all-important game 2. Team Magma versus Team Fusion. One of these teams suffering their first loss, the other keeping the run of momentum going. Who's it going to be? Let's find out with some Dota 2 action.
Well, thank you indeed. We are back. Smoke from both sides, just trying to get these wards down.
All right. Hold up. Now that Snare's gone, it's just the two of us. You can be honest. You predicted Magma because they have Jakiro and that's it, right?
No comment, but yes.
Right. I figured as much. I've known you for too long, my friend. I've known you for too long.
I mean, that's not the way, right? But then again,
30 seconds to go.
if might just have Cass's curse them, like, who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. All right, mid lane, we're going to talk about some interesting stuff. You see over here, they've actually dropped the observer wards, so they wouldn't scout them out on the enemy team. They ping out the Jakiro, they see that he isn't holding wards, but they never managed to scout Dust with it. So they've got no idea they've got vision that was just placed there. They didn't see it in anyone's inventories. They falsely think that there's vision over here, where Dust and Kazi are currently standing, so they might even commit a sentry onto that one later. And they mind game them successfully, hopefully. 3 bounty runes going the way of Magma. That's why you predicted their big Dragon Drop. You're so smart.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Exactly what I knew was going to happen. Is Ponlo actually taking quite a bit of damage here, but gets a TP out.
That's 100 gold.
Wow,
He's a high armor hero.
You're right. Yeah. Actually, it wasn't, because that's the first free TP that you get.
Yeah, but he's gonna have to buy one now, is what I mean.
It just needs to
Because
die. Then
Ponlo doesn't die. Ponlo doesn't die though,
Okay,
right?
okay, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Fishmen are also going to take in quite a bit of harassment. Does find the stun, but forces him to go back in. Still gets the right clicks into him after all. So this is not going to be the easiest lane.
Ooh.
I missed last on the range. That's awkward. But
Yeah. Looks like we're looking at the mid lane right now. This matchup not going to be too exciting. All right, we're back at the top lane.
Talking about mid, it's so boring, you know.
Yeah.
Gonna,
the top lane instead.
Yeah. So once again,
Marcy,
Viper, right? Viper Marcy.
Yeah. Not interesting. What we care about is the Marcy and her hitting level 2. I talked about that one in the previous game. The amount of gap close and control you have between rebound and dispose is absolutely disgusting. It's like the old Earth Spirit before they changed it around.
Yep.
Way too much damage and disable between these two.
Take a lot of damage down bottom. Now Ponlo does not have another jump until just now. Now has to use it to try and help out Fishman, who's taken up to 7 Fury Swipes, still on level 1, so not the end of the world, but Apollo's the one being run down. Can actually get him. 1, 2, 3. Another dual breath, of course, setting up for the slows. Best hero in the game! First blood secured for his Earth friend.
Best hero in the game. You were talking about the Ursa there, right?
No, I mean, that kill was possible because of the hero.
Right, of course.
Dual breath, you know. Without the slow, Ursa would not have gotten a kill. So.
This is true. This is making things happen. Mercy also making things happen up here in the top lane, but these fire spirits does get put on pause there. Not enough attack speed to be able to continue. I mean, that was that level 2 that we're talking about that makes Mercy so scary.
Yeah.
So you have to be a lot more careful here on both God King and XCJ. Thankfully, he's going to have an easier time on this Enigma than... he's going to have an easier time than the Enigma did. As he's got an escapability. If they commit too hard onto him.
No real follow-up here. As Starbreaker did hit, but now Ponlo once again. I mean, they making sure that Ursa's not hitting all the creeps. They're just getting these kills. This is also not great. Another Starbreaker if they want to try and turn around onto Kazi, but they elect to TP instead.
Yeah.
To keep himself safe.
Surprised he didn't go for that one more last hit. I think it was somewhat obvious that Fishman wanted to TP to that tier 1 tower. So any extra damage, he probably could have gotten one more hit off on him. Would have been kind of big with Furious Waves building up on him. We'll look back up here in the top lane with Mercy salving up and deciding he wants to go in onto these heroes, and that's exactly what he does.
Yep, that's nice and toss back, and it's a good buy, Naga Siren. A whole lot of XCJ can do then in that situation. No more spells to work with. Mercy kind of low. At least the illusion is still working away. And
he's M-clicked onto... Oh, no, he's not. He's auto-attacking.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh. Missing the assets.
Yeah, Mercy's going to head all the way back to base now. But yeah, nice kill there. And that was the punish there for seeing the Naga Siren committing that mirror image. You get the basic Dispel, so you can deal with TZY building up these stacks of poison attack onto you. They managed to single out that real Naga Siren. Once again, God King, 4 minutes in the game, around the same XP and time in. We see him moving into the jungle.
Yeah.
Similar items as last time as well. I have a serious case of deja vu here.
Well, heroes even, like it's also an illusion-based hero. I mean, that does make it so that you can get away with this. You know, you have the ability to farm the struggle. It still is annoying that you have to do that, but that frees up Mercy to go down bottom. Fishman finds a Starbreaker on 2 and the jump away though. He's able to extricate himself out of that situation. And Ponlo, he's the courier and he gets him. Oh, that's a ton of stuff on it. It's a full orb of corrosion and some extra tangos for the Ursa.
Yep. It'll be slowing down it quite a bit. And thanks to our overlay that we have, we can see exactly what's on it. Very cool. Thank you very much, production. You guys are the MVPs. Actually, so yeah, tangos as well as that orb of corrosion.
Oh, man.
I really don't take enough advantage of this feed as I should. A lot of time I'm just looking at my own game, clicking random stuff.
Yeah. It is very helpful indeed. See them all going. Because, used to be able to, way back in the day, you could hit the courier hotkey, and then you would be able to look at that courier's inventory. At some point, they would just patch it out for some reason, so you couldn't do it anymore.
I don't think they patched it out. I think it broke and no one really to fix
yeah.
it.
Same difference.
It was the way
right?
of most things. Yeah.
We used to have replay takeover, you know.
Wow,
Saving
that feature was
games.
never good. That feature was questionable at the best, as creeps didn't spawn with it. There's no way to track where creep positions are on the map with the Dota API, unfortunately. I was looking into that one a little while ago. Anyways, pawn low, making a rotation for the 6-minute rune, but it spawns up in the top. Mercy ends up grabbing it.
Yeah, it's Gaben certainly taking sides here today, but looks of it.
Yeah, and Gaben takes the side of the Dota anime hero. My takeaway is that Gaben is a fan of anime.
Yeah.
XDAJ getting run down for the top lane.
Bottom low, Fishman also being gone on again, but this time he has some help coming. White Album also making a rotation here just in time, hits the coil, and now trying to focus on this Earth. Only level 5, so no safety from that Enrage. It's gonna take them a while. Whoa! White Album almost dropping his own life with the extra couple of Fury swipes in his face. But like I always say, Neff, almost gets you nothing.
Yeah, as we say, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Ever hear that one?
No, and it also seems worse than what I said.
I see. It was a highly contested saying in the studio the first season.
Okay.
No. The Europeans didn't make sense of it.
Yeah, I understand that.
You're on board with the rest of them.
We don't have a lot of horseshoes or hand grenades.
Unfortunate. All right, this is the tower pushing pressure we see over here in the mid lane. Dust has expended his Elder Dragon form, but great at clearing out these waves, and with the catapult helping, doing a decent chunk of damage to this tier 1. Another 20 seconds, he will have the Dragon form available again. He'll be able to clear this one out. Puck, White Album here doing his best to be able to push Dust back off the tower. Meanwhile, in the jungle, as you can see, we're just following God King when experience. Playing Farming Simulator 2022.
Yeah, XJ and Mercy just walked past each other. I'm sure either one of them saw each other. Mercy.
Ships in the night.
Instant silverwort. Saw a nice kill on the Viper earlier. He was still pushing way too deep, all alone up in the top. So, first Dawnbreak all used to get that kill. Means it's a cooldown now for this tier 1 defense, so it's Mercy. Kind of just creating chaos to ensure that this tower does go down. Inevitable here with 5 heroes around and the DK with the Dragon form and that DD rune even. So.
Definitely worth it committing for that mid-tier 1 tower. You can grab that this early. It does give you a lot of control over the map, which you could deny from Naga Siren. All of a sudden, a hero that's great at taking advantage of space with these mirror images starts to struggle. And I do need a plan for this Naga Siren because right now, top of the last hit chart and is a little bit behind some of the cores on the side of Magma, but off to a decent start already. On low, he looks like... Oh, that was almost super sick. He mischiefed, I think, the rebound coming in on himself.
Oh, man.
And if you can block the damage, then you can hop to the tree a moment later. Because you don't end up taking the tick from that one.
Yep.
Almost managed to get that one off.
Again with the almost, and White Album actually does get caught by the ice path, but on level 1, so not a long interruption whatsoever. Yeah, Ursa's getting a lot of space here, like, even though they did kill him at one time, he also 3 kills to his name, and a decent amount of last hits, so sitting on top of the net worth chant. Viper following him right after, and then it's Dust. Once again, it is God King who's the highest farmed hero on their side. I mean, the White Album is struggling somewhat.
Yeah, which isn't great, but, it's the nature of Puck. You're going to be able to recover and have fairly high impact, just remembering that Witchblade and Blink Dagger. And, he's making himself another stack. He'll clear this one out and have reasonable farm after this one, and he can find himself an Arcane Rune. Potentially a kill on a Mercy as well. Maybe not with, the best hero in the world here.
Yeah. Possible. There's jump up towards the top though. Is a 4 for 1 when all is said and done there, and no chance for the Viper as a result. That's what Magma continue to push down mid, though. They have another Dragon Form. They have another Catapult Wave.
I mean, they're not taking the tier 2 mid lane. Let's be honest with each
No,
other.
they're not taking it. They pressure it.
Uh,
They win, though. Unfortunate.
yeah. I mean, you push into that one. You threaten Tower Flak, which is going to do a lot of damage at this point in the game.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're just forcing out the glyph, forcing out TPs. Opens up.
I'm
and then
not
you can
convinced.
start going to the jungle looking for Naga Siren.
Or you could stay home and not do those things. That's me.
Gamer answer, yeah, but it's not the gamer answer,
Right.
It's a gamer answer, but not the pro gamer answer. I think it's the
Yeah.
way to put it. Because we talked about how we'll need to play the draft, right? Kind of just go in, build that momentum. I don't know if you win this game if you let Naga farm.
Yeah, you definitely don't. And at this point, they're now grouping up as if they want to invade the enemy team's jungle. And exactly what they're going to do. Mercy couldn't connect with XCJ, though.
Let's get the distance. TJ's position in this entire series, though, has been amazing. Like, even on Clockwork in the last game, he was doing so much work breaking smokes and tanking ganks.
Ooh,
Now,
Fire Spirit's connected with the Ursa.
yeah,
That's going to be a massive pain in the ass. Dust thankfully can take this one up, make it a little bit easier. And they are going to be able to clean up this Roshan. So they forced them far enough away from the pit that they can take this one. Now it's still relatively even, despite the fact that Magma controls the majority of the map, and they just managed to get that first Roshan, though. So Fusion doing pretty well for themselves, all things considered.
and they made the conscious choice. Alright, we're not going to try to contest this. We're going to take this time to catch up. And Dawnbreak also right up there now with TZY, only a couple on gold difference. White Album also closing in on Dragon Knights. And obviously, Naga Siren still being very effective clicking creeps. So they've been quite efficient across the map when it comes to farming at the very least and keeping that net worth advantage close. Oh, Ursa got the right tree! He got the monkey again. Honlo in a lot of trouble, especially with Mercy also hanging around. XCJ Kazi though is the fight down bottom. It's gonna be a 2-for-1. More TPs coming in here is kind of stuck, but that's where the song comes in. Just TP out.
Yeah. Unfortunately, God King not able to TP out. This is still on cooldown for another 10 seconds, so XCJ makes a slow exit alongside him. But, yeah. They do end up going down there on the Viper and the Chico Drive pretty heavily behind the tier 1 tower. Well, they went for that kill on to Ponla, so they are punished for that. They don't end up getting the tower in and of itself, though, so control of the map still completely in favor of the side of Magma, having taken the tier 1 up in the top lane and the mid.
Yeah,
Still.
any tower damage done by Team Fusion at the moment.
Yeah. In fact, they're going to grab this bottom tier 1 as well. It doesn't look like anyone wants to get in position to defend this one. So Ursa cleaning this up, and he'll get a bit of... he might back off now. Yeah, in fact, he does.
It's kind of all alone. The rest of his team showing up in mid around Viper. Smoked up, trying to find somebody, but once again, Fusion do not want to even think about engaging into this here. So if they wrap around all the way, they'll find XCJ as they still see the fire spirits bouncing on this lane.
Yeah, getting a kill off on him is going to be difficult. You do have that dive to escape. You got Supernova as well, and you between the tier 1 and tier 2 towers.
Yeah.
Interrupt that sunrise, so he's not going to be able to flow through the trees here. Dispose back. They do end up getting him.
Yeah. That's a full rotation for 5 position and the tier 1 offlane tower, which was going to go down anyway. Can click away a little bit on this tier 2 if they want to, but instead they TP top to defend here. This tower almost dead. Blink stun though, catches White Album. Also takes a bunch of poison to the face. The call comes through, the jump away. Just enough distance for the moment here, but Mercy also pretty damn fast. Another poison. There's the illusory orb. Just enough distance, perhaps again. No, there it is. Another blink, another stun.
But I think their tier 1 tower up in the top lane might just go down off of this one as the creep wave ends up connecting with it, so Puck ends up getting the last laugh there. There it goes. So,
Space
first objective taken.
As We do see Ursa down bottom, still has stages though, so not a great target. Viper though, something completely different. Just 1 point up in the route, if we can just get the vision, and they can invade Fishman. Ready to jump in, and TZY, not long for the world because of all of this. And now, okay, XCJ gets an ultimate out, and okay, that's the Aegis being triggered. He did not have the overpower available to try and counter this. Get him a second time, maybe they can, as the Enrage buys him some space. Polo gets the ultimate out, Kazi caught in middle, he's down, and now they can't even leave the ultimate. He's dead too! Triple kill for Naga Siren. God King living up to his name. They're not done yet. Mercy also in a bit of trouble. Stunned up and burst down by White Album. Make it a 4 for nothing then. How'd they do this?
Yeah. Absolutely disgusting. Ended up just going too far forward there, and unfortunately they just didn't have the mana on Jakir to be able to help there. If he demanded the mana to throw down the Macro Pyre, an Ice Path, it would have been able to save the Ursa as he got back up, but they didn't have the resources to take that last team fight.
Yeah.
Absolutely disgusting there from Team Fusion. They managed to pull that one off.
So ready to say, dude, look at that Macro Pyre, dude. But I couldn't.
Unfortunately, didn't have the mana to look at that Macro Pyre.
Yeah. Huge victory.
As they say,
Yeah.
what can you do? Top lane, punish Pawn low as he tries to bounce on the creep wave and hop back up.
Yeah.
Quick fingers there by Dust.
Very nicely done indeed. At least make it a statement, you know.
Yeah, super annoying to deal with Monkey Kings who pulled this one off. Very effective wave flip pushing the map. Just very quickly boundless strike, tree dance, and then hop back up onto the tree after you Primal Spring onto the wave.
Yeah.
Clears it out. But, you know, Dust expecting that one to come out from the Monkey King, and he managed to get the punish there. It's just kind of unfortunate because Ponlo is quite close to that Wraith Pack totem that he's working on right now.
Oh, yeah.
Still just about, 700 gold off?
Something like that.
Slows him down a little bit.
Well, it'll get there eventually, so once again have that extra. But yeah, Naga Siren as well with all of that extra money gotten from the kills. Looking for that Aghanim Scepter, which is obviously incredibly powerful. It allows you to ensnare spell immune units and also sleeping units. You can use the song aggressively, set up the root, set up the ensnare before they can react to it. So it's just incredible.
Yeah, it can be very effective this game. It gives you on top of Viper. He's not able to get away from you. You can very obviously see his item build is Boot to Travel and BKB. What better than piercing his magic immunity and stopping him from having that extra movement speed from the Boot to Travel?
Yeah.
Countering that out his entire build with a single item, and it's going to be very important for the Ursa and Dragon Knight as well. Kiting around his Naga Siren and taking advantage of your AoE damage with another Toxin, with the Fireballs, with the Jakiro spell kit is what Naga Siren wants to do. So shutting this down with the Aghanim Scepter is going to be key.
Yeah.
This game.
Especially with the BKBs, like even if Viper gets the BKB out and can run inside that ultimate, the rest of the team might not be able to do that. So he's the only viable target for the ensnare, and just it can work against you in some ways.
Punished again.
Fine. Kazi also run at down bottom, and it'll be a 1-for-1 across the map, I suppose. 4-for-5 position.
Yeah, Leash down in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Ponlo, trying to finish up these items here. Ends up getting bounced on. Or, sorry, he tries to Primal Spring the Creep Wave again, and the Blink Dagger into the Dispose. Sets up the stun for Dust to be able to follow that one up.
Did finish the totem though, so
Yep.
losing too much money. White Album, gotta be a bit careful here. Just silence forward into the stun. Do they have enough follow-up? Is the question. The answer is no. Sunray comes through as well as Fishman. Plenty of heal. Nice Ice Bomb. Look at that Macro Pyre. That's a Supernova in a great position. Though they have to abandon this attempt. And it's White Album in front. No coil to keep them in place here. Now sees all 4 remaining Radiant heroes. In a bit of trouble here. Another stun available. Right now they have to keep the puck. Ends up being
Losing
a
White
little
Album,
too much.
not great.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that time, they're able to make that counter initiation, so we don't see the same result to that team fight that we saw earlier by the bottom tier 1 on the Radiant side. Beautiful Macro Pyre and Ice Path in order to curb that engagement there from Team Fusion, which is really what you need this game. he's going to be one of the most important targets, I think, as this game goes on. And Kazu realizes that he needs a force staff to get himself the hell out once they realize that he is very important. In the last team fight, it was mostly the Dragon Knight's damage. He does a solid amount of AoE himself. He managed to get 3 Dragon Tails off, just about 3k damage from him. Top lane.
Unlock. Cut the right tree. So much thunderation. So.
Yeah, Spooky Skull he gets off but dies anyways, and that is an extra 100 gold that you end up giving up for that one. If you're a little bit more careful about that now.
Yep.
20 gold wasn't that big of a deal, but 5 times that amount? Necessary nerfs to this Wraith Pack totem, though.
Absolutely. They previously spent so much time, even 5 hits rather than 4 now, and then you get 20 gold at a time where 20 gold is literally nothing. That's a quick reaction here, White Album. Ooh, quick jump to prevent the dispose from Marcy. The coil just to keep himself alive, so very costly, but it is what a bug does, you know, just...
Did he dodge the Dragon Tail in melee range?
Pretty much,
phase shift?
yeah.
Is that what happened there?
Yeah.
I mean, it was so short that I missed it.
It was melee range, but it was still a projectile, right? So it was like a couple of milliseconds.
Yeah, exactly. That's the second time I've seen that recently. I think I saw an Ember Spirit do it as well with a Sleight of Fist in melee range. So, like, you obviously want to pop Dragon Form in order to get that off onto people, but against a hero like Puck, where you have no
maybe you don't.
time.
Yeah, maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe you just want to blink and melee form and get that instant stun, you know?
Yeah. If you get like an Aeon Disc, or sorry, an Aether Lens, and drop the Dragon Tail into someone, all of a sudden it has like longer range and no projectile time. So it's actually more effective to use it in melee form than ulting afterwards. And it's actually pretty viable to go for that Octarine Core and Dragon Knight now. I see people do it like post Aghanim Scepter to have more uptime bottom lane.
Why teaming straight into the Monkey King ult as well as that there's Avengers tipping in. Beautiful positioning on that 2.1 high one. TZY will still die, and so will the Jakiro. Dust caught in the middle. They have the detection, and also BKB to try and get away, but when experienced, a couple of extra right clicks, Fishman with Stopbreaker come in. They actually not getting him. He gets blinked out. So extra follow-up control, though still focused on Ursa. They got that extra Aegis. That's not gonna mean that he'll live through this entire situation here. Another couple of stuns or roots, just too much from the ensnare. He's fighting as much as possible, doing tons of damage to everyone with the Battle Fury, but ultimately we see another replica of that earlier tier 1 team fight in the bottom lane. It's Fusion, just getting the drop on them.
They have the drop on them and is not able to clear out any of these heroes. They end up getting way too much damage off. Actually, most damage done by Dawnbreaker in the last team fight, as we can see with this fight recap here. And yes, Ursa managed to hit people, but he couldn't 1v5 this one. Everyone else got cleaned up way too fast.
Yeah.
So, not being able to kite these heroes around anymore. Nagasai doing a great job of controlling people up, and Dawnbreaker dropping the hammer on them.
And also talking about that, like if
they kind of went in by one as well, which is unfortunate.
Awkward. Apollo looking for Mercy, kind of all alone, swing a little bit for Fishman to go in as follow-ups, another free kill.
Yep.
But anyway, we kind of talk about it as well. Like if Fusion have all their ultimates, it can get very tough to play into them. Certainly with that axe on the Naga, and certainly also with XCJ's positioning. With the egg, once again on the high ground, no way to actually counter that out for Magma, even if they wanted to with the Ursa.
Oh no, the net ends up coming out. There's the force staff coming to play from
Double stun here, the tree dies before he can get the ultimate off. Fishman keeping the life a little bit longer, but just a little bit too much damage over time. He'll be traded for Jakiro, and now Naga though, that's a big kill if they can get it. The song comes out just in the nick of time. There's some damage over time on it from the Dragon Knight, and it is just enough maybe with the ice path not connecting here, but Ursa very close to blink stun will finally do it.
Oh, it looked like God King was going to get away with murder there. They do have to buy back Jay and Jakiro at the tail end of that team fight in order to make that one happen, but they do catch the Naga Siren, so fight finally ends up going their way.
Damn,
looked very dicey there for a moment.
If they didn't get that, that would have just been a moral loss of epic proportions as it stands. They do get the very, very important Naga kill, and oh god, bottom White Album has a bit of trouble, gets stunned up. They're low on mana.
He's gonna use one spell here in order to get away. He's got to choose wisely. So he's got this and the Blink Dagger.
Oh, I can't. It's being put on
Shot.
cooldown with Corrosive Breath.
Yeah.
Oh. Unfortunate.
Yeah. That damage over time doing the trick. But yeah, in that previous team fight, I mean, Kazi ended up doing a lot. I think the big thing was them catching Ponlo coming in on that tree. 4-second stun getting off, and him not getting the Wraith Pack totem. Finally managing to put damage on these heroes in this team fight.
Yeah.
The Wraith Pack, they haven't been able to focus down on anybody. And yes, you can clear it out reasonably quick with the Ursa, but if you can get on top of it, and then helping prevent that one. He had the Aghanim Scepter queued up for a moment on this Ursa, but he's changed his mind. He's instead gone for the BKB, and he's got the Basher queued up next.
Got an XCJ, but now root up on Jakiro, forced out to buy some time. It's only the illusions clicking at him. Getting more and more annoying to deal with them, but now actually not going for the stanky build, like having the Orchid queued up next. So all in on this, like, hey, I want to kill people kind of idea. All right, what do you think about this Ursa? How much?
Where we at with them?
Yeah, because like he's double the net worth shot, but how much is that net worth actually doing?
It's not nearly as effective, but eventually he's going to get out farmed by this Naga Siren too. I mean, the Battle Fury Ursa does farm reasonably fast, but not as quick as the huge movement speed on Naga with the Mantis Die, with the illusions and the Riptides. You have the entire map. The world is your oyster on this hero, and you'll start to fall further behind as it goes on. You also use like your net worth more effectively on this hero, I feel. Like your 6 slows.
XK right there gets transposed. Fishman trying to come in with the heal, but it was not enough. Now he's in trouble. Pops the BKB. Orchid just to buy some extra space, so that'll be the end of that. Could have maybe taken a fight if XJ survives. They get the Supernova out, but not like that.
Yeah. Well, quick kill off onto Phoenix. Not so bad though. When he's dead, he's got this Philosopher's Stone, still collecting passive income.
Always nice.
Yep. Well, this buys them a little bit more time on their side of the map. The next major objective, of course, is going to be this Roshan. Be the third one coming up here, and we'll figure out when another minute and 40 seconds. So I imagine that's we're going to see the next big team fight. Ponlo, they don't realize that he's... Oh, they're going to know now.
Well,
pretty sure they
with
should
the ultimate coming out, but it might be too late. TZY actually kind of splitting the focus a little bit. Dragonite being gone on, caught by the root. It takes forever to actually get that kill, but they will find it eventually. Maybe Marcy is still there, creating some chaos, doing some damage over on this Dawnbreaker. Nagasarn gets the ultimate out just to run away. White Album creating some extra chaos to make sure. Actually, no, maybe to re-engage. This coil on too. Marcy kinda low. A couple extra right clicks will finish that job. So it's a 2-for-1 trade so far. White Album kind of daring them to re-engage and look for more.
Pops that BKB early. That Aghanim Scepter coming into play there. Not able to dispel it, obviously, and then no Force Staff, so well, no one was close to drop Force Staff on you anyways, but when you have the BKB, they're not able to Force Staff you, so there's no way of getting out there on the DK. Still, nice to turn that around, found the kill on the Dawnbreaker at the very least.
Still hanging around here, TZY showing himself, but
I'm surprised they're keeping up the pressure up here. I don't see them being able to take this building. And if they put somebody in front of it, then it becomes very easy for Magma to get the favorable initiation.
Yeah.
So they're backing off now.
And Fishman was always going to be able to rejoin, but without Nagasar there, it's no real threat.
Look at Nagasar finishes up a Bloodthorn now. Huge item pickup.
Yep. Yeah, he's going to be able to melt whoever he catches if he's a bunch of illusions and himself clicking away at that.
It's such a good item, especially this game. Even like the extra magic resist that you get from it, on top of anybody, it is massive.
Yeah, it's the Mage Slayer thing embedded into it now, right? Forgetting that, but
yeah, exactly.
Performance smoke rotation here. Oh, Park! Oh, quick click, and still Earth's on top of him.
Dude, their initiation is just botched because of this.
Brick Gold comes in here. Dragonite isolated though. He dies so fast with all this percentage-based damage, and now they're on the ropes trying to TP out and doing so successfully on all the heroes to find the scurry. Damn, yeah, that was crazy for White Album once again.
Yeah, Rouge is back up now as well. They can take advantage of this, move over to the pit and clear this before they get the third one. I mean, this is Aegis Cheese and the Aghanim's Blessing. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Move over to the pit. So, Dragon Knight dead. That boss initiation there onto the puck. Massive punish coming out now from the side of Team Fusion. We're starting to get to that late game place where Magma Siren is going to be too swole to control. Yep. Once again, they showed they're able to stall this one out and meet the timing they want to on the side of Team Fusion. No way they can test this one on Magma. It would be suicide to go into this one, right?
Casting spells to try and at least chase Fusion out, but yeah, no, Ursa is right there on top of it. The song comes through. Evolution's ready to go though on God King. Have to stall this out a little bit more, and Silence is stacking up on Ursa as Pika of zone roots it up, but he can dispel it. Now looks like for the man fight, doesn't get it though. Is Naga a little bit too fast? Supernova also coming out.
The Supernova is huge.
Shan is so freaking low. They want to kind of go in and fight it. The illusion's not lasting all that long. As the coil catches a couple, Kiro very low, but inside the pit, Roshan finally falling. White Album gets the Aegis. Rohag is Scepter picked up by somebody.
It's picked up by the Ursa. He quickly grabs the Aghanim's Blessing.
Yeah,
pops that one.
It's not over yet though. That's rooted up inside his BKB. Fishman rejoining his White Album's low, but not low enough. His teammates coming in the nick of time to help him out. So even with that snag, Ursa still dies. Most of his team also dies. Aegis still in the hands of Team Fusion. And now they're barreling down mid lane. No creeps for a little while, but also no enemy heroes.
Yeah, nobody's able to clear this one out either. They don't have Kira up or Viper for another 20 seconds, so they are going to lose at the very least this tier 2 tower, I believe. They go bottom lane instead. They want to shove this one and potentially go to the tier 3. They don't want to waste time with the tier 2. Fortify will buy them a little bit of time. I'm not sure they'll be able to take a set of racks here, but tier 3 is looking pretty likely at the moment.
Ibex from Ursa or Dragon Knight, so... And they have some sort of higher defense here once Shakira comes
Viper's got to be careful just TPing in like this. They can run straight at him. There's the net.
But he's already too far out. He can dispel it. Oh, Marcy. He's going in though. Sunray keeping everyone standing. Fishman taking tons of damage here with Mercy just clicking away. And he'll take out the damage over time. 1-for-1 trade. As Shakira now comes in. Dropping in the ice buff. Easy Y. Oh. Don't really want to fight in a break on Naga Siren, so they're just gonna call it quits after not even taking the tower. So enough nonsense being thrown out to make Fusion back off here, certainly with Fishman dropping down.
Yeah. A timely retreat there. They don't lose too much, but the kill onto Fishman there definitely discouraged them from continuing that push, though. Nice defense mounted there, but Marcy dying for that, but you know, it kind of caught you for the tier 3 at that point.
Oh my god, what? How does Ursa find the right tree every single time? Make it blaze, styling on Ponlo, left, right, and center.
Yeah.
My god.
Yeah, they ping it out thinking that they have vision or something up there. I'm not sure how he caught that one as I wasn't looking at the time, but Ponlo ends up going down again. In that last, in the fight by Roshan, up in the top lane, Mercy ended up finding a solo kill off on Apollo on his Monkey King as well, but we didn't end up capturing on the main camera. So he has gone down a couple of times trying to make cheeky plays here.
Yeah. Poor Ponlo, by the way. The guy's 0, 10, 15 this game.
Hey man, he's being effective in these fights. Like, the Wraith Pack totems are going down. He's scouting out a lot of information.
Yeah, he's been setting up for a lot of team fights as well. Just scouting, sitting on the trees, and then getting that ultimate down to make things awkward.
Yeah, it's no Bobaca Monkey King, but it's decent, you know.
That's alright, that's alright.
Yeah.
Alright.
Once we're on the map.
Up. Maybe I do have smoke. They do have plenty of smoke on Phoenix if they wanted to use that. They still have the Aegis for a little while, so you would expect these kind of moves, which is also why Magma kind of sitting close to each other at the moment.
And the issue with this one is if you play too far forward or aggressive with the puck with this Aegis. You know, they can potentially catch you with an ice path and then chain stun you as you get back up. So you're less likely to make a play with this on puck than you would be somebody else.
It doesn't have an Aeon Disc at the moment. Just the Lincoln Sphere this time around to protect himself. So.
Yeah, Shiva's Guard completed now on the Dawnbreaker.
Okay. Just panic on the Ursa, so... Well, Shiva's already a bit of a counter, of course, with that healing reduction. All sitting around in the mid. All still goes down.
You know, it's a bit of a blessing that this Ursa got the blessing. He's thinking about building the Ekidom Scepter himself earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very nice to be able to cast that while disabled. He is forced into it right now as Mercy in the back have to fight into all of these teamfight spells. So Marcy isolated off to the side. They'll go down first while the illusions are just holding up the rest of Magma. Now the card catches Stu, looking for perhaps a Dragonite first. Monkey King, well, taking that damage dust will fall, but now King falls into that song. And then rage through that. And that'll buy them the space to reset. Mercy buying back. It's a little bit awkward. Can they find a way in there? But they're all very healthy. The push back on the Ursa into the stun, but again, no illusions means Nagasan can't really fight now. Once again, the initiation, another root comes out. Dawnbreaker's already dead. The rest of Fusion have to leave here.
He's up.
But Magma, can they chase here? The jump forward. Onto the illusions, rooted up. And they still get away. There's just so much mobility on
they
that
don't get
here.
away.
Oh no, God King in so much trouble, all alone, finally caught. No song, no nothing, except death for him right here. And such a big problem.
We talked about these curses, Dragon Drop, and you did that instantly there. It was impressive how quickly he cursed our boy God King there. He ends up going down quite quickly. Not far out enough, unfortunately. And, you know, we've seen these teamfights, how good they are at clearing out these illusions. And Naga Siren illusions just, like, getting caught at the edge of the Macro Pyre. It is doing a lot to them.
Yeah. Yeah, and as I was saying, without these illusions, the damage output from God King is severely limited.
They did... they maybe got a little bit over aggressive there. One of them did hit his 25. I think he picked up a tome before that last team fight. Bottom, they tried to go on a Mercy. I don't think he's really in any threat.
White Element time to be very cheeky here with a Psychic Headband.
Yeah.
He was earlier to push in the Ursa deeper into his team, trying to break the coil with it this time, you know.
Yeah. Mercy was hugging the center of that coil, thankfully, so he doesn't end up going down. His ways.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's a Nullifier coming in now for God King, as Magma claiming a tier 2. Yeah. Nullifier for Naga, is it going to change the dynamic?
Pardon me? Nullifier for Magma? I mean, this will
For Naga Siren,
help
right?
with, like... Yeah. This will help with the Force Staff and whatnot.
Yeah.
Actually, what is this one for? It's got to be for more than the Force Staff. They're really that annoyed about a single Force Staff?
Well, I guess there's also Mjolnir on Viper.
Yeah.
The overpower stacks on
Couple
Ursa,
things.
perhaps?
Yeah. Important, actually. At first, it doesn't have overpower. He has absolutely no attack speed. And he just dies. It's multiple reasons. It's all those things together. I think the overpower is one of the biggest ones, though.
Yeah. We'll see. Once again, another game going into the later stages. We haven't had that one big breakout where they're all of a sudden a 10k net worth advantage just yet, though. As this game has been very close this entire time. Now a couple of extra items coming out. Another Lotus Orb on the Dragon Knight. A refresher for XCJ. He's a very rich Phoenix.
Yeah, man's been able to...
Also see in this.
Yeah, we're up to 165 seconds on this thing now, so... better not get caught out again for the next little bit. As far as other items this game, I mean, Monkey King Apollo now working on an Eye of Scotty, which should be pretty effective in these teamfights, be able to slow these heroes down quite a bit. I mean, again, if you have like the Nullifier plus this Eye of Scotty, this attack speed's going to be down to like. Hold on, I need to wait for his overpower to. It's not going to end, but I need it to end to be able to see what his attack speed is going to be. There we go. It'll be down to like, God,
0.86 seconds.
140. Yeah, it will not be fast attacks once this Eye of Scotty is done, plus the Shiva's Guard. So if he's not overpowering, he won't be with the Nullifier. It's
Yep. It is now.
It's going to be surprisingly effective. This is an interesting way to use this one.
Cheap thing for the park as well. So just a slew of items coming in for both teams. Roshan, fairly long respawn. He's still 20 seconds on the clock. So, but that'll be the next battlefield for sure.
Yep. Thankfully, one experienced God King about to get his level 25. So either the cooldown on his mirror image. Yeah, that is exactly what he's going for.
Yeah, he needs those illusions. 15 seconds now. And
yeah, so we can just respawn these things after they get cleared out pretty easily.
So there's 4 illusions from that because you also went for that +1 talent. 2 from the Manta style.
Yeah, many illusions is what you're saying here.
Can we have one set of mirror image illusions, right? So if you cast it again, the others despawn? Is that how it works?
Yep.
Yeah.
That is correct. At least the mirror image ones will despawn, not the Manta style. Same source.
Roche is back up as stun connects to the Dragon Knight and can actually do something with that. They can indeed. They get the chain stun up and DK is dead already without a buyback. What a huge play there from Fishman.
Not even close to a buyback.
Like he knew he was baiting on that and now gets the follow-up stun over on the Viper, but no chase there is actually trying to bring down Phoenix and will be doing so successfully. Mosley caught in the middle here, too many illusions. Now the call though catches Fierce. Need a bit of extra control. God King makes it a bit awkward here. So turning it on Fishman, that's another fire coming through. He cannot fight. Forced out the way, trying to get him to safety. Another hex, another kill, and now the fire being caught on the front line as well. Buying back who they can buy back, but still leaves them 2 heroes short. Fusion have the Viper, who have the Phoenix, who can return into the fight, TP to the outpost, get that 2 sets of supernovas if he wants to.
Yeah, they managed to catch out the Dragon Knight at the beginning of the fight, which is actually incredibly important because his stun and the AoE damage, the damage reduction he's getting from the Breathe Fire as well, all crucial to their team fight. Yeah. And they do get the Phoenix before his Aeon Disc was off a cooldown, still under 15 seconds on that one, but once the DK was down, they just didn't have enough control or AoE clear to deal with Nagasire, and the others just running their faces into these heroes.
It's a Roche will fall reasonably quickly here. This time, no contest. HSG's Refresher and another Agnum Scepter, perhaps for the Dawnbreaker. Very powerful.
Obviously going to be back up pretty soon, but that makes things so much harder, man.
Are they doing it again?
So much harder. Maybe. They're scaling to the late game reasonably well on the side of Magma, I will say. But they definitely want to be winning this one earlier.
Yeah.
And at this point, we talked about this one earlier, the Eye of Scotty that Pauno's going for, he's starting to be scaling into a core. He's going to be doing reasonable right-click damage in these fights instead of just like somebody who scouts things out and drops a Wraith Pact.
Yeah.
In fact, he just about has the gold right now.
All right. So all these advantages, though, not all of a sudden the 20k net worth lead that we're talking about was never really a thing before that in this game. Finally made that happen with another huge Roche fight.
Yep. And a Refresher Shard available. So Sheepstick, Refresher Shard, double Dream Coil, it's piercing, BKB. I mean, these next couple of minutes, with the Aegis advantage as well, you simply cannot fight into Team Fusion. You're sitting on your high ground for the next little while and just accepting that they get to build up a couple more items.
So much nonsense that a lot of that all of Fusion can throw out at you. I mean, Sunrays and Supernovas in great positions ×2. And Nagasire, Illusions, Nullifiers. Like, If Naga gets their hands on you, you're going to die. If you're in the front line, like rooted up, bunch of illusions next to you, Bloodthorn, Nullifiers, like there's no escaping that. You
No.
Then you have Fishman now with a fresh free Aghanim, so you can do so much more healing, do so much more work with that Solar Guardian. It's rough to fight into that if you're Magma. Let's get the Nullifier on Marcy as well now. Lotus Orbs. Excuse me.
Yeah. So this sheepstick that God King's working on, I don't think going to buy out for this one. But in fact, I don't think he's going to get it by the time he pushes the high ground here. He probably wants to take advantage of this Aegis when they're going for it. Defending right now is just so difficult.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Right. Base has yet to be broken though. They still have the rest here in the game, Neff. They still have the Jakiro.
This is true. It's not easy to push the high ground into this. You know, a single good ice path can't
Here we
be-
go! And it's XCJ almost died! Despite that, here Supernova comes out, but they get the right clicks down. Is that enough space? Fight back, turns into the fight. Fishman though also dead. He can buy back, but cannot jump in for the moment here. God King dropping low in the front. He'll die first. Or die once, I suppose. Unlock. His ultimate has expired. Now God King coming in, stunned up once more. There we go. Supernova number 2. That might finally do it here. Sunray did so much work. God King low, but so is everyone on Magma. Have fallen like flies. Only Jakiro last one standing, but cannot solo carry no matter how good he is. And this will be it. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 goes the way of Team Fusion again.
A quick 2-0, well, not too quick,
Not so
but,
quick, but very impressive.
but managing to bring this one back 2 games in a row, despite the overwhelming early game advantage coming out from Team Magma in both these games, managed to hold on long enough to God King to get his farm, and he has 2 wonderful games in a row because of that. He begs the question, God King struggling before because of his team, is this what happens when you set him up for success? Because it looks damn good. At least in my opinion.
It did look very good. Yeah, I mean, put your hopes and dreams on God King's shoulders, on that the pillow on the shoulders even. So they're resting comfortably if they're resting on a shoulder pillow, right?
My
Right,
goodness,
of course.
what a game from them. God King carrying them to victory. But gentlemen, they didn't just win out the game for Team Fusion with a strong 2-0. They upended a lot of what we thought this game was going to be like. Because yes, it did end late. Yes, the Naga got big later on. But Neff, they started fighting much sooner than expected. It felt like they decided on the side of Team Fusion that, you know what, turns out Naga-san's actually an early game hero. We're going to pitch up en masse, turn 5 hero fights into an overwhelming advantage for ourselves. And we were talking about how Team Magma has this very high aggressive push. They can play the game at a very high tempo, do things very quickly on the map. But does it start to all fall apart when you can never actually do anything on the map because you're always fighting against this Naga lineup?
Yeah, it really felt like it did fall apart for those reasons mentioned. I think the worst part of it all, where they lost their early game momentum, is when they took that kind of awkward team fight nearby the bottom tier 1 on the Radiant side. Jakiro just didn't have the mana for them to keep up with that one. And it's like you mentioned, the 5-man early on with the Naga side, I think took them by surprise on Team Magma. They weren't expecting them to come out with an overwhelming force quite so quick.
Yep, definitely. They did a lot of things too quickly. And speaking of speed, as we look through something on that things that happened in this game, drag and drop, man, these item timings, you have to hear this. First, we're going to be seeing this fight, which I really thought for a long time that they're going to just back off, but they really got caught with their pants down. Unfortunately, even with an Aegis available, not really much you can do. But I want to talk about this Aegis, not the Aegis, sorry, the Ursa, because we anticipated the Ursa being able to help deal with that supernova egg. It turned out, though, that Team Fusion had a lot of ways to protect the egg. Ursa only actually popped it twice the entire game, once in a critical moment, but that was at the end of the game already when things were already over. How bad is it for Magma? It's so bad. It's difficult to play a game into the Phoenix when there's no actual counter, it turned out, to the Supernova.
Yeah, you have to be on top of the egg. You have to have overpower ready to be able to counter it. And in those kind of team fights, like a lot of the team fights that Magma ended up losing where they just got picked off one by one, and then they were kind of half retreating, half trying to re-engage, and Fusion just punishing them every step of the way. So just that extra crispness of teamfight execution that just win in Fusion's favor more often than not in this game. And it's, we see it here again. And then the decision to just TP in,
This egg
thinking,
was
all right,
great,
we
by
can
the
take
way.
this fight. And and you can't take this fight. You can't take an easy fight if Fusion has all of their ultimates available, right?
Yeah,
And
not
we
at
see
all.
it again, certainly not if you're TPing in one by one. And XCJ's egg positions, just excellent this entire game.
Yep. XCJ actually had such a good performance in this series overall that Ponlo got somewhat relegated in farm priority. They're like, all right, man, you just go die. It's cool. XCJ will pick up the slack on the back end. But Neff, yet again, we see a situation where there is a huge disparity in their itemization. I don't think Magma's itemization was anything outlandish in this particular game. It felt a lot more cookie cutter than in game one. There we see poor Ponlo. By the way, I had a counter going of how many times you got cut down from a tree. It was 6 the entire game.
Oh,
Hilarious.
Uh-huh.
But their itemization on Fusion, listen to this, Neff. Fastest Wraith Pact of all time on the Monkey King. 8th fastest Bloodthorn on Naga Siren, out of 73 pickups. And the 10th fastest Nullifier of all time out of 30 pickups on Gwen Experience here for the God King. Do they just really have a better read on what items to buy over and above Team Magma and which order to get them to be most effective in the game?
I think they just farm quicker and more effectively than Team Magma. I mean, we saw that in game number 1 as well. Despite the fact that Magma was controlling the map, they were ahead on kills by a significant amount. They still managed to find items and build exactly what they need in order to fight into Magma, know exactly what their timing is, and they do a great job at delaying and building exactly what it is they need in order to fight into these heroes on Magma. And maybe a little bit less cohesion on the side of Magma. I mean, we saw 2 Soul Carasses coming out in the first game, but definitely a little bit questionable. But this surprises me, given that, Fusion is the newer team between the 2 of these. So very disciplined by Fusion to itemize so well.
Yep.
Discipline indeed. This items pickup on the Ursa honestly helped them out so much. Very difficult. Didn't get that grab, but unfortunately, even with that, it turned out not to be enough, and too many heroes just falling down to the wayside on their lineup. And once this Naga Sirens got bigger and bigger, there's just no recovery for a hero like Ursa. Unfortunately, that will mean that Team Magma suffer their first loss here. One big thing about this game, though, is it did feel like they actually had a bit of trouble drag and drop. Half these replays, you can see that Team Fusion able to isolate, all right, who do we want to kill? We find that target, we bring them down. Not as easy for Team Magma to do as time goes on, because all these heroes started getting so tanky and so much more difficult to kill.
Yeah. The later game wins, like the more difficult these kind of team fights go for Magma, because you keep seeing them try to deal with the Phoenix first, like even in the fight before, even in this one, kind of have to deal with the egg and then try to focus them down one by one. But they're kind of spreading out a little bit too much, and sometimes, they're getting these kind of circumstances where they can do it to Fusion, just getting them off one by one. But in this situation, like obviously God King comes back, everyone else buys back into the fight, returns, and then that second round of spells, which is too much, and all is said and done, just set up by the previous Roche engagement. But yeah, they just came on a margin. I mean, this was still very high class Dota from both teams, and just some of these small things going in Fusion's favor, just by the way they ended up drafting and also playing around that Naga Siren, of course. And just being able to be very quick. Yeah, kind of, yeah. They're being like Fusion was very quick with their decision making, with their itemization, as you guys were talking about, with the positioning, and just with the shot calling of saying, "Hey, this guy's overextended. Let's kill him off," and then a couple of seconds later, he's dead, right? And then straight up move on to the next one. So they've been very quick and very smart about making these choices inside the team fight.
Speaking of decisions that they make, Neff, on the side of Team Fusion here, even though they were in a very decent position early on in the game, it seems to be the case that no matter what, this team always wants to take the game later and later. Yet you always see like the item queues for someone like Pono, for example, highly greedy items that want him to scale as the game goes on. Do you think this is a trend that's going to keep persisting as this team goes deeper into the run here in Division 2, presumably into Division 1 next season? We don't know just yet, but is this going to be part of the team's identity to always have this later game, a portion of the series in mind for their victory conditions?
This is kind of a cop-out answer, but I think it's too early to tell. What they're doing right now continues to be effective, and I think until they lose the game, a game like this, they won't necessarily switch it up. I'm not sure if I would call what Ponlo is doing that greedy. He's essentially just going, okay, if I'm having a bad game, I'm taking a lot of deaths, I can go for this Wraith Pact item and continue to be effective in the team fights, even if they focus me down and I'm not that big myself.
I mean, he's always going Wraith Pact, right? No matter what. So he's
Every game.
absolutely every game. So
I'm sure there's more thoughts to it than that. Come on, you guys.
no,
Literally
look back
every
in his games. He's buying it every game, so it's not. But the effect is the same, right? He's still being effective. Even in game one, just we were talking about that. Just being Enigma kind of cancels out the global silence of Sansa. He was still able to find ways to be effective by being able to farm up that Wraith Pact very quickly, by being able to put on pressure, doing some work, and just being something for the other team to worry about. And in game number 2, come on, man. Everyone's keep going. Lost my train of thought. But in game number 2 on this Monkey King, we were talking about it during the game as well. He died so often, but he's been setting up for kills just as often as that. Just sitting on the high ground, sitting on the trees, just right on top of somebody, dropping down the Monkey King ult, finding like 2 hero boundless strikes all the time. I mean, what more do you want out of your support player, right?
Not more that you want, but all of these questions is something that we can ask directly to the side here of Team Fusion, because we have God King on the line, just having won out this game. Let us welcome him here into the Chinese DPC. God King, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being a part of this, and congratulations on your victory first and foremost. Did you expect to win the game like that?
华炼，恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，感谢你接受我们的采访。然后你们就是对于获胜的话，你们赛前有这些预期吗？
对啊，这把肯定拿下了呀！这把昨天或者不是昨天吧，我们一直在准备拿下每一把胜利，好吧
？We knew we going to win this series. We have been prepared very well for this series.
Speaking of the series and just your team overall, because obviously you are a new lineup as Team Fusion, haven't been around for that long. You crushed the open qualifiers, been looking very good in Division 2. Talk to us about how this team came to be. I don't think that many viewers are aware of what the story is behind you, how you came together. So please tell us, if you can, about who was the linchpin, who made the team happen, and what was the story like to develop that squad?
是粉丝很想知道你们这支队伍是怎么样组建起来的，然后包括你们从预选赛的表现也非常好，然后来到 A 级之后，现在状态也非常好。就是谁是把大家都聚在一起的那个人？然后这个队伍是怎么成立的？
我们队介绍应该就是，当时我不是被换了吗？被换了之后，那我老婆非常希望我再重新打职业，然后我老婆的朋友也支持我老婆，然后他们就花钱组了这个队伍，然后我开始找人了嘛，我开始找，刚好 SAG 也那个他们也不做了准备，然后那挂机的人我就找了2个查理哥跟 Flyby， 然后我就中央的话我又找了浩浩了呀，然后他那边也是租借给我们的，然后4号位的话前面找了个中国选手，后面现在找了个新加坡选手 Polo， 我们就一起打了，然后聚在一起的话肯定是，但只能说是我了呀，没办法，因为这个队伍我老婆帮我组起来，很希望我打出来，不然我没队伍要的话，对吧？也没有就是发挥自己空间的地方，那么就目前是这样情况，好吧？
是老婆还是女朋友啊？就是
老婆啊，我们结婚了已经。
Okay. So I got replaced. I got replaced by my former team, and I want to build a new team. My wife also want me to build a new team, and she has some friends want to invest in the team. So that's why we have the idea, and so I contact SAG. I know Flyby and XCG was free at the time, so I asked them and they joined us. And then regarding on mid, we learn White Album from Aster, and then we found Plono, and the team is built.
Yeah, the team has been looking very good so far. Neff, obviously you are a fan of the God King for a long time. Anything that you want to ask the man? Now we have him on the line right now.
Absolutely. I wanted to know how your new position 5 support is, and if his style of play is unique compared to what you're used to, given that he's come from a North American team recently.
就是想问一下你们那个就是 Plono 这个选手，就是在队里的发挥怎么样？然后他从北美过来的吧，你觉得他风格上的话，对你来说你还适应吗？
发挥一直是比较稳定的吧，但是就是怎么说呢，我们还是需要多加磨合。毕竟我们这个队组的不多，Pro 也是5打4转过来的，那么我觉得还是要给他更多时间，让他发挥更强。这东西以后训练比赛我们都会慢慢聊的，因为我们这个队刚组起来有很多问题的，我们已经聊了很多了，无论是每个位置，然后每个打法。那在 Polo 作为，而且我们这边都是熟人，像我们之前的 SH 号，我们4个比较熟，所以我们4个可以就是我可以说一些比较就是那个怎么讲呢？说些话，他们也不会很那个，就是交流上面的东西话，他们会听嘛。但 Polo 毕竟我们肯定是朋友，现在只是就是没有那么熟，可能很多话可能不能那么说。所以对 Polo 的话，之前的话，我一般对他说比较少，一般交给我们教练 OP 是我们的一个负责说的吧。怎么说我也不知道怎么说。我觉得 Polo 发挥还可以的，我觉得我只希望更加进步了，就没了。
I think Polo has been performing quite well, very stable player. But of course, we as a new team still have a lot of problem. We've been talking a lot. We've been discussing a lot as a team. But I guess because other 4 players we have been known for already a long time, so it's kind of easy for us to have some discussion. I mean, strong discussion. Sometimes I don't need to watch my tone. Maybe we can just talk it out. But for Panolo, I'm still trying to figure out a way to communicate with him. And then sometimes I will ask OP, our coach, to help us communicating, so that he didn't get offended by us. Sometimes because the tone I talk. And that's it. We still have a lot of problem, and we are trying to improve.
Improvement is always important. Dragon Drop, before we allow God King to just quickly make his way away, you've been watching this team from their inception and all the way up until now. Anything that you want to ask the God King while we have him for the next few minutes?
Yeah, for sure. Because in both of those games, you let Marcy through, and obviously you said you were prepared for this matchup. You were confident that you were going to win. Did you expect the Marcy to be a high priority for Magma? And how do you think about that hero? How did you prepare to play against it? And are you also thinking about integrating that into your own drafts?
2场比赛你们都放了马西这个点嘛，然后你们赛前是有什么样的一个就是思路，就是确保你们就是把它放出来之后还能获得比赛的胜利呢？
我们觉得马西这英雄很傻，这英雄我们玩过几把，就感觉这英雄很呆啊，这英雄就打个对线，然后我觉得我不是很怕这英雄，好吧？我觉得这英雄在我对面就是送，好吧？所以说无所谓的。而且我觉得他们抢完就给他们玩呗，然后他们很脏啊，选马西在毒龙，因为马西换一个我的对线随便打了，毒龙对马西感觉无敌啊，这两个英雄啊。但是没关系啊，他们想玩，那跟他们打呗，对吧
？I personally don't think Marcy is a very strong hero this patch. I think she's kind of useless after the laning stage. So if they want to pick Marcy, I will just let them do that. But I didn't think they're gonna pick Marcy with Viper, and that did hurt me during the laning stage. But that's just laning stage. Yeah.
That sounds like something I want to remember forever. That's just the laning stage. I'm going to say that in every single game going forward. But God King, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for the games you've been playing. And we wish your team good luck for the future. And we hope that Team Fusion gets better and that we see you in the future at the big tournament, maybe in Division 1. But thank you, and please enjoy the rest of your day and go back to practicing.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你在以后的比赛里也有更好的发挥啊！希望你能够这个好好的去接受享受自己的这个闲暇时间。
好，拜拜。
Bye. And that, of course, was the God King being joined with us. And a translation, shout out to Marshall for helping us out with that, given that none of us really speak any language from China. But interestingly enough there, Neff, I saw your face because we had the same reaction. According to the God King, Marcy, not that great. Pretty meh. Doesn't feel like it's actually a powerful hero. But it's something that we've seen, right? You were talking about it in one of the drafts in the game number 1, how powerful this hero is in the early game. And that laning phase, really, really strong. Afterwards, feels like God King doesn't really care about it all that much.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. We saw how strong it was at the early levels, like at level 2 especially. That instant gap close and the reposition and disable all in like 2 different abilities is way too good. But then after that, we've seen it start to fall off. I think you really need something to pair it with things that can take towers early and, you know, punish the enemies if you get an overwhelming advantage early. But Team Fusion just did too good at stalling out the game afterwards. So props to them playing around this new hero. Hero just added to captain's mode so well. It is impressive.
Yeah. Very impressive performance overall by them. And certainly we'll be seeing how much better the team gets over time. Very quick one, Dragon Drop, before we cut to a break, because we do have another series coming up quite shortly. Like we mentioned in the questioning, right, that you have been watching this team from the beginning up until now. Do you think that they have what it takes to still remain not just as contenders based on the team name or the names in the team, rather? Have they played Dota at a high enough level to convince you that you are still right to have confidence in the squad, ending very highly, if not in the top 2 slots even?
Yeah, I have a lot more confidence now than I had before, I gotta say, because like you and I, we both watched them doing the qualifiers. Doing the qualifiers they were owning, right? They weren't really challenged, right? That's the thing. Then they started being challenged in one game against LBZS, but then they made that adjustment because they were kind of looking a bit shaky in that series, but they still walked away with the win when all is said and done. And now, today, I got against a team which we're no slouches, like Magma, proving that they are forced to be reckoned with as well. They've been playing very good Dota for a long time during these games. It's just a few small things that Fusion was still just doing better, and we're coming in with this game plan of saying like, oh yeah, they can have the Marcy, whatever. We're just gonna go late game, and then being able to consistently play that, and especially from God King, just being able to keep up in terms of farm despite all of that pressure that he was under in both games here in these lanes and throughout. Yeah, that inspires a lot of confidence in me. Like I can certainly see them living up to our expectations here if they keep playing like this.
Certainly, if they keep playing like this, and certainly the God King has been living up to some expectations that we had in prior seasons that didn't necessarily go that well on RNG, but certainly looking much better on Team Fusion. So with that, we are now going to be taking a break. 2-0 in favor of Team Fusion. They're keeping the momentum that Neff wanted going. And for Team Magma, they suffer their first loss, but this is a team that is known for their resilience. So we certainly will still see them in contention for these top 2 slots as the season goes on. For now, though, we are going to be taking a break because from here in Division 2, we're going up into Division 1 to witness some more Dota 2 hype coming at you very shortly. So stick around, stay tuned, and when we return in about 30 minutes, we will have the next series of the day. It's going to be Extreme Gaming versus Aster Aries, so you do not want to miss that. See you in about half an hour to continue 2 or 3 Dota, continue Division 1, and continue this Dota 2 action.
成为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all back to the China DPC. We have moved from Division 2 into Division 1 and will now be witnessing Extreme Gaming taking on Aster Aries for some all-important placement to try and see who gets into the top 4, who gets those DPC points, who goes to the major, maybe, we don't know, and who gets to qualify towards TI. My name's Sneh. I'm joined now by Nef Sensei once again, but we've brought in our Cryptic. Man, that shirt, so dripalicious. How are you doing, fam? How's things going down there over there in NA?
I'm good, man. It's been a solid day. Played some Dota myself. Been watching some of the CNDPC, and now we get to cast the CNDPC. So a lot of Dota today, but it's all been good. It's been good. Went 4-0. Can't complain.
Hey, 4-0, easy MMR. I mean, you got to keep that immortal streak going. The immortal Ricky is joining us here. But now that we have come into Division 1, Nef, this is a very different type of series than what we had earlier today. Before, it was Magma trying to show that they are better than most Div 2 teams. Team Fusion trying to make their case for being a contender for going to Division 1. But here we have different set of circumstances. As the Aries, sure, they still need to prove themselves. But XG, looking hella good lately. So do you think this is going to be one of those situations where David can slay Goliath, or does XG just look too strong as it stands right now?
I don't think anyone's too strong at the moment, man. I mean, we saw PSG LGD lose the first series up against eHome. I think that's a sign that anything can happen. Aries, I think, are completely capable of taking a game off of Extreme here, even a series. A couple of like core things were changed this patch. The BKBs, how you play your safe lane, your position 1 and 5, no longer able to just consistently drop salves off onto people. So, with these things changed, maybe Aster Aries is able to clutch out the series against Extreme today. We'll have to see. Though Extreme did look very impressive in their series that we were casting earlier. We're on the 12th. Absolutely slayed VG Gaming.
Wasn't even close. It was a bit painful to watch. Honestly, I was very glad to see Yang back, but I'm sure he would have wished for a different debut back into Division 1 proper. But Extreme Gaming, as you said, took a very dominant series. On the other side, though, our Cryptic, Ricky, Aster got their asses kicked by the big team. You know, the big brother was not playing around in that particular series. And by most people's accounts, Aster's worse overall than XG. In this game, though, does that kind of loss help you as a team to be like, you know what, clearly the things that we were trying at the time aren't working? Does it galvanize you to try and figure out a different look into the game? Or does it end up crushing your soul and set you back, actually, in terms of your team mentality?
So it's a little unfortunate because their loss came just before the patch. So what I would have said is like, yeah, when you play against a much better team, like you have the ability to learn a lot off the replay. And yes, there is still going to be a lot to learn, but there are going to be a lot of things that have changed since the patch. So they don't get as much information as they would have liked out of that loss, most likely, or at least like patch like relevant information. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's too surprising that they lost to Aster. I mean, it is their like big brother team, big sister team, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, I think that was kind of like an expectation, but now it's the can take down Extreme or get a couple games against Extreme. I mean, that's looking good for your DPC rank going forward.
Actually, talk to me about what you think about the patch. I've heard Nef, unfortunately, have very unkind thoughts about
I thought
the work
you were going to
of
say, I heard Nef, unfortunately, full stop. Sorry. Continue.
But Nef, not really a fan of the patch, wishes that there were more sweeping changes throughout it. What do you make about it, and what do you think the meta is going to develop like under this new regime of 731D?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people would have expected or wished rather that there was, more that came out of the patch. I think right now the biggest thing is that you can't like the salve actually is the biggest change of the patch, which sounds so stupid, but it actually is. Like it is by far the biggest change of the whole patch. Like anything that they could have done is just overshadowed by the fact that you can't dump salves into your heroes. making greedy supports a little bit better, healing supports a little bit better. Heroes that have more sustain in lane and can avoid harassment are a little bit better. Mid lane didn't change at all. Mid lane is still the easiest lane.
You do look a bit frozen, unless you're doing a
Yeah,
very
you're
good robot of it.
definitely frozen. You're extra cool today, Ricky.
While he's busy coming back here, Neff, we have seen these changes, of course, to the safe lane. And I'm not sure if the audience could have heard Ricky there as you were talking about it, but lack of salves does enable these more healing-oriented supports. We saw this the other day, right, where Warlock came out and you kind of hated the pick, but I feel like we're going to see a lot more of that hero, a lot more Wyverns, which you also saw on that same day as well. So is that, our Cryptic just mentioned it, but how bad do you think it's going to get in terms of every game having some kind of sustain?
Oh, sorry, that was the sound clips being dropped.
Yeah, we get in the
by
lobby
people
and they start
at the beginning of
spamming.
this
They're all
game.
dead.
How much sustain we're going to see? I don't know. I just think we're going to see headdresses nonstop. I think that's consistently what people are going to go for. It's a substitution for the salve now. Oh god, I can't sustain my carry a normal way, so I'll give them 400 HP over a super long period of time now, which is what the headdress is going to do. So maybe not the Winter Wyverns. Witch Doctors might be picked up a little bit more often, especially given that it got hit with some buffs at 7.31C. Maledict giving like 5 more DPS at the early levels. Now it does like 12 damage per second at level 1. So Witch Doctor coming back to the meta is possible. The biggest thing that we've seen is like the offlaners building items to just win the lane even harder. We'll see people build like 4 bracers now in their lane and then just like completely shut down the position 1 carry. And it's effective. Offlaner meta, I think, is changing more than the safe lane meta is going to, based on the salve change.
Well, as our Cryptic mentioned, the mid meta hasn't changed at all. The off lane meta that Neff is proposing is very different, and the safe lane really does depend on the team. But we will find out which of these is going to be in effect in this game, because we have a draft on our hands. Vici Gaming are going to be playing later against Team Aster, but Vici already struggled against XG under similar drafting patterns here, our Cryptic. But we're opening here with this Visage hero. We've been talking lately, I'm not sure if you were on that panel. No, that's myself with Black and Neff, about a lot of the things that have been stolen and imported from the Chinese or the external world into China. Visage is this hero that now, for some reason, is very high priority, comes out all the time. You're an offlaner, good sir. Have you also been utilizing this in your pubs lately?
So I have not, but I do know it is very good. I just have not played Visage that much myself.
Right, he's a high skill hero, and
Oh my god. It's also a cheese hero, and I like to earn my MMR and earn my victories rather than just getting free wins by playing Visage right now.
Of course.
That's my real excuse. No, Visage is one of those heroes that is kind of the definition of death ball. Like, this hero is very strong in lane. It's very hard to punish. It has great nuke potential, and it has a lot of team fighting capabilities. It itemizes for team fighting, and it's what makes it such a strong pick in this meta. And it was actually a lot stronger in the last patch, in my opinion. I think it was pretty heavily nerfed going into this patch, so I'm surprised it's still getting picked as much. I feel like China's a little bit behind the meta on the Visage here, because I don't think it's actually as good as it was, but they still can probably make it work. It's definitely not a bad hero by any means.
Not at all. But interestingly enough, I'm kind of perplexed by Aster Aries going for the super early Pango pick. There was a point in time before the series of nerfs that have afflicted this hero where he was every single game first pick, first ban in China at the very least. Now he's fallen down the picking order quite a bit here, Neff. And most of the time that we've seen him succeed is from the mid lane. Do you think this is going to be a mid Aster Aries Pango, or do they pick this up now and have more flexibility for it later?
I think mid lane is way more likely. Offlane, maybe. But mid is all right. Never mind. This changes things a little bit. It's possible that you run in the off lane or maybe the coddle mid. I don't know where these heroes are going to go now. They've been running Keeper of the Light as position 2 a lot more often, even though China hasn't been as successful with it. But I think this hero is just as strong on 4 if you move over and stack camps and be able to constantly drop Chakra Magic on your Pangolier to be able to refresh the skills and rebuff his mana is pretty powerful as well. So maybe putting the two of them together would be optimal. I don't know. Any of these heroes can be flexed at the moment on Aster Aries. I can't give you a definitive answer.
That's actually true. Let's speak about more definitive heroes then, Ricky. XG have gone for this Ember Spirit pick. We don't see the hero nearly as much as we used to in previous times. Obviously, not nearly as hurt by the nerfs as Storm Spirit and Void Spirit might have been. But what's changed really that has sort of brought down the Ember in the pecking order and elevated heroes like Puck, for example, which we did see getting banned at the beginning of the second phase? What's the change in the mid lane, even though the overall meta in that state hasn't really gone too different than what we've seen before?
Sure. Yeah. So I actually think Void is the strongest of the three brothers right now, or the four brothers. I kind of forget Earth Spirit exists, if I'm honest. Sorry enough. But I think Void Spirit's actually probably the most stable of the mid lane spirits. Ember Spirit is just really good for catch if you don't have it and wins certain mid lane matchups, which is why you pick it. But in terms of like the Puck, Puck is easily the best mid lane hero in the game right now. Like it's actually pretty insane how strong this hero is. I was playing it earlier today just to practice. It was really strong last patch. Played it a little bit then. Playing it now on the current patch. You just don't go a single null talisman. You go bottle, brown boots, witchblade, and you get it by like 9 minutes and just start killing people. It is ridiculous how strong it is. So I've really liked Puck. With the null change, it's probably one of the one heroes that didn't really get nerfed as a result of it.
Mm-hmm. XG went in for this Lifestealer now to sort of counteract Lifestealer in tandem with the Ember Spirit into Alchemist. This is the third Alchemist we're now going to be seeing in China. And we've seen a bevy of builds. None of them have worked out, of course, because the hero keeps losing. Talk to me about this. Why Alchemist? What does it do for this team here?
I don't know, man. It gives you money. What could you want? The times we haven't seen it succeed. I mean, last time we saw it, or that I was watching it, it ended up going unstable concoction level 1.
Yeah, it was a concoction 1, 1 point acid spray, 1 point into greed, and then came back for 3 points acid.
Yeah, but the issue with that is it slows down your entire laning phase. You're not getting as much money. You're not zoning the enemy with the acid spray. That single point that you end up putting into unstable concoction really does slow you down and make your lane a lot harder, and you have a lot less money. And it's all about being able to accelerate incredibly fast and shut down the enemies. I think it's got a pretty decent matchup to a lot of these heroes. I don't think it cares too much about the Visage and the Clockwork. A lot of time you're going to be able to out-sustain the damage they can put into you because it comes out relatively slowly compared to the burst damage that Visage used to do when the damage from the birds went down. But last pick, Morphling. This hero I feel like is super bad now, and you already have an Alchemist on your team. I'm not sure where this is going to fit.
I have no idea. XG, do end out with this. Offlane Alch? Is this mid Morphling? I personally... Red Panda Alchemist. Ulu on the Morphling. Okay. All right. I mean, okay. Let's quickly just get this out of the way. XG last pick on the old 11 Darkseer, shifting this Visage into a support rather than a core. Might make things a bit more difficult because we've seen this hero struggle if things don't get off to a roaring start, but a much more normal, stable draw from the side of XG. Our Cryptic, what's happening here with this Aster Aries lineup? But bring in this immortal knowledge, man. This divine knowledge. Drop it on us. What's happening in the situation?
I mean, my initial thought is that it's not good. There's not much else to I can't look at a 5-position Alch and think that it's going to do exceptionally well. You also are into a Darkseer lane that has incredible synergy as well. So you're going Darkseer Clockwork as a 5-position Alch. This hero is going to feed so heavily. So I can't imagine that's going to bode well for the Morphling. So I'm going to say pretty heavily that I'm going with Extreme Gaming on this one.
Neff, give us some good news. Are you also going to go XG, or is Aster Aries is very much out of left field draft, swaying you a little bit, given that it's going to be a fun game no matter what?
I don't know. I don't think this Vision 5 Alchemist is going to be good. There was a time in the past where Unstable Concoction channeled up for 7 seconds. If you dropped it in the last 2, then you'd get full duration stun off on people. It was running support back then. It was decent at the time. The hero was way too busted though. And then eventually they tuned it back down to be what it is in its current form, and then nerfed Grievous Greed when they nerfed Gold and whatnot. I really don't think he's viable as position 1 anymore, though. As far as everything else you have going on your team, it's a bit of a cluster. And like Ricky was saying, this Clockwork gets on top of you between an Ion Shell and the Battery Assault going off, being able to block off the Morphling with these power cogs. You're just going to die. Your food is a position 5 support. Melee supports aren't good to begin with, and Alchemist has one ability that's going to be relatively useless in the form of Grievous Greed this game. So I don't know what they have going for them or whether they decide to switch over to this one. But if anything's going to prove me wrong and change my mind on this one, it will be, them somehow winning this game. It'll make me a believer in Pause 5 Alchemist again, but it has been a number of years. I think like 5+ at this point.
Well,
I personally don't know.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was just
going to
say that
the position 5 Alch, the only reason it used to be good, the only reason it used to be good is because of the level 10 talent that he had that was like plus 200 base damage to Unstable Concoction. And that's
I'm talking about before talents.
Oh, you're thinking way back when.
They're going into the archives on this one, but we do not know exactly how it's going to be run in this contemporary time, but we will be finding out because the game itself is now underway. Aster Aries taking on Extreme Gaming.
I would not say that it's underway yet. Unfortunately, we are paused.
Are we?
Wait, we might be underway. Unpausing? All right, very
3,
poggers.
2, 1.
All right.
There we go. We are on pause now. A game of Dota is underway. We have some heroes. Some of them are a bit weird, a bit out of left field, but nonetheless, we're going to have a game of Dota 2. Nev Sensei, thank you so much for joining us on the panel. Our Cryptic, take us into the game, and we'll be switching in and bringing in Lizard in just a moment as well. But the first thing that we have to get out of the way is the Dota. So see you after the game, boys. Have fun, and let's enjoy some Dota 2 action between Extreme Gaming and Aster Aries.
Awesome. Very excited that I got to panel with Nev for the short moment, but also very excited that we're going to be casting this game with Lizard, the absolute legend himself. For those of you who are just tuning in, it is Aster Aries versus Extreme Gaming, and definitely a big mountain here to climb if you're Aster Aries. Like, this is not a pushover team. These guys are extremely talented here on Extreme. So we'll see what they can do, if they can manage to kind of overcome the giants, I would say. Lizard, do I have you on the mic yet?
You tell me, do you have me?
Oh, hey, let me see. Go ahead and talk again. Do I have you?
I think you should. You should have me.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, what a beautiful voice. Thank you.
Yeah, I missed you.
How are you, man?
I missed you. I was afraid a little bit that I won't be able to cast it you guys that I won't be able to join, but I think
glad you made it.
Does it all work? Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
No? Yes? No? I think it does.
Yeah, I can hear you. You sound good.
Do you hear me on Discord or in game?
Yeah. I hear you on stream.
Okay,
yeah,
nice.
I'm hearing you there.
Nice. Okay, can you hear the thoughts of Red Panda right now? Oh my god, I'm playing into Darkseer and Clockwork. Me out.
Dude, that was what I said. I was like, dude, I don't know how do you play Alk into Darkseer Clockwork. I was like, this dude's gonna feed relentlessly. This just sounds so miserable. Like, you just go acid spray and hope you don't die, I guess. Like, this is ridiculous.
That's all you can do, really. Well, not exactly. You can also fire that stun, but the coconut, I mean, concussion, that is. I don't know if really. When you look at the other side, when you look at XG, they have such a strong early game potential. It's going to be... I don't think this is going to be fun for Aster Aries. But it's Red Panda. I don't know if you remember. When he came into the Chinese region, I believe he was in Elephant, right? He used to play quite a bit of crazy position 5s. He's the one that...
he did. You're right.
So maybe it will work.
So they're just using this acid spray to like target the ion shelled creep, it seems. Like, as soon as he throws the ion shell, it's just acid spray goes down and Ulu just focuses down that creep as fast as possible. But done some tricky lane shenanigans there.
Okay, I have to say one thing now. Like, looking at this game later on a little bit, like, all I could see is Alchemist 5. Now I can see the full drafts. I don't mind Aries' draft that much. Like, yeah, they can get crushed early on, but if they do not get crushed early on, this game could comfortably be in their favor. Like, they have the Morphling versus Lifestealer, they have Morphling versus Ember as well, Pangolier on their side. It could work.
There's not like that obvious morph counter, right? Like, typically when you see the Morphling, you're mostly just worried about heroes bursting you or locking you down so you can't actually get the morph off. But that doesn't really exist in this game. It's like, outside Clockwork Hook and like an infested Lifestealer, what is there? Like, it doesn't really... feel like there's much else you have to worry about.
There isn't really. And you can also morph into the Ember, obviously. Just use all his skill set against him. Gives you some extra instant catch. Your lane as a Morphling versus Clockwork and Darkseer shouldn't be that difficult. Yeah, Alchemist, if he gets caught, he will die, but you should be fine. So, overall, okay, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel for them. Shouldn't be that bad.
All right, I like that you said this because I was full despair for Aster Aries here based on this draft. Red Panda channeling up the stun is actually going to do a decent chunk of damage. Ult 11 also put that point in vacuum, so no points in Surge quite yet, and there's the first blood. Yeah. BYW baited going for that bounty rune.
Like Morphling versus Darkseer overall should do all right, and then you get this acid spray. I think the vacuum is kind of more normal now to take early on, so you know what to expect. You know that he's gonna have one in vacuum and 2 in shield. So,
well, he was holding the point for a long time and ended up leveling it right before the stun started getting charged. So it's just a little unlucky from Ult 11. Not enough patience, maybe.
Did they sense it? They sense that he had, you know, like a player moves differently when he has different spells. So maybe that's something. Maybe that's something. They smelled fear in the water.
I like it. I'm gonna say that's probably correct.
Do you know?
We never talked about the other lanes though.
Yeah. On top lane, this should be much easier for Lu, right? Even though he's the CS is quite even. These two supports are just zoning one another out of the lane, and Lu versus Tiny, they're kind of just battling it out.
The difference is that Lifestealer doesn't really need a support in lane for this matchup, right? Like he can potentially find kills with the Visage, but for the most part, like Lifestealer kind of just gets to free farm.
He doesn't need
sustain, right?
Exactly, he can sustain himself. It's not only that he can free farm, he doesn't need to ferry out region all the time. Meanwhile, Alchemist does eventually die. Yeah, it's beginning.
So I knew it was coming at some point. The good old Surge Clockwork into the battery assault finds the Alchemist bottom. Very easy kill.
Yeah. They needed to get that kill. At least on the Alchemist, Morphling will be, like we said before, completely fine. So you gotta do something about that lane. You can't just let the Morphling completely free farm. What do you build on Morphling though? That's my question. Like what to build to make this hero actually usable? Like, is it the Ags? Can it actually be done?
So we saw the Ags into the Medusa, right? Which actually ended up being legitimately very strong, but the game was a little bit of like an unfortunate like matchup in terms of the other heroes. Like the team fighting was just way stronger on the side of the Medusas, but the Ags did seem pretty strong. This game though, it's like I don't really see the hero that goes like all stats that you really benefit from going the Ags from, right? Like there's no real Scotty builders or anything.
That's true. But also in this game, you don't have to build the Axe. You can make Red Panda build you one. Just whip him.
Right, actually. Put your finance to work. You can build. You can't buy me a salve, but you can buy me an Axe.
Exactly. There you go. No excuses. Is there any other, like, no, it's just a Morphling, right? Like, anyone on their side benefits from the Axe, but Morphling probably the most. Probably. I'm just saying that because I'm not super acquainted with how good the new Axe is on the Morphling, but we'll see.
It seemed, like I said, situationally, I think it's really good. Like we said, against the Medusa, it was owning. Like she was losing like 60 attack speed and like almost like 800 health or something, and like a massive amount of her mana as well. Like it was really strong. But
so maybe it should be solid versus Lifestealer then as well, right? Like
yeah. So I'm wondering if it's good against Lifestealer. The problem is Lifestealer's stat gains aren't great. And he usually goes like this Armlet Deso Basher or something along those lines, or Armlet SNY Bat, like just something that way. But maybe against Morphling, he does go for a Scotty, and then those all stats end up just kind of going the way of the Morphling eventually.
Yeah, we will see, right? But one thing that I'm expecting from XG is, like you said,
Red
that
Panda. He gets the deny off. off. Okay, this is how you prevent yourself from feeding, and he gets a return kill. This guy's a genius.
He's so good. Like, where are you, haters? Like, I saw you in the chat already writing Red Panda this, Red Panda that, but this man is, you don't understand his genius. That's the problem.
This guy's like actually so next level. Top lane, kill goes to Paparazzi there. Nice rotation from the Ember. I'm gonna put PYW in the mid lane to get a little bit of XP here. Get closer to that level 6 on the Clockwork. Which he might regret in a moment as in comes the rest of the heroes.
He just needs
They commit Rolling Thunder. They're Ooh.
He can't, right?
Yeah,
he can't commit
bounce
it.
off of.
Not only that, there's cogs, right? He's gonna bounce off of them, and there's this bug when you jump into the cogs, your Rolling Thunder just stops. There's also that, so.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, you know, all these small little features. They make the game fun. Gotta love them.
Quote unquote fun.
Yeah. Depends on who. For me, that's playing Clockwork 100%. For the that's playing Clockwork, yeah. But for the guy that's playing Pango, not as much.
Yeah. DY caught out in the river, yeah. I don't think they're gonna find a return kill here. Paparazzi does have an arcane, but no points in those Searing Chains, so no catch quite yet.
And I'm looking at this draft from XG, and I'm seriously worried for Aries in the next like 5 minutes or so.
Like when the Ember comes online?
Yeah, Ember comes online, Visage gets his level 6, Clockwork gets 6. It's like you have so much catch, Kotal will not have a blast, like he will not have a good time. And all these heroes will be able to either push together or make some plays. Like you just look at them and you check the combinations, like how many of these heroes can work together to net themselves a kill. And you have everyone, like 1-2 with everyone. On the side of Aries, it's not really like that. You don't have two heroes that can always make a kill. Like you need a Pango or the Tiny to be there.
And speaking of Tiny, another rotation in from the Ember Spirit, but you're just gonna TP out. No other stun coming through. So you do force Tiny back, you know, out of the lane. Some space for Lu.
That's also a good point, like you just said. No further stuns. They don't really have a lot.
It's kind of just the Clockwork, huh?
Yeah. Just the clock, Searing Chains that can help out, but that's truly not a lot, not enough. Old 11.
Yeah. Who do you drop the wall on? Just the Red Panda and Morph, it seems?
Yeah, just the two of them.
He's got himself an illusion, though, to play with, so...
I mean, that wall has kind of a long cooldown. He was next to the tower. Maybe he was just afraid that they'll kill him, so he drops it.
Okay, yeah.
But there's no way he gets a kill there, right? So it's the only possible explanation.
Ooh, a Tumbler toy. That is quite good. So,
what's your favorite?
I think the best tier 1 item is Tumbler toy. It is just so fun to play around. Like, you can really, like, whoa. Okay, the Wild Wing Ripper almost griefed PYW. Like, he almost shoved him onto the low ground next to TK. And I actually saw a clip of this happening recently, where, like, someone was walking by in the river, and the Wild Wing Ripper shoved them onto the low ground, and they just instantly died.
Low? Should be fine. That Wild Wing Ripper is insane, by the way. There is something wrong with him. He's a murderer, but his little brothers or sons or whatever they are, the small fighty ones, the Cyclones, those are like... Did you ever get hit by that double Cyclone while you're farming? It's...
Oh yeah, you're just
like,
done.
Okay. It's okay, I guess I'm dead if I don't have any magic immunity. It's ridiculous. But what we did see though is a Clockwork farming a hard camp, which is something that wasn't possible before this patch. So I believe one of the reasons why the hero is definitely more viable.
Bottom. He already waveformed, but Red Panda is coming in. Nice concoction onto 2. The Blinding Light to push them even further, but a Searing Change does catch him at the very end. Ulu, another waveform. We're going to see the Rolling Thunder coming through as well. Paparazzi continuing the chase, but it doesn't look like he's going to make it. And now, lost the Clockwork, you lose Old 11 as well. The retreat from the Ember Spirit ends up being a 2 for 0. Very worth it for Aster Aries there.
Yeah, like, don't you think that perhaps Morphling isn't the kill for them? This is like Morphling that's on top of the network charts. He's quite tanky. He has a ton. And going for him as that first gank rotation, yeah, I understand he's a carry, but you just don't have enough control at the moment for that, or damage, as was demonstrated.
Yeah, he's also in a pretty safe area, right? He's got like bottom tower and outpost that team can respond to, as opposed to like being in the triangle, where it's like that's usually where you get caught with your pants down, just like farming ancients, and you're just like, oh, I'm dead. But
yeah, like,
it's easy response from Aries. They just TP in 3 and get themselves 2 kills.
Exactly, a lot of places where they could TP to help him out, they do exactly that. Perhaps if there was at least this javelin on Ember Spirit, right? Like to buff up your damage output a little bit, then perhaps it would have been possible, but yeah, not like that.
But you're right, I just watched PYW farm another hard camp on the Clockwork, and it is surprising. Like, he actually does it pretty quick.
Yeah, the Battery Assault now does double the damage. So
hook shot in the dark, does manage to find a red panda there, and he'll be giving that kill on over to Old 11. He does. Oh, he is blocking him with that illusion. PYW on the run, toss in Old 11. Not where he wants to be, but is searched for the moment. There's gonna be the Rolling Thunder though in response, and the chase onto the Dark Seer continues. TK making the rotation in as well. We're gonna see TY, but Lifestealer trading for the chase, takes down TK. It's another trade, but DY falls as well. So a 3 for 2 as they do manage to take down the Dark Seer on the far end, which, again, another great fight for Aster Aries, I think.
yeah, I have to say that they're keeping their chances alive quite well. They're not succumbing to this early game pressure at all. Like, very well done so far from them. All the responses, you know, some teams would just let the Alchemist die. They recognize that they do have ways of punishing any aggression, especially on these tier 1s. That's minute 14, their tier 1 is still alive. Like, they're doing exceptionally well, I would even say. It seems like Morphling, by the way, is going for Manta into, what, Satanic?
Yeah, that's what it seems like. I kind of like this. I think if you just go like the stand your ground fighting build, like Satanic Scotty, stuff like that, he's a lot more likely to just be able to play the game rather than going for like the Axe.
Do you like Satanic over Scotty first? That's my only like.
I kind of like the Scotty more first, but maybe he wants to dispel for some reason. Like he'll have Mantha dispel and Satanic dispel. Is there any particular reason that you can think of?
Not really, because you aren't really working versus anything. They're searing chains, and that's it. Like you just dispel those, and then you're good to go.
Is it possible it's the classic like anti-illusion build where you go like Satanic Butterfly, so that your like Darkseer illusion isn't going to like kill your whole team?
It's possible. That's also an option, but not going Skadi versus the Lifestealer on more kind of I don't know.
Feels weird.
Yeah, it's a bit sus for me at least.
Yeah, I'd agree. Ulu top lane kind of got baited into that early waveform. He's gonna go ahead and work himself into that into the life surge, get the rage. A little bit low on mana. Second waveform does come through. He's out, but now in comes the Pango, and he's got a Rolling Thunder in a moment. There's the Avalanche, the toss. They've got Lu. He needs an infest target. He's pinging PYW. But a little bit of lag to put us in a little awkward situation here.
This is the best lag. I'm lagging. Think about what you have done, Lu. Just think about it a little bit more.
Watch the Tumblr toy play here. Oh, I knew it! Oh, it's so good! PYW, what a gamer. Oh, this item is insane. It's so strong. Oh, he does still manage to contain. All right, they still get the catch. All right, it was funny at least.
Yeah. They at least don't get low.
Red Panda bottom lane getting dove, but surprising tankies. He still has that chemical rage running. Paparazzi unable to do much as she gets blown apart there by TK. All right, Red Panda almost has an axe.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's just been farming this bottom lane and protecting it, and he is very close to this Aghanim Scepter.
An Ags most likely for the Morphling, right? Like, that's what we were expecting at least. Maybe it goes to Pango. Who knows?
If Pango's going Basher this game, okay, yeah, he's going Diffusal Basher. It's actually so good for Pango.
So it should be on Pango then, yeah.
That would be my guess, because the thing with the Alchemist Ags as opposed to like Ag Synth is the Alchemist Ag still gives you the stats that you normally would get from carrying an Aghanim Scepter. So Pango won't have as many like mana issues.
Yeah. They also have Quadful. But
oh yeah,
but I can see it. I can see it definitely. It could be really nice on the Pango. So far, so good for Aries. I have to admit, they've truly held their ground. I'm not sure what happened to XG when it comes to this Iron Shell plus Ember plus Flame Guard execution. I haven't seen too much of it. Old 11 is kinda just separated from everyone. He's in his own world.
Yeah, Paparazzi's been completely shut down in this mid lane, it feels like. Like, he did go for the Mithril Hammer first, like hoping he could get to the Maelstrom, but realizes that he doesn't have a choice and is now going straight for that BKB.
That just sounds wrong,
it's so rough.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I understand it completely, he needs it, but it's just so rough.
Going for the wrap around here in the bottom lane. They will find the Pango. He does have an Aegis. Be able to cancel the Rolling Thunder for now, but it is potentially going to be some initiations here from the Tiny. He's going to find DY here on the Visage. The toss even manages to connect onto the Darkseer. Toss him up, roll him down. A strike for the Pango.
This is a bloodbath. This isn't even...
It's not even close. They're destroying them.
It's not even close any longer, exactly. I'm not sure what we're waiting for from XG.
Because you were talking like going late game, it feels like it's heavily Aster Aries' favor, and we thought Extreme Gaming was going to like, kind of snowball these lanes. But you have an Ags on Red Panda, and I'm really curious who it goes to. Like I said, my guess would be the Pango. Yeah, there it is.
Nice.
So 13,000 net worth Pango at 18 minutes. That's pretty good.
I truly felt like they had the early game advantage. And I would still bet that they did, but those rotations on the Morphling and then the tier 1 dive bottom on Alchemists hurt them so much that they aren't able to they just aren't able to connect a good play afterwards, as they have zero map objectives taken 19 minutes in. And you're supposed to be always prowling. Meanwhile, this is what's happening. You're getting caught by this Tiny. 24/7.
I was gonna say, Tiny has done so much work in this game. Like offlane Tiny gets this really early Blink Dagger. It's not something we really would have expected, but it was decently strong against the Lifestealer. Like as soon as he had level 6, Lifestealer's damage just completely disappeared with that bonus armor.
Louis buying Louis buying.
Blink. It's nuts.
Sorry, Louis getting that Skadi, but it's like, okay, you're getting the Skadi. It's gonna be nice versus Morphling. At this point, I don't think they care any longer. It's not all grim this time for XG. Like, they do have ways of coming back into the game, but they need to finally use a good wall, a good combination of spells. Like, they need a team fight. They can't be playing this pick-off style any longer, because there is no one to pick off. You can pick off the Cotton, perhaps, and that's it.
Yeah, you're right. And Ulu, he actually is going the anti-illusion build, the Satanic into Butterfly. So he's going to be very tanky, very difficult to deal with. They've got themselves a tower rolling up. There is going to be the Pangolier. He's able to stun back through with the BKBs coming through from the side of Extreme. They've already lost the Visage. They managed to take down TK, but the question is, can they get more? Because they desperately need to. Back on the backside, Darkseer, he drops the wall at the last moment, able to get a little bit of damage out onto the Pango. The Infest does manage to catch the Morphling, but a big swashbuckle through from the Pangolier. Ulu trying to run away, finally ends up falling. Big avalanche there from the Tiny as the Pango just shredding Paparazzi here on the backside of the fight of Swashbuckle to finish him off. And now Red Panda joining the fray here on the Alchemist. Doesn't have much, but he can distract them. That's about it. It's working.
It definitely did work. He's like, okay, I want to play as well with the big boys, you know. He shows up with his funny little soul ring, brown boots, yeah.
Hey, look at me! Classic. I mean, you did have the Aegis for another 40 seconds on the Pango there, so like killing him doesn't really mean anything other than the fact that he just comes back to life with full health mana and then kills you both. So
that's completely correct. And also, finally, XG, they take a normal fight, normal engagement, right? They also have the Saganims now on the Darkseer, so they can use multiple shells. Still, though, this is what they were supposed to be doing so much earlier. When they were diving the enemy tier 2s, they were supposed to be fighting like this. They weren't, and now they're definitely paying the price.
Ooh, nice timing by Paparazzi mid. Catches Pango's Aegis at the exact time and forces the roll up as well, or the Rolling Thunder rather.
That BKB is completed on Paparazzi, so one of these next fights, we will have the BKB, the double iron shell.
Yeah, I mean, that's super important, actually. I'm really curious, like, what the Alk does if he decides to just... Okay, yeah, he just buys an Ogre Axe, so I mean, almost guarantees we're just going to see another Aghanim Scepter coming through.
I'm pretty sure it's not a BKB or a Halberd or anything like that. Just get as many axes as possible.
DD balled up here on the Morphling. They're going to smoke up. Satanic completed. Pretty much the best time you could go for a smoke play here. They don't have that Iascati done on Lu. He is very close, but not quite yet there. Let's see if the Tiny's able to find themselves a grab, and he does. The ward comes out. The Avalanche, the toss back. DY just absolutely melted.
One thing that I also am noticing from XG, they have these two supports that don't really want to be dying. Let me rephrase that. Sometimes you have these Banes or Augurs, you know, like, he uses his grip, best he can do is go break a smoke and die, right? While the grip is on cooldown. Meanwhile, when you have a Visage with birds, if you die too many times, first you're feeding a lot of gold, and also birds are on a huge cooldown. If you lose them, suddenly you don't have them for the next fight. You don't have the possibility of that quadruple stun with the resummon as well. It's all of these rotations that Aries are making, even if they find the position 5, they're worth it. Like, they're completely happy with it.
Oh, Tiny sees them walking under a ward. Avalanche taunts, finds Pop Robin. BKB comes out right away, but the DD rune for the Morphling. Visage on the backside, trying to run, not gonna make it out. PYW drops the cogs, trying to keep himself alive, but it's just a target at this point as they clean him up. 2 heroes dead, both supports for the side of Extreme Gaming as they are not done. Looking for more into the triangle, they will not connect.
Yeah, you have the Rage on Lifestealer, you have the BKB on the Ember, but your supports are pretty much defenseless. Once they get initiated on, they're as good as dead. So far, at least, that's been the case. And again, it's only Aries making moves. XG is just pretty much waiting for things to happen. They're, yeah, they have their Skadi now on low, but I think this game is out of control for them at the moment. Let's see, perhaps another team fight.
We'll see what they can make happen here. Again, there's no Aegis anymore. If they manage to grab the Pango, this would be a big kill. They did see him on the edge of vision, but he gets the blink. Nice. Last second, just a glimmer of that Ember Spirit. Quick on the trigger finger there.
And it was nighttime as well, plus he had no vision. No observer wards, nothing like that. He had one very deep, but he didn't scout them out, so really nicely done by him to get away. He was carrying a gem, so it made it even more important not to feed there. How close is Alchemist to the next Ajax, by the way? Getting closer and closer, I suppose.
Just about 1,000 gold. All right, ward set up here. There's the blink over from Pango, trying to find Old 11 on the Darkseer. Doesn't end up connecting, but the other fights just split. PYW also got his hands full on the other side of the map, looks like. They're just going to chase down this Darkseer, though. The concoction finally connects, and they will take down the Darkseer. Ulu, he waveformed in. Papa Satanic even needs to be careful. Avalanche there to push them back a little bit. 2 for 0. Bash plus the toss. Do they get the Ember? They do! Oh, no. All right, this Aghanim Scepter on this Pango is just destroying Extreme Gaming.
this Peng overall is destroying them, and this Agonist just makes it look even easier, right? Like he is loving his game. This is basically 4 versus 5, right? Like you don't have the
Yeah.
Alchemist, and you're still just completely stomping them.
You know how like when someone like on your team leaves and you get bonus gold?
And then you win with it. Yeah.
Then you win with it? That's what this is. That's what Red Panda is doing. He's like the guy who abandoned the game at like 3 minutes basically, and you're like in this for the sake of your team getting extra gold.
It's a ton of gold, though. It's a lot of gold that he's giving his teammates, and it's also because they gave him so much space. Sometimes you're playing this Alchemist 5. I've done it quite a bit, and you just don't have it. You don't have space. You can't farm anything up because DY is dead, whatever, once again. Because your map is so small that all the kind of safe spots are occupied by your cores, right?
Yeah.
But nothing like that happened in this match because Extreme Gaming, they didn't focus on taking any huge objectives early on. Because of that, Alchemist was just chilling next to the towers using acid spray and farming. If you allow that to happen, of course he's gonna have a couple of Axe Scepters 27 minutes in. It's an Alchemist.
Yeah, and Ulu gets himself the shard, gets his free Aghanim Scepter on his way to his Butterfly. I mean, this is about as farmed as you can get. You know,
Yeah,
with the help of the Alchemist, of course.
I don't think I've ever been as farmed 28 minutes in. This is
a lot
pretty
of net
good.
worth.
Yeah. He
Also
has
level 20.
almost 1,000 gold per minute, right? Like a little bit less, but very close to it.
Yeah, Butterfly completed, so that Darkseer wall basically doing nothing against the Morphling. Also, the Lifestealer just gonna be missing. Tons of attacks here. Has the MKB queued up as his next item as well as a Basher, but I mean, man, you're like 9,000 gold behind the Morphling at this point, and you're gonna lose 20% of all of your stats as soon as this fight starts, so...
Plus you get some very nice Paladin Sword. Pretty much perfect for him at this point. Yeah, with the Satanic. Extremely difficult to take him down. I believe if you're Ulu right now, you can pretty much just walk uphill and start hitting the tower. Make them use everything they've got on you, and then your team can start the fight afterwards.
Yeah. Panda's just got a Ghost Scepter queued up so the Lifestealer doesn't kill him. That's like it.
Let's see, he's doing exactly that, right? Rage up, go uphill again, hit it a couple of times.
Oh, nice. They actually prevent the toss back. The initiation actually pretty good. The Tiny, though, he gets that on 40 HP, but a Sleight of Fist will finally finish him off. A 1-for-1 trade. Actually a decent hold here for Extreme Gaming. There's going to be the Will-O-Wisp, though, on the high ground in their base, taken down by the Lifestealer.
Okay.
And so far, not too bad, but you dropped the wall for this.
They did defend a little bit at least. They killed the Tiny, he's dead for 30 more. Ulu.
He got the rage off though, just destroys Paparazzi on the Ember. He did not expect that kind of damage, especially with the Pangolier coming in. And yeah, he just remorphs into that life. So he has, look at Lifestealer's damage. He has 120 damage. Like you do nothing now on this Lifestealer. He's gonna go for it anyway. Lou, he's in. And he's disarmed, he's bashed, he's got the rage up for the moment, but the Rolling Thunder now coming through from the Pangoliers. He's just gonna dive into the base, make some space for his team. They haven't taken a barracks yet.
Is the Lifestealer also smaller, or is it just me? Does he
that's the regular size, yeah. At least you're not supposed to be smaller.
Okay, then
goes down. Oh,
hookshot in.
W, nice hookshot, but the vacuum ends up kind of pulling out TK on the Coddle. Is he gonna get bursted? No, he managed to barely survive, and now Pangolier diving into the base, looking for targets. They take down one, or rather both supports, and now Lou popping that rage, trying to get himself to safety. Old 11 forced to surge himself, and now the Lifestealer. Oh my gosh, the double adaptive strike gets himself a triple kill. Morphling just styling on Extreme Gaming, and I can't say it. Yeah, I would say it's not long before you see the GG's drop. It is over.
At this point, you just have to stop the bleeding. You just have to cut the suffering, right? Call the G's, get the hell out of this match, go next. That was incredible. Like, really, really nicely done by Aster Aries. I did not expect them to complete that early game as successfully as they have. I'm not sure what happened to Extreme Gaming. Usually all their early game rotations are flawless. Like, you have PYW and DY, they know what they're doing. They're calling these good shots, but I didn't feel that from them this time around. Way too much aggression. They got punished for it. You're playing versus an Alchemist. If you don't win that early game, you're definitely going to fall behind, and that's what happened. I have to say, though, Pango did way more than the Ember early on as well, right? With the rotations.
Yeah, absolutely. And
He had a phenomenal game.
Hi, Snare.
Yeah, like I was about to say, Lizard, you're still Neff for some reason, but hello, it's so good to hear you. Honestly, every time I hear your voice, you're like a nice calming presence. You remind me that Dota's still just fun. We're having a good time. So welcome, good sir. It was a bit sad not to have you on, but we have you now. Also, you were correct at the beginning because all of us at the panel, we were a little bit perplexed about the nature of this draft on the side of Aster Aries. But you came in, you said you feel a bit more confident about it, and my God, did they perform. They did everything perfectly. But it really did feel like, for some reason, I don't know what happened. That first gank, I think it was around 11 minutes when Extreme Gaming, they went bottom, trying to catch Ulu out before he could dip back into the jungle to keep his farm going. It looked like they might find the kill. They dropped wall on him. You got Clockwork with the Iron Shell on him. And then when they failed to kill him, it almost like was a flip of a switch because they just didn't do anything aggressive like that for the next 20 minutes, Lizard. What happened?
It's emotional damage right there. You know, you go in, you do one thing, it fails, you're like, I'm gonna farm. Screw you guys. See you in 5 minutes.
Sometimes you have that mentality, dude. That's just how it is. Sometimes you're like, all right, I'm gonna go hit creeps. I need gold.
But no, it's in Dota it's a little bit different. Like in professional, in pubs you can definitely see that. In some lower tier games as well, but in tier 1 that never happens. What happens is you lose that momentum. You give them a little bit too much, and then suddenly they're the ones. Like, imagine it like it's a turn-based game, right? I have a turn, you have a turn. I have a turn, you have a turn. Suddenly, because you died in the enemy jungle, they can smoke up, they can go to your jungle, they can ward it up, they can anticipate the next move, and they can break it before it even happens, which is what was happening. They were killing them on their side. Very often you could see this Pango killing the Clockwork or forcing some Visage, Birds resummon. All these things hurt you and put you behind. And when you're playing, with a draft such as XG, you can't be behind. You just have to be constantly fighting, and they just weren't able to do that.
Not at all. And speaking of, I was actually going to ask you something, Ricky. We spoke about this Visage hero with the anticipation that it's going to be going into the off lane. They ended up putting him safe lane, as a +5 support to assist Lu. Unfortunately, this did mean as well that they couldn't really apply pressure to the Tiny, so we got that super early blink. Was there a different way that they could have maybe played this out to at least apply more pressure in the early game against Aster Aries? Because it really felt like Aster Aries got everything that they wanted out of the first 10 minutes of the game, especially.
I mean, Lu is still finding farm. I think the problem is like Visage Lifestealer is not a good lane in my opinion. Like, you want to be able to really take advantage of that soul assumption and finding kills with the. I don't know. I just my brain just stopped with the Visage, but Lifestealer is not a hero that does that. He just wants to kind of sustain his lane and farm, and he's usually picked as a counter to strength offlaners that he can just sit solo in lane and never die. But that just kind of left Visage off the dude nothing. He was just kind of fighting with the Coddle in the jungle, and it's Coddle's going to find way more than your Visage is going to find. So it just felt a little bit weird. This kind of reaffirms to me that Lifestealer is still a little undertuned, because it's not a great Lifestealer game or anything, but he just felt super weak. It didn't really feel like this hero ever really did anything this game.
Yep. I mean, just here on this push as they're on the high ground, he's most of the time just being shepherded back into the base. Erstwhile, Ulu can just jump in. We keep seeing it in all these replays. He goes in, kills a hero, comes out. Lu just has to use Raze just to avoid unstable concoction or whatever, but can't do much more than that. Lizard, talk to us about like the support matchup though, because we just mentioned now that DY wasn't really having the best game as Visage. This Red Panda Alchemist, is this now a new meta to try and adopt pos 5 Alchemist every game? Because my god, it seemed good. Getting those early ags, especially into the Pango, immediately accelerated his timing, made him incredibly dangerous on the map. Is this a better way to approach the new 5 position nowadays instead of a more sustained heavy meta?
Well, look, you wrote in our Discord. He's the one that played Brewmaster. I remember it quite fondly. He was playing for Elephant with that Brewmaster constantly. It kind of fed a lot of games, but he did bring it into the meta until it got figured out. I believe it's something that will be picked up by a lot of teams. Like, when you see something like this, I know there are position 5 players in Europe, in NA, they're like, yeah, give me that. I want to be, I want some chill in my life. Alchemist is chill. You're like, you're completely laid back in your chair, just dropping acid, getting that farm, giving Aghanim Scepter. And if you lose, you're like, okay, guys, I was an alchemist. What do you want from me? I gave you gold, didn't I?
Yeah, did everything for them. Gave them gold, gave them laning presence, gave them a couple of gank opportunities. Really did feel like Red Panda enabled, 29 to 8 kills, as we see some of these stats here. All this amazing economy that they gained. Did everything you could possibly ask him to do in a game like this. But Cryptic, talk to me about this, fam. Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it a stack. XG, it's not just the fact that they lost momentum, but their execution, not nearly as crisp as what we're normally used to. Do you think they were taken aback by how well Aster Aries was playing, given that probably them, but ourselves included, considered XG as the favorites coming into this game? So is the emotional damage that bad that it also affected their play in the game, or was it something else that led to them not being able to string together the combo that this particular draft demands?
It's hard to say like what exactly it could have been. I think the most likely scenario here is after they realized like their lanes fell apart like pretty quickly and they were not actually coming out ahead in the lane stage, that you're probably going to be sitting, in the team comms there like, all right, this is going to be a hard game. Like your core matchup is not good. We already knew the Lifestealer into the Morphling is heavily Morphling favored. The idea behind it was they were going to snowball the lane super hard. The Morphling wasn't going to have a game, but he was top net worth at like 7 minutes and then for the rest of the game. So I think some of it is kind of like you lose a little bit of the fighting spirit when your game plan just gets shattered that hard. But I don't know. Aster Aries just outperformed them from the lane stage and onward. I really thought Red Panda was gonna like struggle, but the Morphling just had such a free lane because he can just farm under his tower and then just leave the lane for the Alchemist to then do the exact same thing. It worked out well.
Worked out a little bit too well for them, and unfortunately, it did mean that I had to watch a Morphling win a game. That did not make me very happy, but I was very happy to see a new strategy being employed. And of course, Aster Aries using that strategy have put themselves in pole position here in this series. Should they win this next game, that'll of course be their first victory here in the China DPC, and it will be the first loss suffered by Extreme Gaming. So a lot on the line here. Aster Aries need to prove themselves. XG need to show that they're still legit after getting demolished in that fashion. We'll be finding out which of these two outcomes will happen in game number 2 here between Aster Aries and Extreme Gaming. We'll be back in a flash with some more Dota 2 action.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Yeah, how dare you make chicken?
Welcome
yeah.
back, one and all, here to Division 3 Dota. We are in the DPC, looking forward in the last tour to see which of these teams is going to wind up in those top 4 slots, getting some DPC points, getting some money, and getting that winner chicken dinner. I'm Snare, joined with our Cryptic and Lizard. Gentlemen, they got demolished game number 1, Extreme Gaming, but Lizard, give me some good news. Can they come back into this one? Extreme Gaming, do they have what it takes to make this recovery necessary to take this to a 3-game series?
100%. It's Extreme Gaming. This is one of my top 3 picks almost always for the full region. I have to admit though, this first game worried me. Like Ricky wasn't sugarcoating it. I won't as well. I think the way they played was suboptimal. It was subpar for their skills, for the way they usually play. It's not something that I expect from them. Especially when you're playing a draft that's as active as there should be, you can't allow yourself to make as many mistakes. Like, look, first, all their moves that they made early on failed, and then after that, they kind of just put their hands up and gave up. Let's just let them control the ball completely. It backfired super hard.
It backfired tremendously, and let's hope in game number 2 they give us a different look in play, but maybe a different draft that demands them to play differently on the map. So we have a draft ready for us, so let us get into it. And right now, our Cryptic, unfortunately, she's back. Have the Marcy first pick coming out from XG.
Marcy.
But listen to this. We spoke to God King in the advert after the previous series in the Division 2, and God King says he doesn't believe Marcy's actually that good of a hero. He says it's only good for the laning phase. Afterwards, it sucks. Do you agree with that assessment? And what do you make of it being present in this game?
Okay,
Of course.
Do you want to go? Because I like either of us can go with this one.
Yeah, I'll just go with one sentence. Of course, God King is the ultimate anti-meta kind of a guy. I know those people. They're always going to be like, yeah, this hero, he's not that good. Meanwhile, it's some meepo with 3 Dragon Lances just destroying every single team. You know, like
remember when 4 E-Blades was the build on meepo? Yeah, that was a good one.
yeah.
In terms of Marcy, I'm glad you added the little tidbit at the end there where he was like, yeah, she's really good at lane and then fails. That's actually the pretty correct take on this hero. Marcy is so dominant in the lane stage that the only reason she's even remotely like balanced, and I say like balanced with like heavy air quotes, is the fact that her mid game is abysmal. Until you have like Blink or an Aether Lens, this hero does almost nothing unless you like catch a hero out by themselves. So there is like this long, like this like 15, like it's this like either I would say it's like 9 to like 18 minutes. That like 9-minute window is really bad for this hero. And so you really have to make a lot happen in the lane stage to make it work.
Fortunately, though, they do have this puck hero, which has been very phenomenal in the mid game that we've been seeing of late. So covering themselves in glory somewhat, making Paparazzi play something he's not going to be as reliant on the rest of the squad to do well with. On the other side, though, this is looking dangerous here, Lizard. This combo, Treant Protector DP, this is the 3rd time that we've seen it in the China DPC, and it has a very high win rate for a reason. It's super strong. These heroes very difficult to kill and bring down. They've already gotten themselves some team fight. They follow that up with the Monkey King as well. So now you can guarantee duration of heroes being stuck inside Wukongs, tanking damage from the monkeys, tanking damage from the Spirit Siphons. Yo, these first 3 picks look hella strong from Aster Aries.
My man just grab the hero that's in Wukong and throw him out. You have Marcy. Easy. Or you grab Monkey King and throw him out. There you go. Fixed. Problem solved.
All right. I see this.
Problem solved. Yeah, like they do have a ton of damage. That Prophet as well. I still feel one of the strongest heroes. Their team fight is solid. Treant probably what, if not the best, position 5. I would argue that he's top 3. But you are playing versus a Puck plus Snapfire, so there's some potential there as well for a decent team fight. We'll see. Like, definitely, I do favor Aster Aries a little bit more. What do you think? Monkey King laning stage or Marcy laning stage? I would still say Marcy laning stage, right? Like, who's stronger?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at level 2, this Marcy can kill practically anybody. Rebound, dispose, it's very good. Oh my god. Well, I'm glad, Cryptic, that you are on the panel today, good sir, because you've been clamoring
my
for this
boy.
bad boy from jump. Before it was even good, right? Before this Pudge hero was even viable, you were saying people should pick Pudge. Now it is viable. Now suddenly I'm thinking this is unlikely to be the core Monkey King because core Pudge is super, super solid. Tell us about this hype. Tell us about this hero. Explain to the audience why you had that gasp of happiness as soon as you saw the Fat Man.
It makes me so happy. I thought Pudge was like right on the brink of being super strong last patch. And now this patch, he is very strong. The thing is he's not like a first pick hero for sure. It's not going to be like something that you first phase like a Marcy or Puck or Treant. But Pudge in certain lineups against certain teams is an immovable object. Like you cannot kill Pudge if you have a lineup that has no way of like actually dealing with his flesh heap. It is not, you can't break it. It is undispellable. And you have to be able to like have high instanced damage to kill him. And right now, Extreme Gaming are massively lacking that. So Visage will do absolutely nothing once he has Vanguard, which he's certainly going to rush. It is the only item that you should be rushing on Pudge in your game. Just Bracer, Brown Boots, Vanguard every single time. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be, my guess is either mid lane or off lane. It's definitely not the safe lane Pudge. I don't think Pudge is really a 1 unless you're like abusing some really bad matchup, but it does limit the carry pool quite a bit.
No, don't you think there is a chance that it's a 4 with that profit on off lane?
It could be, yeah. I mean, Death Prophet, I think, is probably the mid lane into the Puck, but like the thing is, both those heroes just farm. Like Puck doesn't like kill anyone. Puck doesn't die though.
Yeah, it's kind of an even lane, right? And TA will be safe.
This is the perfect pick because, and this is one of the reasons like Pudge is not something you see in every game because TA is high amounts of physical damage as opposed to like, you know, small instance damage. And this is like literally Pudge's worst nightmare. So this is a very good pick. And I would guess with that, we're probably not going to be seeing Pudge ran in the 1 or in the 4 in the 3 position. I would say it's probably a support.
Yeah, if you pick Pudge if you put Pudge now on 4, like he can still do the Pudge things, and you can pick a counter to TA on the offlane, something that she can't lane super well against. We'll see. They instead go for Void. Okay, so it's so it's still position 1 Void. It should be a
That's position 3 Pudge.
Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi Pudge. All right. So we have offlane Pudge. In the situation, I mean, we do have Lu. One thing I like about the TA pick, it's not just going to be great against this Pudge, but I'm looking at the TA DY matchup on the Snapfire means early Roche is probably going to be happening in this game as well. But this Faceless Void has been a very iffy hero of late. It's not necessarily inspired confidence in me every time I see it. It's very select games where it looks super good. And in this particular situation, there's a lot of damage that can go into the bubble. Not that difficult, or not that easy for them to muscle him off the laning phase either.
Wait, my memory is really short. What do they have in the bubble? What damage do they have? They have Death Prophet, right?
They have Death Prophet,
DP,
and you have Wukong's command. But it's a 4 position Monkey King.
Yeah, it's a 4 monkey.
Is it 4 monkey? And they're going to hook out. So this is what they'll do, right? They'll drop bubble onto 2-3 heroes, drop those spells on that side of the map, hook out somebody to drag them next to the Pudge, and then that's how they'll kill them. There we go.
You just go Ags Pug and blink. Just blink right in. Just with an Ags. Just blink into the center of their chronosphere. That's your damage.
Possible.
You could do it. You could do it.
Do you like the Void Snare? You started saying something, yeah.
I'm like 50-50 about it. I like their draft a lot more until I saw that Faceless Void. I always feel that just that Void is bit of a finicky hero. If it does well, it seems really, really good. But also, I've seen situations, we've seen it here in China, where they put all their eggs into a void basket and it doesn't work out. And I'm not super sold on the damage inside the bubble. Like Ricky mentioned, is a support Monkey King, and it is going to be DP, but I have a feeling the Ghost will be needed elsewhere. And I don't like this idea of committing both the Ghost and the Chrono. That being said, we have seen that we saw LGD lose with these exact two heroes, right, as the 1 and the 2 when they played against, was it Dandelion? Yeah. So I'm not sold on this personally, but tell us how you feel about this, Lizard. How do you feel about the Void in general, and who do you think is going to win game 2?
No, I completely agree with you. I think we're going into game 3. Like, this Void should not have the best time overall. I think they left one hero in the pool that they were fine with playing against. You also have a Puck against him. Marcy, I think his lane won't be easy. I think his game won't be easy. But then again, I just want to see a Pudge do well. Like, I'm on a Ricky train. I'm a big Pudge believer as well. Big Pudge lover. We'll see. We'll see if he can do some magic. But he's also against the TA. So later on, the rod definitely does help. You can get rid of refraction, right? But in the lane, it might be a bit difficult.
Our Cryptic, will close with you. If you were playing this game and you just picked yourself this off-lane Pudge and you saw the enemy was running safe lane TA with support Snapfire, are you feeling confident about getting that dub, or are we looking towards GG go next, boys?
It's actually not too bad. It's going to be a little bit of a rough lane for Pudge, but it's definitely manageable. As long as he gets a Vanguard at a decent time, I think it's a very good Pudge game overall outside of the TA. And like I said, this is a hero that can run away with it. So I'm going to go Aster Aries on a 2-0. That's my feeling here.
I'm just going to go for the cop-out answer of saying, I just want more Dota 2. So give me an extreme gaming victory so we can go to that third game. But we first have to get through the gauntlet that is game 2. So our Cryptic Lizard, take it away. Bring us the hype. Bring us game 2 of Aster Aries versus Extreme Gaming. Take it away, boys.
I didn't compliment you, Ricky, by the way. Nice shirt. I like it.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, it reminds me that you're an emo. Like,
it's
you know.
to be. I like to think of it as a caution sign, so don't be near me.
I see. Yeah. Every emo needs something like that, right? Like some shirt or some chain, some big ass chain around the leg.
Oh, dude, I got it all, man.
You have the chain as well.
I mean, I'm not wearing it right now, but I do. I mean, it was never a phase, you know. That's all I'm saying. I still rock all of it.
It's a lifestyle. It's
a lifestyle. Yeah, absolutely.
I see.
Okay, I am so excited. I mean, I can't tell you how happy I am. Like, after playing Dota for as long as I've played Dota, and seeing Pudge legitimately picked not as a meme for the first time in history. Like, outside of like the 5 games at TI where fountain hooking was a thing, this hero has not been picked ever competitively outside of it being a meme.
You weren't in Europe. You weren't playing like 3 years ago. It was for a half a year. It was.
Are you talking about the regen or whatever?
Yeah, within the region, it was highly contested. There, you had a couple of players in division, like, well, there were no divisions back then, but like tier 2 teams that really knew their stuff around Pudge and would pick it whenever given the chance. Me myself, obviously, one of no, I'm kidding. I wasn't one of them, but there was Cube. Like, he was playing a really mean Pudge. He made that hero work no matter what. Like, when you're that skilled on a hero, I think it can work. It's like a long time ago. Here I go plug myself, but whatever. I was playing Meepo on position 4, like when he needed level 6, to be viable, and it worked because when you have like 2,000 games on a hero, you're gonna make it work no matter what. And he did that to Pudge. But it's usually better when you don't need 2,000 games to make something work, right?
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I'm excited to see how they try to make this bottom lane work. The Monkey King plus Pudge. I mean, you do have Boundless Strike into Hook. He did go Hook level 1, so that is like their game plan here. You can secure range creep with the Hook, but also, yep, there it is. Right away, gets the range creep. That's pretty much the only way to do it into this lane.
You can secure the range creep. You can also get a hard camp as well with it. Right?
Yeah.
Insta kill on the big creep. There's a lot of benefits from that Hook level 1. The only problem
Yeah.
is if it gets blocked, right? Then it's not as incredible. I like the fact that he started with the ring, by the way. You need to start with the ring on
Yeah,
this.
you need that armor. Boundless Strike comes through. Lou, a little bit too far forward. Is this going to be our first blood? All right, someone sign me up. This is the gameplay I've been waiting for. Pudge, first blood in the off lane.
It's starting. How happy are you? Tell me.
Dude, okay, I have been playing so much Pudge. I swear to you, I have been. This hero is absurd because people just don't know how to play against it, and like in the new form, like they just severely underestimate this hero's damage and tankiness. It is so much fun. I'm very happy.
I played versus a Pudge core. I had the Lone Druid with AC, Daedalus, Basher, and Mask of Madness on the bear, and it literally was not hurting Pudge. It was
Did he have a Vanguard?
He had a lot of items. It was late game, right? But he was dealing 0 damage. It was just stupid. Red Panda is probably gone here.
Yeah, nice little play there by this offlane. And this is, we were talking last game about how the Visage was kind of like underwhelming because it didn't have like a kill lane. But this time you do, right? You have the Marcy. This is definitely 2 heroes that can dump a lot of damage and then get that burst out from Soul Assumption. So I like this adaptation of the Visage way more.
Not only do you have a kill lane, you're a core. So you'll have way more farm overall, and your game impact should be higher. The biggest deal for me, Lu and TK. Lu might die. Lu is dead. Like, he's gonna dive him, right?
Ooh.
No?
He went for the auto attack. He's gonna regret that one. But
okay, yeah, it happens. Like, I just want to say that you have a Visage on one side that's a core. He should have a good time pushing in, but you are playing versus a Treant Protector, which usually doesn't feel that great. Like, he's able to heal up those towers, and as Visage, all you want to be doing is go for a tower, take it, rotate to the next, take it, rotate. You know, like especially when you're offlane, you just want to be constantly pressuring. I'm not sure how well he'll be able to do versus Red Panda.
So, I'm really curious, like, well, I don't know. I can't. I gotta stop focusing on the Pudge. I gotta stop.
No.
I'm gonna look at something else. I was like, he's got the Hood of Defiance queued up, and I can't think of a single reason as to why he'd go for the Hood of Defiance this game.
Don't you? There's a ton of magic damage as well coming from XG. So perhaps if you deal with that damage, then you'll be able to just flash heap the rest or something like that. Like,
yeah, I mean, maybe his idea is like he's not going to be dealing with the TA, and he's going to let like Void or the rest of his team deal with her, and he's just going to like run at the back line. That's possible, because the only thing that kills Pudge in this game once you like have Flesh Heap Vanguard is really realistically the TA. You just go BKB. There's the Boundless Strike into the hook. DY not where he wants to be. Does have the cookie, able to make a little bit of space, but the Primal Spring is there. Scatter Blast, not going to do anything, and there it is. Another one going the way of the Pudge. Some Flesh Heap as well.
You know, you just lost game 1 quite convincingly, and now you're losing a lane versus a Pudge. This is some serious emotional damage from XG already. The Red Panda,
100%.
He might be taken. There's no what's it called? The dispose. They had no dispose in top lane apparently.
Yeah.
PK.
Oh, yeah, TK a little bit too far forward, but Boundless Strike, do it, send it. Dude, you have to be so scary because it's such a long-range stun, and you're just gonna get hooked every time.
Oh, that right there was emotional damage. Instead of going for the kill, killing that monkey, and then maybe surviving versus a Pudge, they move back. They're like, okay, we've fed this boy. He's already kind of chubby.
They're rotating. They're bringing PYW to the bottom lane. They've got to get something here, but I believe it was scouted by the Monkey King, so RC not going to be able to do much here. Overall, we'll see in a moment how it ends up going, but
there's a TP as well coming now, but a much bigger one. Death Prophet is coming in.
That's a Death Prophet.
Yeah.
With level 6 Exorcism. All right.
Baiting.
It's a bait for sure on the Pudge. He pops the Flesh. He's trying to take it up. They get on top of Lou. Then, okay, he actually disposes that Death Prophet for the moment, but he's just going to get chased under the tower now by the Death Prophet, and TK looking for DY here. I don't think he's going to get it. You're the same movement speed. Unless he's got boots, he does not. Okay. But yeah, beautiful rotation, great
He can
bait
jump,
there
though.
by the Pudge. Oh, he can. Yeah, it came off cooldown. One more auto attack. He gets the Jingu as well. Oh,
Take the bounty!
pick the bounty up. What are you doing?
So many couriers died, but it was a nice delta split, right? When they initiated. Everyone ran their own direction, almost confused them, but wasn't good enough. In the end, they lose 2 heroes.
TK in some trouble, but Paparazzi should be able to orb out of here. He does have a DD rune, actually. Instead, he's going to chase for the Pudge, and that is a kill. Double kill goes the way of the puck. So ends up being really worth the rotation bottom here on Paparazzi.
Yep, really nicely done from both the mid laners, right? First the Death Prophet rotating in, afterwards the puck punishing their overextension. So far, so good. The laning stage is, I have to say, whenever there is a hero such as Pudge, sometimes you get to 7-minute mark and you have like 1 kill. But it's 100% the Pudge effect as well. He's making things completely different. Like you need to be constantly aggressive with the Pudge, and they take down that tier 1 tower on the bottom lane already. At 7-minute mark, it got denied, but so
that's the DP, right? Sick rotation. And Lou forced to jungle deal. TK just keeps getting owned by these side blades.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I need to get down. I'll jump on another 3. He does have Pudge rotating in. That Boundless Strike plus hookshot, you were talking about it. It's still a decent setup.
And he's level 6, so Dismember is a guaranteed kill at this point. Even if you grab like the TA, like you are certainly dead to that. So.
Do you like the flashy animation?
No, I've been hoping that they would fix this because I thought it was a bug when it first came out. I was like, all right, this is definitely like placeholder graphics, right? Like they did with some of the other like new abilities that they added to the game. But then they just never changed it, so I don't know.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm the same. It looks like I don't know. It looks like a bug. Like the graphics are bugging out. Like I have everything set on extremely low. But
yeah.
But
on high, it doesn't look any better. I promise.
It's just my, it's my personal preference. Someone might like it, so who am I to
At least it's noticeable that he does it to an extent, but it's like, it's a really bad a particle effect. It's like
very
someone
noticeable.
Just like, and it needs to be noticeable. Nice boundless strike. The hook comes through. They've got the Snapfire into the Dismember. This combo once again netting them a kill and a decent kill as well. So they have to be careful here. Dispo's gonna pull the Faceless Void back into the enemy team to silence the coil. Down to barely any HP. He's still alive, but will finally go down to old 11.
Damn, it took them so much to kill that Void off. I thought that kill would be much quicker and that they would be able to perhaps go for another one. Sadly for them, nope, didn't happen. But they do kill the Void. They defend the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Nice rotation. What's also important is that Visage is getting closer to his vessel. So that tanky boy Pudge might not be as tanky. Same goes for pretty much everyone else. The Death Prophet as well, right? Vessel, definitely something that they need. It's not truly a Visage item, but lately it has been popularized by a lot of players on the hero. If you need it, you just buy it. It's always like that. If a vessel is needed, whatever you are, whatever sort of an offlaner, you just get it.
Alright, a Haste Rune going to be bottled there by the Death Prophet. That's always terrifying. But Pudge's top net worth this early in the game, honestly not that surprising with how good the start was. And he does have the Aghanim Scepter BKB queued up. I'm a little bit curious on
Can I
he goes.
Can I ask you just one thing?
Yeah.
Like, how can you be sad and emo about the world when you have a Pudge such as this one? I think you.
Oh,
I'm
living on cloud 9, man. I've been playing Pudge non-stop since the patch dropped. Like,
there you go. So you might.
I've won every single game I've played.
You might reconsider your bands that you're listening to on Spotify right now. Okay, no more. I don't know. Give me some names.
I don't know. Sad boy music is the best, man.
Sad boy singing, yeah.
Hit me up with that Movements, man. Anyone who knows who Movements is, they know what's up. They got good taste. That's ultimate sad boy music. Great stuff.
There's a song "I Am Pudge," by the way.
Is it really?
Yeah, you can listen to that.
I'm gonna put that on a 24-hour playlist and just spam Pudge.
It's pretty good as well. It's not bad.
Top
I mean,
lane
you can-
smoke. Oh, what are they gonna find? PYW. Not the target they really want, but they might settle for it. Exorcism comes out. Okay, a little bit of a different page here as TK decided to back away when Death Prophet wanted to go in. So they will actually just kind of waste a very big duration here on this Exorcism. Maybe they can push. All right, he's going back mid lane. He wants to get a tower. He really does kind of need to do something with this.
At the way Marcy was moving towards DK, he thought she was just about to dispose of him or catch him on the tree, right? Cut it down, so he jumped off of it. It definitely did look that way. So
Yeah, that's true. So they do get the mid tier one. So at the end of the day, the EXO does grant them, you know, some objectives. And okay, I didn't talk about this in draft because we just it didn't really came up. We were talking a little bit about the Treant Protector. Do you want to guess Treant Protector's win rate in the DPC right now? If you had to guess, Lizard, where would you ballpark it? And mind you, this is on 35 games.
like 60%, I would put him. Something
Keep
like
going.
that.
It's way higher.
75.
It's 73%.
That's on 35 games. That's ridiculously strong. And the hero is really good.
Yeah.
Especially
You said
right
it.
now.
You think he's like one of the best fives in the game?
Especially right now when he doesn't have. And as we were speaking about him, he's about to feed. But maybe not.
Big overgrowth. Can they actually get out now? Extreme, they may have overextended. The Dismember's got the Snapfire, ult 11, falling low on the backside. Faces Void. He's got a chrono. Question is, will he even use it? The hook. He doesn't stop. It's just fun.
Lu is like, they just stand
They don't
still.
see it.
Yeah, just stand still. They'll forget about me. They'll forget I was ever around. 20 more seconds. I have that TP. Please don't kill me.
Monkey King's chasing PYW as well. He's got no rebound target. He's going to get it off of Paparazzi here potentially. Or no, they just instead turn around and go on the aggressive. Jingu stacks. Does get that balance right. Coil does come through. Pudge has the Dismember. The hook.
Nice.
Right on the target. And now baited the other way. As they're going to continue looking for it. Just chrono him. Do it, Ulu. Send a message. All right, he doesn't chrono him, but gets a kill. Another Flesh Heap stack there for the Pudge.
That was such a good hook. I didn't know it was unit targeted, but I guess it works now that way as well. Really
Wait,
nicely.
what?
I'm kidding, man. Really nicely
I was like, what? Yeah, it's so well predicted. He's like, you either jaunt or you get dismembered, right? It's one or the other.
Good
It's a
prediction.
smart play. This guy's played Pudge for sure, a couple of times at least. What's his Dota Plus medal here? It's important. Level 17. Impressive.
Not bad,
Dude,
not bad.
all of that, and they still didn't get top tower. Because that's all they were trying to do here, right? Is push Red Panda out of top and take the tier 1. But it still stands. 4 points living armory, just dumping heals into this thing. They have
And
lost no towers.
And it's the same thing, really, like the last one. They are, like the last game that is, they are unable to take down objectives. And this is the problem, like you're playing with the Visage. This hero really needs to be taking down objectives, needs to be pressuring the map, moving from one tower to another. And he's just stuck there. He's stuck because of this pesky tree. I liked what XG did, by the way. They had to commit all 5 heroes to even think about taking the tower. But nice rotation by Aries, defending it. Very well played by both sides. A little bit better, obviously, working out in Aries' favor.
Man, if this Pudge is allowed to get an Aghanim Scepter and not get punished, this game is over for Extreme.
Is he
It's
buying
actually
it?
that devastating. Yeah, he's got the point booster Ogre Axe already. He's only 1,100 gold away.
Okay, you need to... If he gets the axe this early on, no more death grips, no more moments, no more falls for you. Old 11.
They find old 11 top. TPs are coming in with the Exorcism on the backside. There's going to go ahead and be a pretty big Wukong's command, but he just goes down to those mortar because his PYW is going to follow next. Paparazzi gets himself a double kill on the puck, and now Pudge on the run. Aries, they need help and fast. The Faceless Void's not quite there. Flesh Sheep coming off a cooldown will allow him to tank through some of this damage. The Death Prophet just goes in instead. It looks like that's going to be enough to push them away. It's being a 2-for-1. Decent hold there for Extreme.
I would say that it was unnecessary from Aries making this move. This play on the top tier 1, even if you take down the tower, it doesn't truly net you any map control. You just used your Death Prophet ulti as well. Your Void wasn't ready to commit, he wasn't ready to fight. You're just giving them a chance to go on this tier 1 top. The only question is, could this be a bait? Could they actually fight now on the tier 1 tower while the Treant protects it?
They have the Overgrowth again. They gotta be careful. They gotta respect it. And there it is. The Overgrowth manages to catch Old 11 here on the Visage. The silence comes through from the Death Prophet. Pudge trying to get in range. He does find Paparazzi. Where's the Boundless Strike, though? They've got to find somebody able to dodge it. Hook off the mark as a result. But Old 11 unable to get out of here. UIW comes in, gets a nice dispose, catches the Monkey King. The Unleash comes through. Pudge getting beat down by Lou, but still tanking through some of the damage. Can he get another kill? He will, but he's finally gonna be brought down here in just a matter of time. Living armor expires, and so does his life.
Yeah, like these plays coming from Aster Aries don't make too much sense, for me at least, looking from distance, right? Okay, maybe you kill the Visage, but you're still fighting without the Void. You're taking a disadvantageous fight for yourself when you're already ahead. Perhaps just wait for him, or maybe the goal is to give him some more space and fight whenever. They didn't even have Exorcism on top lane, right?
Yeah.
They did defend the tower, which is big. That needs to be said, but I felt like it's unnecessary for them to be giving any kills away in that fashion, at least. As they're quite commandingly in control of the game.
Do you think they just jumped the gun on that? Because I feel like if they take the fight closer to their tower, it's pretty good, right? But
yeah, it felt like the
chased
Overgrowth
pretty far, right?
Yeah,
like the Overgrowth came out too early.
The Overgrowth only caught Visage. They chased too far. They missed the hook. The Boundless Strike was everything was missed, and then you still continue going. Sometimes you just need to know. Okay, if we missed our spells, we need to back out. We're no longer in control to chase. We might be even the hunted, right? Like, we might be the prey now. When you miss your spells, it definitely happens. Bot lane, PYW.
Bottom lane, looking for PYW. Pops the Unleash for the Dispel, but right into a Chrono instead. Ulu finally lets it rip.
Like, a little bit of anticlimactic Chrono there. Just feels like he could have done it without, right? Like, just 2 hits and that's it. Better safe than sorry, I guess. Finally, he uses it, like you said. Will he be punished, though?
He's wrapped on bottom, though. They have a high ground ward, but nothing that's going to scout him. Coil, oh my god, it barely misses. Mortimer Kisses are coming through. Ulu is surrounded, though. Time Walk, he's going to get it in time. He does not. TK's tree gets cut as well. Ends up being 2 for 0. Death Prophet rotating it on the backside, though, with the Exorcism. And it's hooked completely off the mark. And DY? I mean, he's certainly going to die here eventually, right? The Ag's slow from Pudge. Ends up walking into a trap, though. Going for the TP out. He's going to escape. No way.
And
they get nothing for their effort.
Yeah, plus the Exorcism was used.
Yeah.
Good thing they have the Street Protector, as they're not losing any objectives. No matter how many mistakes you make, Tree is gonna do 3 things, just gonna heal up that tower. Feels good, man. Never mind.
They finally got it, but it's like... It feels like, again, you make a low, like, chance play bottom, and it just feels super bizarre. You have the Ags on Pudge now. To me, I feel like this is like a time to go fight, but you don't have Exorcism now. And they go right into Roshan instead. Extreme Gaming trying to take back control of this game.
That's ulti from PYW as well. A lot of minus armor with the Death Zone. They go in, they take it out. Absolutely. That's also because of the Chronosphere being used, right?
Yeah.
Like when you think about it, you use that Chrono in a situation such as this one on only Marcy, you can get punished, and they did get punished for it. Not sure. Perhaps. Perhaps we did pass the time in which using that Chrono on just the support is value, right? Early game it is, but perhaps we're a bit too far in the match for that.
Now, I will say, I think Aster Aries still has like a by far dominant lineup as this goes late. Like, faces Void. doesn't really have a lot to worry about once he has, you know, a little bit more HP and a BKB. And realistically, if this Pudge is able to like continue to farm at this rate, he kind of is one of the strongest level 25, level 30 heroes in all of Dota. So I think like Aster Aries still has that to look forward to, but I feel like Extreme's going to be the ones turning the heat on here pretty soon.
What's the 25 on Pudge again?
The 25 is either the Flesh Heap stack bonuses or the extra dismember damage and heal.
So it hasn't changed. It's the same,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Then again, like there is outplay potential on both sides. The only kind of worst thing is that Puck cannot just build attacks and deal with the void like he used to. As he needs the talent now for the BKB piercing. But
They're looking to go into the triangle. Boundless Strike onto Marcy. PYW grabs a hook and a dismember. Overgrowth. Oh, he lost vision on the tree. Lou gets out. Okay. Very unlucky there for the Treant Protector.
wait, does the TA still have Meld Dispels? Or was that changed?
Meld Dispels at 20.
At 20, okay. So
Yeah.
for more levels, she's gonna be very happy when that hits. Yeah, Overgrowth misses. They only get the Marcy. They didn't commit too many big spells, right? It's just the Overgrowth, so it's not a biggie. They can still continue farming. Fight
Oh,
another
baited mid. TK goes down. Well played. Old 11 got him on the familiar drop.
Is this a tier 1? It looks that way.
It looks like it. I don't... like I said, I feel like this is when they're going to start playing aggressive. And PYW is going to pull the Pudge in. He did get the Flesh Heap off. Ulu's here. Does have the Chrono available. Looking for Old 11, but he's got that Stone Form for the moment to protect him. Hook ends up connecting onto no one, but they do Chrono up. The Snapfire, I mean, it feels like Aries are... They do come out ahead in this fight, but they commit everything and don't really get a lot out of it.
Perhaps a tier 2, maybe they can... It's hard to say, even this tier 2, I don't think they can go for it. Maybe tier 1 tower or something like that on top. Yeah, they commit, like you said, they committed the Chrono and the Dead Prophet ulti, netting them pretty much only those 2 kills. I would argue once again that Chrono... Okay, you stopped Snapfire from TPing out. It's something, but... Just having that Chrono would maybe be more valuable. I'm not sure. A kill is a kill after all, and he needs that farm.
Wow.
BKB
Ulu
used.
forced to BKB. Coil comes out, yeah. Does not want to risk it.
Double damage.
What's he buying? Manta next? Not super conventional, but I guess it's all right versus the silences, dispel some stuff, dispel some armor as well. Mitigation.
Yeah, I would
It
say...
doesn't look... yeah, continue, sorry.
No, go ahead. I had literally nothing important to say, like normal.
Oh, I'm just saying that... I just wanted to say that, okay, maybe after this game you will continue listening to emo music, as Pudge is... Like, I don't see his presence in the game any longer. You know, it was like a very strong laner, but after you see a couple of missed hooks, suddenly, okay, I have this Pudge with an Aghanim Scepter, but he isn't able to really contribute to these fights.
Yeah.
At least at
And
the moment.
The secret to playing Pudge is to play this hero like he doesn't actually have a hook. That is the ultimate secret. For anyone who's like actually wanting to play this hero. Don't actually, like, level the hook and be ready to use it, but pretend like you don't.
So just jump in and...
Yeah. I think the Axe is a bait. I really do. I think if he just has like Blink Vanguard BKB right now and like a casual cloak, he's like unkillable and just runs at them in the fights, and like Blink dismembers like TA and there's just nothing you can do to stop him. Like, he's just gonna dismember your TA with a BKB and she's gonna die. But it feels a little weird. The Aghanims will allow him to farm incredibly fast, so that is like one thing that's really nice, but he does need his BKB like desperately now, and the Blink is going to slow him down to get there.
I think one problem that you can have with heroes such as Pudge, like, you can have the best player on the Pudge, but Like the hero isn't played so much, so the players around aren't necessarily super comfortable with playing with the hero, right? If he's not in the meta, they definitely play with him in pubs, but it's not the same. It's not like pubs and competitive games are. It's like, I don't know, turbo and ranked.
Yeah, exactly.
Something. It's like a completely different beast. I've noticed it on mid lane as well. There's a chrono available, and he could clip TA with that chrono at the edge, and then he wouldn't be able to kill her, but he could clip her, and then perhaps you can follow up with a hook, right? Like, but he opts not to. So that kind of a situation, perhaps if it's a different hero, they would communicate and they would actually use the chrono plus I don't know, some Mortimer's Kiss or something like that. But here they didn't. So
we do have a nice high ground ward here to play with on the side of Aster Aries, but it looks like Extreme getting ready to take this tier 2 in the top lane now. A team that had no towers for the first 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah, that
might be the first one to take the tier 2.
That minus armor definitely kicking in now. The Dazzle on TA, you have a little Shredder as well, leveled up, so...
Okay, Ceremonial Robe Pudge is actually so insane. That item is ridiculous.
It's probably the best on him, right? Like, he just
it's
go
like
in...
that or Cloak of Flames are just like by far the best. They're so good.
You can just walk in, turn on that rot, you have the hood, it just feels so good. I agree.
This game into TA, like the Cloak of Flames is definitely better, so you can like burn through refraction faster and you get that 4 armor, but either way, it's like both are very strong. You're happy with either.
What do we have? Do we have that Manta? We have the Manta now. Not yet. In 400 gold, he's gonna have the Manta versus all the silences. Also versus TA, right? Like, for the refraction charges, it will definitely come in handy. So they should be able to at least use that chrono on a bigger target next fight. And the DD.
They're gonna bottle the DD. Yeah, perfect. They smoke up right away. They're actually not gonna wait for it. They just want to go bottom, it seems. They're gonna TP the Treant Protector, but there are... Oh, he actually has the shard, so he is invis, and he's gonna scout PYW here. We will see more in the mid lane. Oh my gosh, this is the best overgrowth you could possibly get, and in comes the Pudge into a Wukong's command. They've managed to get 1 kill already. DY trying to make his escape. It's not going to happen, and now it's Old 11 on the Visage. What a wraparound.
This tier 2 tower on the bottom lane is arguably the hardest tower to take when it comes to, you know, like pushing. And yeah, they didn't set up any sort of vision around them. They had 1 ward, 2 wards, but very deep behind them, right? They were expecting some move from behind. But what's stopping them from just jumping like they did? So
yeah, I mean, they had the traps in the tree to try and scout the treant, but he has the shard, so he's just he's got the invis tree walking, and I don't think they expected it.
They do have some ability, right? So maybe that's why they're a bit cocky. They have this pose. They also have the cookie, so they're thinking, yeah, we'll be able to get out, but not as simple. Plus the blink dagger on PYW, that is.
All right, Aster Aries kind of evening up the game here. I mean, it was like a 4 or 5k gold lead at one point for Aster Aries, and then we were back about 3.5, 4k for the side of Extreme Gaming, but we're dead even again.
It's a fun
30 minutes.
It's a fun dead even game, like you said. You can't truly predict which way it's gonna go. There are some unconventional picks on both sides. I guess what we're waiting for is this next rush. Well, XG isn't. They're gonna smoke up.
Blue has Nullifier now. Treant Protector. Taken down by the Mortimer, kisses the blink. The Dismember onto the puck, and there it is. Faces Void, hits him with a chrono, but it's just gonna be death for this Death Prophet. Lou able to dodge out that hook for the moment, but that BKB, it's only got about another second left, and he has got a big problem. He's got to get out of here and fast. Ulu able to make some space, but we'll chase after Lou. No bash. Time dilation is there on the backside of the fight. It's going to be the Visage being chased down by the Death Prophet. Jumps on over. Ulu takes down that Snapfire, and they will find the Visage as well. So it ends up being a 3 for 2. 2 buybacks coming out of Aster Aries, but it's right before Roche. That's why it's such an important fight.
Exactly. Like, buying back as Roche is respawning is always worth it. If you can win that fight around the Roche pit, that is. Now the question is, will Will XG try to defend this? There's no dead prophet ulti, remember. PYW, nice.
Ooh,
Spider
spider
senses.
legs. Oh, he doesn't have ult. I was like, if he has ult, he just kills him. But
Well, he's
he
not
got
getting
the TP
out.
cancel. I mean, TK gets to continue chasing. He's got the Primal Spring. Spider legs on through, but TK gets the kill. Pudge was, hoping to get a Flesh Heap stack maybe, but doesn't find it.
And they're still in the
Meanwhile,
pit.
Roshan.
Exactly. They're taking it. There are traps possible, right? Blue will plant some of them. Instantly get destroyed.
Who takes Shard here, do you think? Oh, Blink Dismember. They caught Puck. The Boundless Strike into the Overgrowth. He gets
Okay.
the phase shift off for the moment, and on the high ground, they will lose TK. The orb will allow him to escape at the end of the day, but Ulu is going to chase here. Pudge gets the blink forward on top of the Snapfire. There's going to be the coil. The Nullifier is there, but you've lost the Snapfire. An immediate buyback comes out from her. Got to be careful, Pudge. He's still on the front line. Pretty take. He does have the BKB as well. He's just going to go in right after ult 11, but he cancels his own Dismember just from the damage from the TA. Too much comes through. Death Rival BKB TP home.
Yeah, all things considered, they still have the Aegis on Void. They didn't use any big ultis on Aries, right? The shard, was it taken by Void or... Yeah, it was taken by him. He wanted to buy one, he bought it. I actually wouldn't mind giving it to even Pudge. I think Pudge shard is... It just gives the hero a different dimension. Not only are you extremely strong offensively, suddenly you have this ridiculously good dismember that can eat your allies and save them, so...
Oh, the Chrono! They managed to get on the PYW blinks into the Chronosphere. There's no save. The silence comes through as well. He needs to get out and fast here on the teammate, but the bashes, the exorcism, they drop the sentry, goes down. PYW just right on the edge. An unfortunate mistake. Now they're looking for more. It's going to be the Visage. The time dilation is there, plus the silence. The orb coming through, though. They got him. Faceless Void, he's got a Manta, plus an Aegis still. He's going to burn it. Oh!
Red Panda.
They're going to be able to keep themselves alive for now, but Old 11 in that stone form trying to get away. 3 heroes on the backside of the pit here. In comes Ulu, but reverse time locks himself to safety. It might be full retreat time here for Extreme. It's hard to say. TK goes in, big Boundless Strike, big Silence Pudge. Getting closer and closer. It's almost there. Can Ulu get his hands on any of these heroes? Still Silence Up. Hook comes through off the mark. Lou able to survive. He's got to blink in one. He goes in. He gets the Dismember with the BKB. TA in trouble. He needs help and fast. There's going to be the refraction, but it just gets absolutely destroyed. Puck as well will fall. Visage will be next. 1 by 1. They fall.
They don't have any buybacks. It's literally just on the Visage. Paparazzi as well trying to get away. Will he be able to? I believe he will, right? The Puck shouldn't.
I mean, it's hard to run away from Monkey King, but yeah, he's got a regen as well.
He's still a Puck. Like, it's hard to run away, but he's still a Puck. While all of this was happening, there was a ridiculously cute fight on the bottom lane. 1v1 next to the river, next to the secret shop. They agreed. It was Treant versus Marcy. I can't actually believe Treant won. Like, the
That's so funny, actually.
He actually managed to win 1v1, just punches, nothing more. Marcy punching him, he punching her. Really nicely done.
I mean, I'm not sure if you saw Pudge's damage in that last fight, but like I said, when you get to this point in the game, where like you just have like 3 or 4 items, this hero is unstoppable. He did 7,100 damage in the last fight. The next highest was like 1,200.
It was ridiculous. I saw it just going in and out.
Paparazzi needs to be careful. Wukong's command is there, but the Mortimer Kisses will finish up the Monkey King. They committed a lot here going for these tier 4s. They managed to stun down Ulu. He gets that Manta to dodge the stun. Reverse time walk. He's got a Chrono. Question is, will he use it? Punches in. There's the Chrono. There's your bonus damage as they just get absolutely destroyed here on the side of Extreme Gaming. And it looks like Aster Aries takes it 2-0 over Extreme.
I don't know. Give me some. Let me Google. I need to Google some happy feels bands. I don't know. Feel good music bands. I need to send you some.
Hey, I got you, man. I've got some good vibes music too.
Okay,
It's not all sad boy music.
From now on, you're just listening to ABBA, Train, Maroon 5, Queen, you know, all the good stuff.
No, no.
Oh no. After that game, Ricky's gonna have to get rid of Trent Reznor and start embracing Sid the Kid. What a victory, boys, here for Aster Aries. Damn, they made it look clean as hell. 2-0 heads up, and not just 2-0 heads up. They did it with Pudge. It wasn't a meme pick. Not only was it not a meme pick, it was very, very good throughout the game, Lizard. Like the entire time, we knew that all Cryptic was going to be biased towards the Pudge, but I think he might have made a few converted believers here because Shang-Chi Pudge, this game, just made everything look so easy after a point for the side of Aster Aries.
No, I'm a big believer in Pudge. Like I do believe that the hero is good. Ricky was on point as well. It looked solid. I have to say that I'm worried for XG. Like losing like this to Aster Aries 2 in a row, and not only losing like this second game, it wasn't perfect from Aster Aries. They made a lot of blunders here and there. Some chronos used on just supports, Dead Prophet ultis as well, and they still couldn't come back into the game. They still couldn't find their footing. That Pudge was apparently a little bit too much for them to handle. He was a big, chunky boy. What do you say, Ricky? Convinced?
Yeah,
completely.
I mean, yeah, I'm very happy, man. I like I said, like this is the first time ever that Pudge is like a competitive pick, and he's a good pick in a lot of games. And I really hope that people start, taking the time to learn it. I will say I was a little bit confused on some of the itemization from Extreme this game, like mostly like the nullifier out from TA. I'm not really sure what that specifically was supposed to deal with, but it didn't seem to really matter at that point. Like they were so far behind, and like it really just comes down to if you get to this point in the game, you're this far behind, and there is a core Pudge on the other team, it is so difficult to win the game. Like you are at such a massive disadvantage at this point. Like that is just kind of like the nature of what Pudge does in Dota right now.
Yeah, that hook right there is demonstration what usually Pudge does in my teams.
Exactly. I said play like he doesn't have hook, man. That's the key. You just blink in with a BKB and dismember their core, and it works. It's unbelievable, like how survivable he is. And like I said, the only hero that kills him this whole game is Lu. So if he just blink dismembers the TA, he's invulnerable. Dude, this overgrowth was so
Doesn't
sick.
help either. Oh, this overgrowth was amazing. They had no vision for him, and they thought they had a way to cover him with all these traps. But Red Panda, it's not just this Pudge that did really well, but I want to talk to your boys about this, right? We were talking in the draft about how the Void might struggle with damage at points without the bubble, without having the ghost inside the bubble. But in this game, many times they found themselves being able to take effectively 3 fights at once. Pudge doing something with some part of the fight, Treant Protector overgrowthing another portion, so that when the Void drops the bubble, only really has to worry about 1 or 2 heroes at most. Makes the game so much easier. What could they have done differently here, Lizard, on the side of Extreme Gaming to deny this positioning advantage that Aster Aries kept claiming fight after fight after fight?
I just feel that they crumbled a little bit in the mid game. They had options. They had ways of fighting every time the Chrono and Dead Prophet ulti was on cooldown, but they were a little bit too passive. Every time Chrono and Dead Prophet ulti were wasted, Extreme Gaming wouldn't capitalize on that, right? Like they would just continue chilling, continue farming. And eventually you're playing versus these 2 big ultis. If you're not fighting on the downtime, there is no way in hell you're winning these team fights. I think that's probably the biggest issue that the macro issue that I saw from them.
Do you think part of this also comes down to the fact that with Old 11 in the squad, most of the time that we've seen Extreme Gaming look really strong is when Old 11 is allowed to play heroes that can get active on the map. In this game, he played this Visage. It didn't really work out for them. And, well, it was 2 games really that they didn't work out with Visage, but it did feel at some points in this game here, Cryptic, that they just couldn't do anything, even if they wanted to. And there was a lack of desire for them to try and do stuff, but outside of Puck, what did they really felt like they struggled to find any kind of positive fights in their favor without running headlong into all this tremendous circular damage coming in from Aster?
I mean, that's I don't really know like where their damage can come from. Like you're running this Visage, which is running is basically a damage mitigation core, and then you have TA. So the whole lineup here is basically protect the TA and let her dish the damage out. But you're playing into a Chronosphere and a BKB Dismember without any saves, right? Your only save is PYW getting like a blink dispose off. But we saw the one time that they attempted it, it didn't work. He didn't have the Aether Lens yet, so there's not like that extra range to get your allies out of safety. So there's too many eggs in one basket this game, I think, in terms of like the TA, because Puck cannot kill either of these cores, right? Ulu has BKB, you can't kill a Faceless Void, you can't kill a Pudge as a Puck, and the Death Prophet as well is like not like an option. So yeah, I don't know. It just
So you just can't kill anything, man.
yeah, it's like I don't want to say they can't kill anything, but they almost can't. Like I don't. It's so bizarre.
No, I have to like Snare went back to old 11 at the beginning of the question, and I completely agree. Like 2 games in a row, Visage didn't work, but 2 games in a row, old 11 didn't have a hero that actually made a lot of impact. And it's not even like in this second game, it's not even on him. It's just the nature of the beast. Like you're playing this Visage into a lot of dots, so your armor charges get pretty much destroyed in every single fight very early on, and you're playing it into 3, and they just couldn't take that tier 1 tower for forever, really.
Yeah, that Treant DP combination that we've been seeing, not only does it prevent you from being able to take towers, I really like this dynamic where a team has a hero that's very good at pushing, like the DP, but also a hero that makes it impossible for the enemy to push. Slowly but surely it shrinks the map down. I think y'all mentioned it that like the first 20 minutes of the game, they got nothing done for themselves, but we will see exactly how it's going to shake out in future for the side here of Extreme Gaming, because with this loss, they've suffered their first big defeat here in Division 1. And of course, that also means Aster Aries have suffered or enjoyed their first great victory. And to talk to us more about this, we do have an interview here with Red Panda of Aster Aries fame. Red Panda, welcome, good sir. Thank you for joining us for this interview. Congratulations on the victory, but something we wanted to ask. Obviously, everybody came into this one favoring Extreme Gaming in a way. Does this feel like an upset for your team, or did you feel prepared to win this one before the game even started?
感谢你接受我们的采访，恭喜你拿下了这场比赛的胜利。然后我们大部分人其实赛前可能都会预测 XG 实力会更强一点。然后你们自己的话赢下这场比赛，你们当时的心态是怎样的？就是有没有觉得自己可能就是黑马获胜，还是说你们是怎么准备这个系列赛的？
就赢下能赢下这个 BO3肯定非常高兴啊，但是就是我们的目标，我们的目标肯定是在于 TI 或者 TI 预选上能够打出好的成绩，就我们要一步一个脚印，慢慢打。
It feels great to win a series against XG, but our ultimate goal is going to TI or have a good performance at the TI qualifier. So we're just gonna take the pace slow, and we wanna make our performance steady.
Speaking of steady performances, y'all did something very interesting today. You had 2 very intriguing drafts, but talk to us about that game 1. Having that Alchemist in the game, was the plan always to be able to get that early axe to the Pangolier, or was it something that developed it during the game that you felt that would be the best option to win this one?
2场比赛其实 BP 做的都非常有意思。我们先说第1场比赛的炼金。当时是一开始就赛前想好了要给滚滚喂那个 A 杖吗？还是打到这个比赛打到一半的时候发现了可能这样打的话效果会更好？
给滚滚养 A 是我们之前就有的套路，然后这样就滚滚，然后他有光法有炼金养 A， 他的战斗力就会非常强。然后这个英雄其实这版本还是很厉害，所以然后这个套路我们也之前练过，就很厉害。
We have practiced this strat before, and I still think Pangolier is rather strong hero, and with Axe from Alchemist and with Koto beside him, he's really strong.
Lizard, you are also a fellow comrade in the 5 position, so do you have any questions for our intrepid winner here, Red Panda, on the other side?
Of course, always. You tried position 5 Alchemist, you're known for position 5 Brewmaster. When is position 5 Meepo coming?
就是想问一下，就是你已经打过很多5号位的英雄了，有这个5号位炼金，然后有5号位的那个酒仙，有没有想过开发一下5号位米波？
没有啊，米波是我打了10节 DOTA 玩的最少的英雄。
Not really. I've been playing Dota for 10 years, and I think Meepo is the least hero I've played.
Some other time maybe. I just want to have one more serious question. Like, how would you compare your role in Elephant and your role here when it comes to like how much input you're giving as a 5, and do you control the game perhaps more here?
就是严肃的问一下，就是自己的话，觉得自己现在队内的定位和在小象的时候有什么不同吗？你现在会觉得自己比在之前的时候会有5号位上会有更多的话语权吗？还是说你会觉得就是游戏方面的话有没有不一样的给到队伍的影响？
就目前在清查是我来 BP 嘛，然后还有什么赛后总结，然后跟大家一起聊一些战术打法啥的。但其实之前在小象的时候，就是也没有像别人说那样我话语权很低那种，就大家都是就是很好说话的年轻人，然后在那边一起打 DOTA，就小象也是。就清查只不过是我可能就是作为 BP 可能能更多的影响团队吧。
Currently, I'm the drafter for Aries right now, and also I'm in charge of the doing the post game summary for the team. Yeah, so that's it. But it's when I was in Elephant, it's not like what people imagine. Like I have no input to the game or like fewer inputs to the game. I think on that team we are still very close friends. Just some young chat trying to play Dota. So yeah, but definitely I'm the drafter for Ares right now.
Got it.
As
Thank
the
you.
drafter, Pudge fan or Cryptic, you want to ask the Pudge picker, Red Panda, about how this game went for them?
Yep, you read my mind. So as the drafter, then I do have a quick question. Is where do you see Pudge fitting into the meta, and in what games? Like, maybe this is revealing too many secrets, but how do you like fit this hero into your draft?
那作为 BP 手的话，想问一下，就是屠夫这个英雄，你是怎么样让他去融入到这个阵容的选择，然后怎么样让他在这个比赛里面去融入到比赛之中的？
首先我觉得就这版本的屠夫绝对是 T0或者 T1级别的3号位吧，或者大哥，就这英雄打核心也可以。然后你通过 BP 保护他的话，就会让他很好发挥，就他本身就很强了，然后你再通过 BP 保护他的话，他就能赢下的概率就很高。
Personally, I feel like Pudge is a T0 or T1 hero of the patch. Doesn't matter if he's playing position 3 or you are playing a carry Pudge. So what you want to do is you want to draft around Pudge, try to protect him during the draft phase, and if you can manage to do that, I think it's really easy to win the game with Pudge.
Yeah, right on. I do have one other question, if you don't mind. So now, like, now that you guys just come off the win here, what is like some like de-stressing or like do you guys do any like fun activities outside of just playing Dota as a team?
平时的话，除了 DOTA 之外，有什么放松的，就是团队一起做的事情吗？
可能玩一下游狼吧，4+2。
Playing some custom games, 4+2 oh my god mode. It's really popular
so
right
good.
now.
Those are definitely some of the best modes. Before we let you go, Red Panda, one final question. What do you make of this draft? We've been talking this patch, sorry. We've been talking a lot on this panel about if this is necessarily the best direction we could have gone to, but do you like 731D, or do you think there should have been more changes, or do you think that there could even be a bigger patch down the line that you would hope for?
你觉得这个版本的改动怎么样呢？你觉得是比较好的一个方向呢，还是说你觉得3D 做的比较简单吧？改动这方面，还是说你可能个人更期待一些就是更夸张的版本更新？
我肯定更期待一些就是地图上面或者游戏性上方面的一些改动。就毕竟这个地图已经快1年没有改动了，就很想感受一下新的 DOTA。
I personally would be more favorite for if the terrain can change, since we have been playing on this same map for probably a year already, and maybe some game mechanics changes. So it will be good if we have those changes in the future.
Well, the future is where we have all of our gazers, not just for the future of the Dota patches, but the future of this Aster Aries lineup. So, Red Panda, thank you so much for the performance you pulled off today, for some very interesting strats, and for ruining all of our pubs. But we're going to be letting you go now. So, please enjoy the rest of your day and your victory this day.
感谢你接受我们的采访，非常喜欢你分享的这个
好。
游戏上的一些理解。Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Red Panda. And thank you, Marshall, for the translation there. And gentlemen, you heard it from the horse's mouth itself. Ricky, you should be very happy. He rates Pudge tier 0. Woo! That is quite high. That is quite high. But Lizard, the other hero that I wanted us to talk about before we close this one out, 7 games of Marcy in the Chinese region, only 2 wins up until this point. As much as we all had that expectation, seeing Marcy introduced into captain's mode, that she was going to do very well, that has not been the case. So are we going to be seeing more of this hero, or is she going to drop down in the pecking order now that it doesn't seem to be succeeding for most of these teams?
Well, perhaps we'll just see one player discover the best build and then everyone will start copying it. That's usually how it happens. Also, I want to shout out all the teams defeating Marcy because I just love to see all these baby rager streamers and players. It's so broken, I'm losing my pumps. And then it gets into a real game, into competitive Dota, and the hero just doesn't work as well. It just gets countered and shut down. So always my pleasure to see that happening. Yeah.
Very happy stuff. And I'll be honest, I also am very happy seeing Marcy not do all that well. But Cryptic, is this going to be something that we see from some of these lower rated teams? Because as the Aries coming into this, Red Panda said it himself, they're in development. They have their eyes towards TI, their eyes towards the future. Should the strategy be that right now, before those all crucial qualifiers, before you get to the point where you're getting to the biggest tournament of all time, experiment now when you have the opportunity to? Is this what we're going to be seeing from the other teams that aren't necessarily punching in that same high weight class? I mean, we saw something somewhat similar when eHome played LGD. Unfortunately, it was LGD doing the experimentation and they lost. But are we going to be having more teams in this Division 1 toying around with their drafts instead of just going all cookie cutter every game?
I think since it's still semi-early in the patch, it's possible. I think people are still going to be experimenting, but the DPC is not really a place where like teams like to experiment, especially if it's like early in the season, just because you need to get those wins as fast as possible to kind of put yourself in a safer position for, staying out of relegation or just like getting DPC points. So I don't think teams are necessarily like experimenting with like new things in the DPC. Like this Pudge pick is like absolutely practiced. This is not a surprise to me. We got confirmation that the Alchemist was a practiced 5-position pick. So like these are strategies that they have tried and proven to be successful. But like back on the Marcy thing, I think this is the one exception. I think Marcy is the one exception where teams are like quote unquote experimenting with Marcy, but it's mostly because the hero hasn't been in captain's mode before. And so most pro players have not touched it at all. Like most of them, it like didn't make sense for them to even play it in pubs because they're practicing other heroes that they are actually going to play, in the DPC. And now that Marcy's in captain's mode, it's like people are like scrambling to try and figure out this hero. And I don't think her win rate is super reflective of her strength. Realistically, I mean, she has like a 40% win rate over the whole DPC, which is pretty dang low.
Yeah, that's very low.
But I think the hero is still strong. I'm not going to say she's like, I don't think she's bad, but I don't think she's like, she hasn't been figured out yet. Yeah, she's not broken, but it might be because she's not entirely figured out yet.
Yeah.
We're going to still see you throughout the rest of the day if this hero gets picked up. And speaking of, we still have one more series left in the day, gentlemen, and it's a fairly big one. Aster, as an organization, is not done playing Dota just yet, as the Team Aster, the big sister team, will now be taking on Vici Gaming. Lizard, what do you think about that one? Who's going to be coming out on top? Vici got demolished just the other day by Extreme Gaming. Team Aster just demolished Team Aster Aries. But now we have a sort of rock, paper, scissors situation because the team that Aster beat just beat Extreme Gaming now. So where do you anticipate that particular series going next? What do you think the score is going to be?
Yeah, we'll see, because like you said, it's rock, paper, scissors, mostly for me, because it depends what Vici Gaming drafts and how compact they are as a team, they're still one of those teams that have made significant changes recently. I believe that they can take down Aster, but if I had to go for a winner, if I had to say who my underdog is, it's Vici Gaming. Who do I think has an advantage? It's definitely Aster. It's going to be an extremely fun one, no matter what, seeing Yang play.
Yep, I'm hyped to see Yang again. And Yang back in the offlane, our Cryptic. As an offlane player, the immortal offlaner of the crew, what do you make of Yang just generally being back in the scene, as it were, and about the chances of Vici Gaming pulling off another upset of the day against Team Aster?
I mean, Yang is a heck of a player. That's like something always to keep in mind. I don't think he has any like signature heroes that I think are like super off meta though, and sometimes that can be super beneficial in terms of drafting capability. But I think almost all of his picks were like kind of on meta already. So unless he's been practicing something new, I'm excited to see that. I'd say overall though, Aster is got some of like probably one of the most reliable support duos in all of the DPC, and I think that is one of the like strengths from this team, and it's one of the things that makes their lane so strong. So I'm kind of with Lizard, whereas like I'm definitely leaning towards Aster on this series, but yeah, I think a lot of it's going to come down to draft. I really do. I think draft is super important for both these teams.
I mean, this series itself just demonstrated the value of a good draft and how important it can be, especially if you are in a difficult situation. So it's going to be interesting to see how those two teams match up in the draft and in the game itself. Well, that's still going to be quite some time before that game gets started because Aster Aries took a very convincing and quick 2-0. So that means we've got about 50 minutes before the next series kicks off. And in that time period, this is now the most important thing. This is the most important thing, y'all. The most important thing. Go outside. Get some sunlight, breathe some fresh air, drink some water, call someone you know that you love, let them know you love them, and be back in about 50 minutes to continue with these dotes. Before we sign out, gentlemen, Lizard, thank you so much for being on. Our Cryptic, shout out for you and the drip check. That shirt is a bit too fire. If we're ever in the same city, fam, you're never going to keep that shirt. I'm just telling you now. With that, we're going to be taking
I'll buy
a
you
short
one
break.
next time I see you.
My man, Ricky just giving out shirts to everybody. Thank you so much for joining us, y'all. And a short break, well, longish break. And when we return, more DPC action, more 2 or 3 Division 1 Dota, and some more hype brought to you here by Perfect World Esports. And we'll see you then.
成为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello and welcome to the China DPC Upper Division, where we are getting into the final series of the day, and it's looking like it's going to be a very interesting one indeed. We've got Team Aster, the loyal second placers of China, and they have kept that record going clean for a rather long time now. These guys have been known as the slayers of the China region. Their complications come when they make it to that international stage, but when it comes to fighting on their home ground, Team Aster are one of the biggest and best teams to look out for around these parts. They are just so damn good, and they're a pleasure to watch, constantly innovating, and from the top down, just a great organization and a ton of fun to watch play. Over on the other side of this coin, we have got Vici Gaming playing up right now. They are looking to get some revenge for last week when they got 2-0'd by Extreme, and now they want to come back into it and prove that they belong up here and hopefully in that top 4 position. But to do that, they got to take down Aster, which is no easy feat. Can they do it? Can this newly reinvented Vici squad with Yang at the helm take down Aster? It's a really big ask. But first, I want to take a bit of reflection with my two panelists, Black and Lizard here, and I want to ask actually what went wrong in that series of Vici versus Extreme we had just a couple of days ago. Starting with you, Black, because I believe you were there.
I was there indeed. It just looked very uncoordinated. Yeah, I think that's the right word. That's the right way to put it. Especially in game 1, they looked completely lost. Like game 2 was a little bit closer, but even there, they just looked outmatched in all the movements. Like they played this 4 protect 1 style, and in game 2 they got absolutely dismantled that way, and they really just got to go back and utilize the players they have and the strengths they have, because as we spoke about before, Poyoyo is not a hard carry kind of 4v1 player. You know, they put him in that scenario, he couldn't perform, obviously, because he's not usually playing those heroes very well, and then they lost. Like, I could have told you that right after the draft. Like, it's not going to work out.
So do you think that's... say it? Did he say it Nomad after the draft? Did he say it, or did he stay silent?
Actually, I think he said it before the draft. I think he said like
I said it before the draft, even.
Yeah,
before the draft.
In the conversation we had, like before, when the teams even started playing, Black did actually say Poyoyo needs to be on a more active carry. I like it when they do that; they tend to get better results. So, he speaks the truth.
What's crazy for me is that you're saying that their movements weren't that great; they weren't coordinated versus XG. Meanwhile, I just witnessed XG get completely demolished in that department by Aster Aries. So, are we on some circle, some merry-go-round in which it's their time? Maybe it's Aster's time now to be completely lost.
I actually wanted to talk about that real quick. So, in theory, this should be mega one-sided, right? Aster destroyed Aries. Aries destroyed XG. XG destroyed VG. So obviously, this should be no problem at all for Aster. No, VG's gonna lose.
No, it has to go all around.
No. We don't do it that way anymore.
You don't like closing the circle anymore?
No, like we go like this.
In Romania, you liked it when we were there doing SCA and Chinese DPC. You enjoyed that a lot. What changed?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more of a glass half full guy now.
I see.
Yeah, it's turned over a new leaf and become a shining beacon of positivity now, and we're all very grateful for it. So obviously, Team Aster, I want to talk a little bit more about them because, we kind of breezed over them. They just kind of started off the season by beating up their little brother, Aster Aries, and that's kind of the only game they played. So, based on that series, I don't think there's too much we can draw from that, to be honest, because it was a bit of a dominating game. But what are our expectations for these guys?
I don't know. I'm just looking at your cat, Nomad. I'm sorry. It's captivating.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, the zoom is there, but the camera angle isn't. Can you move it a little bit? Can we see the cat more? Just a tiny little bit.
There you go.
Nice. There
Oh,
we
he's a
go.
climber.
Viper? What? That's not Viper. That's my cat. That's
Climber. Climber.
Oh, climber. I see.
Yeah, he likes to climb. Now I know why you like climbing so much. Or
Yeah,
maybe he got it from you. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
actually,
mean,
there you go.
That's it. Normally we don't let
Nomad
him on the
enjoys
kitchen.
bouldering.
But yeah, that's true. Well, normally we don't let him on the kitchen, but that's the only window he can look out of in this house. So we just let him up and make sure to clean it regularly, like the good cat owners we are. We do have a
Same.
draft, so I don't know. Do we want to look at the cat or do we want to look at the draft? That's kind of up to you guys.
Both.
Wilfred.
Half draft, half cat.
Is your cat's name Wilfred?
Wilfred, yeah. So Wilfred Whiskerson. That's its name.
Wilfred or Wilfred?
Production are bored of the cat. They want some Dota 2, and I'm sure you guys do as well. So let's get into it as we start things off. We have a Monkey King and a TA picked up by VG Gaming. Me or Aster will grab the puck, and they will grab the Tiny. Interesting here that Marcy uncontested through the first phase.
It has a pretty bad win rate.
It really does.
Yeah.
Overall. Yeah. Like.
Let me ask, guys. Is it because the hero is actually not as good as we thought, or people don't know how to play him just yet?
I think people aren't just playing her that well. I think that's it, really. I think she's strong.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay. Yeah, but
Probably
it happens a lot of times, right? When a new hero gets released into CM, nobody practices it at all because there was like, how long has she been in the game? Like a year?
I mean, why would you practice her? You know, like why the hell
Exactly.
would you practice her when you can't play her? Like, it's a waste of time if she's not in captain's mode. But
Yeah.
It would be cool if we knew when a hero is gonna join the captain's mode, like
Like an announcement,
patch.
right? Next patch, this hero is going to be in, whatever. Yeah, that would be very nice.
Would be cool to know when the patches are coming as well, which we did know for this one at least. That was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's strange.
We got a little bit debated though.
A little bit.
By, wow, this patch is so much bigger than the other ones. It's going to be a meh. Okay.
Well, what do you want? You got a bit bigger dodge list, so.
Okay, let me ask though. How many slots did you actually buy, and how many slots did you fill after buying those? Because if you avoid too many, you're not finding any game anymore.
Yeah, I don't avoid people. I believe.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Screenshot your avoid list right now and send it to me.
I'm too lazy. A little bit.
It's probably full. Like 40 slots. You bought like 20 extra slots. They're all full already. 45 slots.
It's because you're on it, Black. That's why I won't send it to you.
Oh, of course, I'm on it. Yeah. Like we played together. He played a Shadow Demon. I did something stupid, and he was like, "I'm not gonna play with you guys anymore."
You know, when you play with Black, the first thing you do is disable help, just in case.
That's Lacoste. That's not me.
Just yeah, with him as well.
To be fair, I've been playing Marcy recently, and her shard is probably the best griefing ability in the game at the moment. It is, it's intense. You know, you can throw.
Is it
people
vector
really,
targeted
really
like Tusk Axe or what?
Yeah, and the shard allows you to throw people rather than bounce off them.
Anywhere, like in front too.
Yeah, any direction. Yeah, it's it's very very easy to get people in the fountain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have a lot
It's
of
nice.
reports.
I want to see some more Marcy, really. One hero that I really want to see as well is a Pudge. Last game...
Well, no
out
Marcy
of
for you.
Pudge.
Last game, Pudge just completely destroyed the TA. It wasn't the best matchup versus the TA in the lane, at least. And later on, it did look like
They
TA
pit
had
offlane
some
Pudge?
Yeah. But
okay.
After asking them, they were like, Red Panda was on the interview and he said, yeah, Pudge safe lane as well is probably better, but it can work on offlane as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's just against TA, one of the hardest counters to Pudge in the lane.
They made it work somehow. So another one of those heroes, I guess you aren't that used to playing against with all the buffs, right? Like suddenly he's
What items did he go for? Did he go for that axe?
Yeah, he went for axe.
Yeah. Like that axe is literally a must-have item. Like when I watch people play this hero core and they don't buy axe, I'm like literally.
Are you shaking?
Like,
do you shake?
No, I'm turning off the game
Shaking and
instantly.
crying.
I see. I see.
I think I watched Gorgs. He went like Vanguard, Hood, Blink. I'm like, bro, I literally have to quit your stream right now.
How often do you watch Gork?
Every now and then. It's pretty
entertaining.
Fun. Especially I tuned in just when something went wrong and something went flying. I think it's water bottle.
Because it's always like that, I think. But...
It is. The water bottle just like flew across the room. I was like, woo. I'm the
love
water
it,
bottle
Bill.
now.
I love it.
Oh, he's cool.
He's
cool.
a good streamer. Good streamer. We'll definitely say that. Warlock coming out for Team Aster. This is a bit of a curveball. We don't really see this hero so much anymore.
Yeah, it's very strong against TA though, because I do believe that Fatal Bond, like damage ticks, do also remove refraction charges, right?
Of course.
Yeah, so
They're high
it's
enough.
pretty
My
strong.
ground very firmly and say, yeah, they do. But also another thing is you can't buy salves anymore, right? Like your ways of healing your carry are very low. So that Shadow Word as well just gained a lot, right? Like a lot of value just from salves being bad.
How long does that spell last again? Level 1?
I'm not sure, but it's long enough. It's like with oil and energy, right? Like we're not buying any from Russia anymore, apparently. So it grows in value, right? In the West,
Yeah.
hits us with some inflation, right? Nomads, yeah, no,
So the healing inflation is there too?
yeah,
I get
healing
it.
inflation. We have healing hyperinflation in Dota.
So what you're saying is Dota is just
What do you think if
microcosm
I'm
for
sorry.
the world.
DK is a nice pick, but can I just ask you guys this? Everyone is like crying about economy in Dota. What if the more the item is purchased across all games, the more expensive it gets?
I love
right?
that.
And
That'd be brilliant.
What about just the same game? Like you buy Boots of Travel first, and the next one that buys it has to pay like 200 extra.
I mean, okay, but that's kind of it just makes a gold rush. Like who's gonna buy something first?
Yeah, that would be so fun though.
It would, but like there would be an economy game across the whole server, like depending on. Like,
And you just grief people.
Yeah, tangos would be like 9,000 gold. You wouldn't be able to buy tangos.
Yeah, I would literally just buy like tangos only every game just to grief my next game.
Literally, what would be like tangos would be like 600 gold. That's the max, I guess. Someone would spend.
Slag?
Yeah, and you wouldn't be able to buy TP scrolls after like 2 days.
Slark, yeah. But
Fish
it would be a fun
Boy?
mode though.
It would.
Fishboy versus the DK, I guess.
Fishboy versus
Well,
DK and Fishboy versus Pretty Hidden
Everyone.
Lady.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I like Slag Warlock a lot because Slag usually you just want to get to like your level 6 and then you're fine.
Yeah.
Makes sense. It's good. But Fishy Boy in general didn't really seem a lot of play, and he's just not that good, honestly. He doesn't flash farm. Like you got a snowball with kills with him.
They need to get a lot of kills. They do have Puck, Tiny, and Slark, so I guess these three can do a ton. Warlock a bit slower, obviously, but every now and then he's gonna drop that rock. They ban
He
out
has an
the
eyeball though in
Bloodseeker.
the middle of his chest.
Yeah, he does.
Alright.
He does. He certainly does have that.
Okay, please continue. Continue your Bloodseeker point.
No, it's just Bloodseeker banned out, right? That's it. They ban out the Darkseer. They want to just protect themselves from this early game aggression.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be DK middle, banning out Offlaster can pressure Slark. There's still so many heroes that can pressure Slark though. So
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
if they want to pick a hero to annoy Slark, they can still do that and put the DK middle against the Puck.
Which they probably should, right? Probably will do that. DK versus
Yeah.
Puck
What's
with
super
the
annoying for
Very nice
Slark, like Necrophos. Dude, if you pick Necrophos now, I think the game is just over, to be honest. Slark literally cannot lane.
Even with Warlock?
Yeah, it's just impossible. Every time you go up,
you just get hit.
oh, they go for the punch. What?
Wow. All right.
Arc as well. Like I guess you have some multiple ways of hitting him through Shadow Dance now, right? Like
Yeah.
And it's also deceiving how much damage Patch actually deals on earlier levels. Like Slark can actually not fight Patch until you're higher level.
well, he got buffed as well, so there's that.
Also, the Ags and Shard are both really nice against Pudge. If you get the Shard, you can save people the Slark is jumping on. If you get the Aghanims, then you reduce his health regen, especially when he's inside that ultimate. So both of those factors are going to be pretty important here. Just where do we think it's going? Is this an offlane Pudge again?
Yeah,
I
Most likely.
suppose so. It's
Ooh.
carry Patch.
It's a nice
Mid
Timber game.
TA. Wait, what? They just picked offlane Timber and you're like, yeah, okay, I want to have Patch there. No, you don't. You want to have TA there.
Maybe they'll switch. Maybe.
Wait, so Erika goes,
believe
what,
that.
offlane? Wait, no.
You put Erica mid and XM safe
right.
on TA.
Wait, is that because like Erica can't play TA or what? There must be. Like you don't want to have this matchup. There's no way.
He plays TA.
He does.
Yeah, he does.
I exactly.
Sure.
I saw it too. So what is this? Isn't Timber just destroying Pudge?
Maybe
He
not.
should. What do you mean? Maybe not. Timber should destroy him.
Well, why else have they done it? Listen, I don't know. I'm trying to fish for answers here. I'm as lost as you are, if not more so.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see in the game why they did it, Nomad. We're just plebs, you know. We don't know.
That's it. I mean, is it the case of like Erica plays Pudge and XM doesn't play Pudge rather than which of them plays TA? Surely that's it, right? And they're going to put Erica mid Pudge.
Maybe.
For sure, it has to be that. I don't know what else.
There's no other way.
And it's still super weird though. I mean, if Pudge somehow gets a really good lane, like his Aghanim Scepter this game is mega value against Timbersaw now too.
Yeah.
Like if he gets big, he can easily carry this game. It's just Timbersaw is like literally the hardest lane in Dota, I think.
For Pudge specifically?
Like he Qs you. Yeah, like he Qs you and you lose half health. Literally.
It's very hard. It's very hard. All right. Well, predictions for this one then, guys? Has that Pudge pick drawn you away from the Vici side?
I gotta admit, I actually like the Pudge pick, but into the Timber like that, well, rather the lanes. If they lane differently, I would actually really like Vigi's draft. But the way they lane now, I gotta go with Aster.
You like the Slark? That's another question.
More than Pudge against Timber.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Timber as well.
You're gonna get Timber as well? All right. I can't. I don't know. I've been disappointed by Slark pretty regularly. I've seen a lot of Slark games, and he always just feels like he's barely doing enough to keep himself, being relevant as a carry player. But then, of course, you have these Slark games where he just absolutely pop off. Is that going to be one of these games? Yeah, kind of looks like. I don't think they have enough to deal with him inside of his ultimate as well. So, yeah, I'm going with Aster as well. That's 3 going for Aster. And Vici Gaming are, unfortunately, it is a tricky one. So let's get into it. The game is now underway. Game number 1 of Vici Gaming versus Aster here at the China DPC, starting off right now.
So what's the best they could do?
Has gone for the mid build.
Yeah, TA is definitely mid. I'm just wondering if Pudge is gonna dodge the lane and they send the DK perhaps. But either way, it's so bad for whoever goes there.
That's also not that nice. There's 2 good lanes for Slark as well, right?
Yeah. The thing is, TA actually beats Timbersaw in lane until like level 5 or so, because you just cleave him side blades and he can't really tank through the melt early on. So I just really don't understand. You have winning lanes, you just choose not to do it. It's crazy. It's like at this level of play, that is, I feel like a pretty. It's like a mistake that you aren't really allowed to make.
No, I
we'll see.
Completely. We'll see. Sometimes you get surprised by the way the lane goes, but I'm pretty sure Black is on point when it comes to this one.
But Monkey King potentially could maybe zone the Timber for a while to make Pudge really strong, like in terms of levels. So we'll see, I guess. He also skilled Hook level 1, so his last hitting in lane should be not as easy either.
Yeah, but you take it, you get the range creep, right? Like that's something, I guess. You can secure that.
Yeah, it's also pretty good damage.
This squirrel needs to go base. He's done. Oh, he's actually not. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah. That's the whole pack of tangos gone, though.
Yep.
Now, the good thing is, TA beats Puck quite easily, right? Or at least 3 farms.
So there's that, right? Like,
Yeah, for sure.
The only thing is, they could have laned this in so many ways. You could have put Pudge top as well, right? And then still have DK mid, and DK would do fine, and then TA safe lane. Like, they had different options, that's all. But they decided to go for this one. We'll see if it works out for them. Why am I seeing so many last hits missed by everyone on this map? Like,
yeah, I also was just looking around.
Right?
I thought I was like, I'm not gonna say anything. I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, like XM missing.
No, you're right. Mid. Like on mid, on top lane, on bottom. I'm just seeing missed last hits, like free ones as well. That happens.
Monkey King is destroying the bot lane a bit right now, so they got that going for them. But as the levels go higher, it's going to get really difficult for them. They're going to do as much damage as possible before Timber reaches that golden level 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Monkey is the king of this lane. First,
how fun it is.
Couple levels for sure, so he'll give him a decent start. Very unexciting toss back from Baboka as he's just trying to keep himself alive in this lane. Oh, don't lose your courier.
Dealt some damage though.
Yeah. Okay, so mid matchup is just going to be a bit of a trade here, really. I mean, the TA does do well versus Puck. It was a classic counter matchup, that's for sure. And Ori's going to be able to grab both the water runes here as well. That's very nice, but he did kind of give up a wave of creeps for this. Would you consider it worth it? Yeah, he gets a range creep, actually.
Usually under the tower you wouldn't want to do it, but you know, if you can like now harass the TA a lot, maybe even out of lane a bit, then it would be worth it. But if you can't, then nah.
He probably can't, though, right? It's a TA, so
yeah,
Xan should be fine here.
Alright, so it looks like we underestimated Monkey King perhaps a little bit, because Patch is getting complete free farm right now still.
Yeah.
Oh, Dragon Knight. One more hit.
Very low in the top lane, and that'll be your first blood going the way of Victoria. Sorry, Peaky.
You know what?
Yeah.
There's another thing. It's not only that they didn't put DK mid. Like, DK versus Slark doesn't strike me as the strongest here. DK plus Hoodwink versus a Warlock and Slark, it seems like a free farm for Slark as well.
Yeah. No, the biggest reason why I wanted Patch against Slark was you can actually pressure Slark with Patch. As DK, you can't do anything. Like, there's no chance of winning the lane. Whereas with Patch, at least you can win the lane.
With Patch, there's that burst damage potential, right? Like, you can... First, you can bring him low, and then...
Monet, though.
Is he actually going down here? They need a little bit more damage, and he's going to be able to get the pounce away. That is kind of the issue here. Once they've used those 3 spells, they are pretty much out.
Not even close.
Out of juice.
With the Salve, with the Shadow Word, completely fine now.
Yeah, interesting.
Do you like the boots fast?
1-1-1 build. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess you always need Dragon Tail, though, when you have a hero like Hoodwink. Let's see what he does after that, though.
A little bit of fighting here. Xiao has been thrown in to the mix here, but Ori actually jaunts away. Okay.
Leaves him be, you know, sometimes peace is the answer.
Yep, yeah, meanwhile on the top lane,
not war,
do
back.
Lose the Hoodwink. I mean, to be fair, monkeys have a hard time of it, right? Like, deforestation is destroying their homes, you know, sometimes you don't want to add insult to injury. Poor monkeys.
100%. By the way, Squirrel is not having a good time as well. They're fine overall when it comes to, you know, the... how many of them are left in the world, the habitats and whatnot, but you're playing into this level 2 Shadow Word, he just casts it on you, connects you with Fatal Bonds, and you lose half of your HP as a Squirrel. So, it's not that easy. We should see a turn on bottom lane, right? From this point onwards, Timber should take full control.
Yeah. I mean, you can already see, like, he's actually pretty afraid of approaching even. Just 1 Q, so much damage.
Yeah, we'll see how Eric is able to do now that the pressure gets turned up a bit.
Yeah. I'm quite surprised with his item build, to be honest. Like, he's going for fast face boots. I feel like you need Ring of Health in this lane to be able to do anything.
He's doing that on Patch.
Oh,
yeah.
Slark up in the top lane, taking some damage again here. They don't have any more in the tank as Baboka makes a rotation. They're moving on to the DK, and I think he's just going to fall. Yang is gone. And well, Baboka's already looking towards Victoria as well, but he's a bit out of range.
It was just that quelling period, right? It's just too quick.
Yeah.
Hoodwink wasn't able to use Bushwhack.
Honestly, I gotta admit, whenever a Bushwhack goes off after Acorn shot, that's a massive mistake by the carry player, right? Or whoever has the quelling blade. It should never happen.
Yeah.
At this level of play. Oh, gets the rune top. There's a DD.
Denied.
Alright. He says no, screw you.
Yep, Baboka doesn't have the mana for the toss back either.
Be careful,
so,
Tiny's dead.
Yeah.
Bye. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, they're not even using the Shadow Word on him. Peaky's just like, yeah, you're dead.
0 armor hero. plus Blightstoned.
Yeah.
Classic.
TA is gonna get that kill every day of the week, and she is absolutely soaring on last hits right now. 55 last hits at 6.5 minutes. That is pretty impressive.
Yeah, surprisingly though, Puck is only 200 numbers behind.
Yeah, Puck's doing well. I mean, that's kind of the thing though. Like when we see these mid laners get like ridiculously high last hits, you usually see the enemy mid laner quite close behind. You know, if one of the mid laners getting ruined, then the one that's ruining them usually isn't running to the jungle camps. They're usually focusing entirely on just denying last hits from the others. At bottom lane, we have the Dismember coming out onto XXS here. I mean, it's a brave attempt, but they did actually interrupt the Timber Chain. That is big. He's going to get the next one off, though. Can they finish the job here? I don't think they can. Absolutely not. And now Ori comes in the rotation. The coil is down, immediately snapped by the Pudge. There's 3 heroes charging straight at him, and Erica is gone. And now they're going to grab themselves Monkey King as well. Jama, no way out of this one. Cute little mischief there, and nice dodge on the Timber as well, but he's still going to go down. Nice try from Jama, but not quite enough in the tank for him to get out of there.
It's like one hero that you need to bring, you know, like you need to bring the force in. You can't just go and think, okay, we'll kill him somehow, we'll outplay him as Timber. If you don't bring the necessary amount of damage, 99% of the time he lives and then he counters.
Yeah.
How much health did he have? Did anyone see?
Hey, Timber?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was left on like 200-ish, I think, in the end. Not
because he didn't skill up with 3 rot. That's like 30 damage that you're missing per second. Very interesting skill build.
Yeah, 1-2-2 is not something I've seen before on Carry Pudge, but then again, I've only seen like 2 Carry Pudge games from LGD, so...
Yeah, it's a pretty early level 2 flash sheep, right? Like...
Yeah, I mean, usually you go 1 for 1, but I don't know why he's... Because I actually think with the 2nd or 3rd point in rot, you know, there might have been maybe a kill. You get more slow as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now he's jungling. Jungling as Pudge feels so bad when you don't have your hood.
Need that
Or
HP
toss back
range,
again.
Mm-hmm.
One has to be careful a bit.
Kind of playing around top. I mean, it's 3 versus 3, so no one's going to engage upon the other. And the mid laners are very wrapped up in their own little battle right now. So probably nothing's going to happen at top.
How is Monet ever going to die, Lizard? Like, literally only if he makes a mistake.
Pretty much. But they do have a lot of AoE damage. Yeah. Well, not necessarily AoE. Damage that goes through his ulti, right? Like, you have the hook, you have the Hoodwink ulti, Breathe Fire, Boundless attack, like, Boundless strike. You have a ton, but...
Not a free kill for him?
Yeah, getting caught out there.
He queued up a Nullifier. There's no chance, right?
No.
On the Slug?
Yeah.
That's the Radiance, my guy.
Yeah, Radiance, whatever.
And this is something which we've seen Ame do in his pubs, actually. And the only reason I know...
If it's Radiance, then yeah. Radiance is like the new kid on the block for Slark, basically.
Yeah. So you go Radiance first on Slark?
Yeah, it's like you're farming steroid item, basically. And you're against the TA, so that's probably one of the bigger reasons as well. It's pretty good if you can get it. It just means your early game is very slow, and you're going more into the mid-late game with it.
Yeah, of course. Like if you're forcing yourself to buy Radiance first, you will have an empty inventory for a really long time.
Yeah, it's kind of like Spectre, right? Where if you build Radiance, you're super weak early on, but then once you have it, it's pretty good.
Okay. I mean, who am I to doubt Ame? I guess if there needed to be a different approach to the Slark, because this hero hasn't worked for a really long time, right?
Yeah.
So that.
I mean, so the problem is, if you go Radiance, just after the Radiance, you're usually very weak because you have no HP or any stats. So you need that +1 item.
But you do join fights after the Radiance, so you need to...
Yeah, but you're gonna be so careful. You gotta be so careful, because you die so fast. You have like, what, 1500 health at that point? Very little.
He's just Quelling Blading every single bushwhack so far.
Yeah.
Maybe got hit by one. It's sad to be the squirrel.
That one is unacceptable though.
Now it's really sad to be the squirrel, although they won't be able to finish the job here, but they drop actually the golem down. They really want to bring down the Hoodwink, and I think the Fatal Bonds are gonna do the job here and kill him off. But XM's here with the DD. Oh my goodness, get yourselves out of here, Aster. They're on the run, but Ori's actually here turning it around with the coil, but they're just gonna stand and fight XM, dishing out so much damage. Can he get the kills though? Yes, he can, but Boka goes down. Another look over towards Ori as well, but Ori's got the orb in 1 second, so should be okay here. Erica looking at the hook, but then decides, nah, it's a Puck. puck. I'm not catching that fish.
Okay, Lizard is a smart guy, so I'm just gonna ask the question: why did they run into a DD TA?
They thought they'd be able to turn it, maybe somehow with the puck rotating in, I guess.
See, that's why I asked you. You're the smart guy. I would never.
I mean,
I would just be like, "Wow, that was a terrible play."
you can always ask me. I'll find some excuse. Most of my career, I was finding excuses. So.
Oh, you're an excuser?
No, excuser for everyone, not only for myself.
Of course, yeah.
Professional excuser.
Oh, hype sentry battle in the middle lane. As
and now you died for it.
You got a little bit too involved in that one. Although XM might suffer for this one. He gets his refraction touches taken away by the Chakram, but a beautiful hook out from Erica. Is that going to save XM? I think it very well might. Chakram does connect, but the refraction's back up again, and XM's going to survive. Saved by the Pudge. It's not really what you expect from a carry player, but I think they'll take it.
Yeah. Also, it just seems like Aster might not be super familiar with Pudge also. Like, if they were, Tiny definitely would have just blocked that hook and be like, oh yeah, no way. You're not getting that free hook out. Kind of reminds me of the Papa I just played. Well, hold that thought. DK is also gone. Bye-bye. Another stack. It's +4 already. And his Radiance timing is actually going to be really good. Like, what, 16, 70 minutes at this rate?
Yeah, that's looking quick. That's for sure. So,
I'm not sure, right now when I'm looking at Aster, they're fighting every time they have Dream Coil or Golem, right? Like, they're ready to fight.
Yeah.
What's with Twitchy Gaming? Like, what is their power spike?
Pudge, right?
DDTA.
it's that, right? Like, DDTA, what else? Dezo,
nothing really.
Yeah, Dezo is nice, but it doesn't change things that massively. Like,
yeah.
She's still... Yeah.
That's a big problem right now, right?
Right. Like,
Tia is the only hero that deals damage. Sorry, what?
Pudjags, right? It's a game turner for them, hopefully.
Yeah, but even then, against these heroes, he's not going to be really tanky. Like, usually why it's so strong is you can run in, press E, and kill everything. But I think they can actually turn around.
I feel like he needs a BKB and attacks if he wants to. Like, you need 2 items on him. Their timers are kind of delayed overall. Their teamfight isn't as strong, and their timings are delayed.
Do you feel like there should have been some, hooks to kind of, make plays with so far on Vici, or is this fine for Carry Pudge to just kind of chill?
It's fine. It's just like he's much poorer than he usually would be. Like, he would probably be at like 7.5k if he had like a free lane, which most of the time is why you pick Carry Pudge, because you can't really contest him.
Yeah.
And then you like snowball really fast into that axe. And then you farm even faster. And that's basically why the hero is like so strong right now. But the more you delay him, the weaker he gets naturally.
He's looking for the hook here.
Looking for a hook potentially.
Yeah, he was looking at XXS. I feel like that would have been brave. Now moving across, there is plenty of targets here. As Xiaoma playing around with a Tiny, but no one really committing here. No one wants to make that first move in this kind of area.
Yeah, you can see that they're completely ready to fight, so why not play as 5 around this tier 1 tower?
Oh, nice hook on the Warlock here, but he's gonna get the Golem down and just bring all hell down onto the 2 heroes here. The Hoodwink getting torn apart. The Pudge, he's doing a lot of damage with the Rot, but he is gonna lose his life here. XXS with the double kill. Xiaoma trying to fight up inside his Wukong's command. XXS, though, he's so damn tonky, and he's just gonna back himself away, and there is not much which Vici can do about that. A bow cut, this looks like an easier fish to fry, and that's exactly what they'll do as XM brings him down, so they did manage to get the puck during that as well. Actually not super bad for Vici Gaming here.
2 for 2, they did buyback on the Hoodwink, right? So
yep,
that's kind of bad. Plus they did kill this position 1, air quotes Pudge.
Yeah. That's the problem when you build into this Radiance though. Like, he only has like a relic. Like, imagine if there was a Diffusal or like an Echo Saber or something like that. If the fight would have potentially gone very differently.
Is this
Roche the strongest item?
They have that. Right?
Yeah. If they can hit this Roche just before the Radiance, it would be perfect as well, because all their ults are on cooldown.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be able to fight this.
No golem. Coil will be up in 10 seconds, so that will be a factor. But they're actually looking for the play here as they jump forward, stun out onto XXS again.
It's 20 stacks though.
It's the big boy. Do you really want to try this? Well, Touch says yes, but the rest of the team kind of say no as they run down that hill.
Upheaval, oh god.
Eric left behind. The Centaur coming in to, well, add his 2 cents, but Eric is going to be the one that dies there.
I don't know if they checked the Timbersaw. He had like 20 stacks at the time. There's no way you can kill that. The Desolator does nothing to him.
Ask me, I'll tell you. They didn't check him.
Wait, Lizard, did they check the stacks?
They didn't check the stacks.
Thanks, Lizard.
No problem. Radiance completed, by the way, if you want.
Yeah, exactly. And now you have that thing, what's it called? The combo, right? Fatal Bonds plus Radiance in a team fight is very strong as well.
Yeah. It's like the old Warlock Spectre combination, but this time it's Slark.
He's actually going for the shot straight away to save his teammates. I like that quite a bit. Slark shot, very underrated.
It's really, really nice against Wukong's command. Even though it's a pulse-4 Monkey King, I still think it's got a lot of value there.
Even TA, right? You focus a guy, suddenly, oh, gone.
Yeah,
or
probably.
you're biting a guy, oh, can't see him anymore.
It reminds me of those magicians with like throw down smoke clouds. You always see them.
Oh, they put the sentry in the right spot, but does he know all the ward spots? He's not a support player.
Yeah, if
he
they've
doesn't
done
know
their
the ward spot
homework,
up there.
they would know this, because Vici absolutely love doing this. It's like their favorite ward.
Yeah. Now the question though is, did VG miss the timing a little bit? They got the BKB now on TA, but that row should have fallen already, I feel like.
Yeah, they need to get these ultis out of the way first.
We're looking for Ori!
Oh, nice bushwhack. That should seal the deal. Oh, will it? Orb available. Can they get the kill here? Nice try on the Acorn shot, but Ori is going to get away from this one.
Yeah, and it's more time for Monet to farm up with that greedy item build. How's our patch looking? Still 1k away from Axe. Usually when you have a good game, you want to have it at around like 14-15 minutes. So it's very, very delayed. I love carry patch in the meta, by the way. I've been playing it for so many years. Now I can finally drop all the knowledge bombs.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's nice having you around for this one, because I'd certainly be lost.
Yeah. It's when you consider all these years, how many did have an axe such as this one?
None. This axe is way too good, man. It's actually such a broken axe if you get it fast. Like, just looking at what it does.
Yeah.
The radius is literally a walking Pugna blast that slows you by 50%.
You buy that axe on Pudge, and you eat a Bloodseeker with an axe, and you just run around.
And you have a radiance too.
Yeah, and you have a radiance. That's the dream.
I mean, someone actually tried that against us like day one. Oh, they found XM, but XM has a BKB now, looking for the turnaround, pumping out a bit of damage. XX, that's actually taking heavy hits.
No stacks on him.
They're gonna have to drop the Golem, but it's a pretty damn good Golem. The Depth Shroud coming out to help out the Timbersaw as well. That'll get them back. Boka heading around to the high ground, see if he can get a toss back here. He's actually jumping in on this one. He's all by himself. I think he might have taken a step too far forward as Jalma holding them back, but look at Monet jumping on top of XM here. XM, he doesn't have the refraction for another 40 seconds. He's just gone. Taken out of the fight. The TA is gone. And now Jalma will have to try and get himself away, but I'm not sure that's happening. And now they look forward for more on Aster, but they will take that and get this tier 1 tower taken on down here.
Slark paradise, these fights. Long drawn out, especially with this Radiance build. So happy to burn all of them down.
Yep.
They want to go Roche now? There's no way you have no Roche damage.
How many stacks? 8? Yeah, not a lot. Timber can... He can definitely tank this though, right? Like you can just put Timber there and...
Wait, they're just doing this?
Double damage.
It's gonna take them like 2 minutes, but eventually it's gonna fall.
I mean, Punch doesn't have his access, so he's still pretty weak. How's the BKB looking on TA?
Well, we'll take the free pick off here. Erica gonna hook back the Puck, but Puck already had the orb out, so just immediately jaunting away.
Wow, look at Timber's network, by the way. He out-farmed the free-farm Slark with Radiance. What the hell? He has to have his Hellbird. If he gets that on the TA, the fight is over pretty much.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, Pudge, position 1, sure. In a game such as this one, yeah, I'll just give it the benefit of the doubt until he gets Ags. Once he gets Ags and loses one fight, I'm done with it.
But that's the thing. Warlock is so good against Pudge, cause Rot counts as Fatal Bonds damage too. It's like...
Oh, that's not good.
It's a lot of things going against Pudge this game. If he can win this game, then he can win any game.
All right, noted.
Yeah, which he probably can, but there's a chance. There's always a chance.
There's always a
BKB
chance.
as well on
Dude, yeah, there is. He used the last fight and still lost.
Yeah,
This new Shadow Word shard is so broken.
it's very strong. The AoE is very nice.
Yeah, it also gives movement speed for whatever reason.
Oh,
We caught
they
him in the
find
tree.
bye-bye, Xiaoma. Though a nice little bushwhack going to help out a little bit.
Boboka.
They get the hook up onto the high ground. All right, but Boboka's going to get taken out there. Nicely done by
He's
Erica.
jumped into 5 heroes. The
And,
crazy guy.
This Warlock.
Oh, get down, President.
Oh, tanked it. XXS. Taking the shot for a
Can he get the
support
hook?
player. Hook
Nope.
just off the mark.
He's going for that BKB, by the way, that we talked about.
Yeah. Oh, he needs it, for sure.
Pudge as well, yeah. Once that BKB is up, perhaps they can take more convincing fights. But the question is, how many items will Slark have by then? He's gonna have this SNY for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. SNY, interesting.
SN, why not?
SNY not, yeah. You know what another big weakness of Pudge is this match? Usually you get a clean initiation with BKB Blink, but this game they can just drop the rock on you.
Yeah, that's true. That BKB penetrating stun is going to be very annoying.
Well, jumping on him would be nice, right? Like you jump the Warlock, kill him off.
Oh yeah, then of course, then you go.
That would be a perfect way of starting a fight.
Yeah, but I think now they just dodge fights, right? Until that Aegis is gone at least, until Punches BKB.
Bottom tower, tier 2, getting taken by Aster here. They are going to...
One good thing, sorry Nomad, like one good thing that they've got is, well, one bad thing that Aster have got is their objective taking is pretty abysmal, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
because of that, Witcher Gaming should be able to just dodge these fights.
They're going high ground.
They can dev this, right?
No.
Yeah, I mean they do have a Dragon Scale, which is pretty annoying. And if they don't respond, something will happen. Okay. Oh, Pudge actually TP'd back. No, you need to be the one farming.
Radiant's middle tower.
It's good. He's got a middle wave to grab himself. Didn't really miss out on much here.
Well, he did, because now you can't go into your own jungle. You're all kind of forced to move in the same vector.
Pudge is dead.
Top.
Yeah, this is exactly why. Like, you never want to TP back because this happens.
Yeah, Erica getting jumped, and I mean, he's surviving a surprisingly long time. Yeah, they're actually going to have to back out from here. But still, the onslaught continues, and they are going to be able to bring him down, as well as Xiaoma here. XM needs to leave, and he's going to have to pop the BKB to stop the avalanche damage coming on through here, and try and turn some hits around, but there is nothing XM can really do in this situation. Oh, dearie me.
Okay. I see you, Pudge. I saw that damage. Even with all things considered, if he had the BKB there, maybe they could even fight.
Do you know, without looking, guess how much... Whoa, hold up. We got a Dragon Knight on our hands, and Yang is definitely going to fall here. Guess how much damage Pudge did when they went on him there?
Can I give you a range?
Yes.
Because I'm always pretty unsure with the hero. It's 3 to 6k, somewhere in between there.
Damn, I was gonna say like 2 to 4k max.
He did 5k damage in that fight.
Nice.
But just standing there. Okay, Boboka, you gotta relax. You've done it 3 times. Like, they got a Rex for it. But
Yeah, he's trying. He's trying things. Seeing what he can do.
Hooks?
Yeah.
Any hooks?
Oh,
Fires?
okay.
Right.
He's pretty tanked though.
Yep.
Oh, the loader's off.
They're looking for here, but again, the rot going to work, and Aster can't really fight into that big old rot coming out. But Vici, you know, they also got to be careful because they have taken a decent amount of damage in return here as well. But they don't feel like
Now that we have a little bit of downtime, like imagine if that axe is actually there at the normal time, 15 minutes, right? Like I think they just crush these fights super easily.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. With Ags earlier, plus,
Look at Xiaoma.
plus the BKB at this time, it would be...
Yeah, he would be a god.
Yeah,
Then you have Shiva's god at some point as well. Shiva's plus Rot, by the way, is like minus 65% heal reduction on pretty much everybody.
pretty sick.
It's awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately,
important, man.
we didn't see this on the Observer, by the way, but Xiaoma was like almost 100% HP after that fight. But the Pudge was fatal bonded to him. And the Pudge goes to farm the Ancient and just rots and like dismembers. And he brings Zhama down to half HP, and Zhama's just like, what the hell?
Yeah. You gotta be very careful with that rotting. SPC, Hoodwing, dying in 1 second, half a second.
Yeah.
Also, I love doing this on a Slark as well. Like, when you're really far ahead, just buy him a gem. He can deal with the entire map for free.
It's very oppressive to play against, but there's some nice warding coming out from the Radiant.
Yeah.
It's always hard. You have to be innovative when you're playing versus Slark, right?
Against Slark, and now he saw that ward. Yep, it's up there. No, it's up there. You literally saw it. You can't be... No. Hey, you saw that. His ult went up for like 2 seconds.
He just moved around, like it looked like he saw it, but...
That's just lazy carry play. He's like, yeah, screw that ward. Maybe later. I want my money. So many TA traps to farm too. Oh, bro, get out of my head.
Guys are so cute. Zhama on the run.
Oh, I love it when you think what I think, Lizard.
We finish each other's
sentences.
Wow. Oh my god. It's getting creepy, you guys.
We've just been working together for way too long, you know.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Clearly.
And even if we don't finish each other's sentences correctly, it's just because we don't want to. For the show.
Of course. To make it more interesting.
Alright, guys. Quit while you're ahead. Smoke up from Aster. They're looking to see if anyone comes to defend this middle wave. Vici clearing out the bottom side of the map. All quiet on the western front.
Yeah. So the gold advantage doesn't really speak the story right now, right? Like, it feels much more dominant for Aster. This TA is massive still.
But it's only TA. Like, they need more from the DK, from the Pudge, and they're just not getting it.
Yeah,
they got BKBs now though, right?
Yeah.
Wow, it's gonna be good. Like, Slark the Radiance is gonna be not useful.
The BKBs are huge. Like, this should be... It's not only the Slark with Radiance, it's most of the damage that they've got, right?
Wait, they're smoking before Pudge BKB? It's 400. I think it's really important to get.
I'll give Erica this wave at least. We've spoken a lot about the Pudge, but not so much about the DK, but DK has had a really bad win rate so far.
Yeah, there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah, very underwhelming performance from Yang, has to be said.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I just remember when he started playing for Vici last season, one of the first games was DK that he almost carried on his own. This is as far from that as it can be.
Yeah.
Harder game though, this one, definitely.
I just feel like it's really the laning. Like, the draft is good. It's just the laning ruined them. But the game's not yet over, guys. Maybe they win.
Yeah, the one counterpoint to the BKB argument is, of course, this chaotic offering on PQ, giving them that reset.
I mean, it's still quite far away as well, but Puck is almost level 20 already, so... Another 25 is closing in soonish too. Maybe like 10 more minutes.
Yeah, that 25 dream.
Alright, spider legs. Puck out! I hate that hero. So obnoxious.
Yep. Just that brand of, like, really forgiving mid lane heroes. Super mobile. Oh, nice catch, though. With the Boundless Strike. Bye-bye, Puck.
There you go.
The opposite of the Caster's Curse. The Caster's Blessing.
He got destroyed by that TA shard.
Really?
He blinked in and was like, oh, I'm silenced. Crap.
I thought it was...
I was looking for a Mindbreaker, but then, oh yeah.
They want to fight now. Why not? There's no Puck.
Aster just huddling around this cliff. Yang immediately jumping in on the Slark here. I don't think he was able to get off his Q, which means he's going to be taking a hell of a lot of damage here. Trying to run himself away. Adopts his Death Shroud and his ultimate and just runs away. Now, Dasam comes out on XM. Who's caught on the back lines? It is PQ being caught out by Erica and Zhama here. And they're going to be able to eat up this Warlock. Yum, yum, yum.
+2.
+2 indeed. The battle of the scaling carries continues.
And they forced out that big old rocks, and there's Roche that has respawn. 30 seconds without Warlock, he buys back. They want to defend this, right? That's it.
Yeah.
They want to try and defend. Puck is up very soon, so they should be able to be 5v5 at least.
Yeah. There's also an Orchid and a Monkey that we haven't really mentioned, so if you ever break the link into the Orchid the Puck, he has no counterplay. They're just going and hit. No.
There's no there's no vision being placed down by Victoria, which is interesting.
Yeah. Maybe he wants to be a little more conservative. But yeah, usually when you win a team fight, that's the time you want to use to get good wards out.
Yeah, just very, very defensive, and you know, he had the Observer and the Sentry, but didn't want to go place on the enemy side of the map. I guess, you know, this was a plan. They don't want to be kind of trying to take over the enemy side of the map. They'll just deward it immediately with the gem. Don't waste it. Just ward what you know you can defend.
How much of a difference is this Skadi gonna make on the Slark?
The problem is the way they initiated, right? Like, they had no puck and they jumped the Slark. He wasn't able to go in and out of fights. He just needed to run. So
yeah. Not a problem.
So, do you think this Skadi allows him to man fight with the Pudge?
I think.
For sure.
That, but I feel that they need to kite out these BKBs a little bit now. Right on the side of Aster.
Yeah.
Fighting.
Oh, he goes in straight after the Chakra thrown in.
Being cheeky here. This could be huge. I mean, if Aster don't check it again soon, then... Alright, Aster check it again soon. They are...
And they're still going?
Aster?
Are you giving it up for free? Really?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Aster? They see what's going on here, but the Wukong's command is down. XS's going to start the fight on the outside of the fight, but XM's already taken down Roche.
They got Orchid and a Slark.
And now they look to turn this one around. They've already lost their Hoodwink, but XSS has taken a hell of a lot of damage. The Heaven's Halberd comes out and stops the TA from fighting anymore. Does finally pick up that shard. Now forces himself out of the pit with a toss back onto the Pudge. He's silenced up, so no rot for you, good sir. And now the Golem comes down as well, sealing Erika's fate. He will fall. XM.
XM no BKB.
As well. Can Yang do anything about this?
Punch bot back too.
They actually tossing him in.
He's
going into the front lines here. They got to try and fight this one. The Hoodwink. Oh, the Bushwhack actually gets cancelled out.
Oh my god, Boboka!
And now Boboka looking for more, just constantly looking for the tosses on tosses. XM teeping out on the sidelines here is going to make it out from this one. Surprisingly, not the worst disengage from Vici game, but still losing the Aegis, buying back on the Pudge. Pretty awesome fight from Aster, all things considered.
And they gotta fight
as well. Yeah, this is amazing for Aster. Like, they let them have that rush, but I guess one of the biggest issues was TA using the BKB while hitting rush, right?
Yeah, he definitely got anxious at the end there.
Yeah, and then you just don't have that BKB later on to fight with. Pudge also getting caught, Boboka being on point, tossing people back, silences on point.
Another toss back? Oh, not just...
well, BKB used.
Yeah, the Depth Shroud coming out and helping them out for now, but again, that disarm comboing up.
He's so tanky, man.
Yeah. Hook! Oh, Timber Chain away. Looked like that one landed, but didn't connect.
It's like,
we didn't really speak about it, by the way, but Timbersaw under the Depth Shroud has like 250 health region. It's pretty insane.
You mean with the Shadow Word or...?
No, the Depth Shroud. Because it gives you all the benefits of the Shadow Dance too. So you're actually regening up and stuff too.
Yeah.
Yeah, super tanky. But sorry, Lizard, you had a very smart thing to say.
Actually, I was gonna say exactly what you said. So, it's fine.
Get out of my head.
They have they have a couple of these small items that really make a huge difference. Like you noticed, Slark with his shard, also Lotus Orb on Timber, just saving from those silences.
Lotus Orb is so good.
Yeah, those silences just don't matter. Monet could have died there in the pit, but Lotus Orb, he gets out, easy reset.
Yeah, and Monet also finishes his BKB now. Well, and 200 gold. And yeah, the Pudge also bought back, so he probably is never gonna be like super impactful anymore, unfortunately. He has the shard too though, so maybe he can save someone. It's just as a carry patch, you never really want
You don't want to do that.
save. Exactly. You want to be the guy killing. It's
You can though eat and dismember someone else. So there's that. You can do both.
I just TP out straight.
That's BKB down for 90 seconds on Erica though, so.
Yeah, also a good 8-second charge. Look at Timbersaur's armor. Yeah, he just has like Lotus Orb plus Plate Mail, plus all the erective armor stacks. He is not gonna die easily.
Yep,
There's
nice
a DD
casual
bottom.
69% physical resistance.
Yeah, that's without any stacks even.
I guess they do have that silver edge. If they can get the first strike on him and jump him before the armor stacks are on, maybe helps out.
I feel so bad for Yang. Like, this is one of the worst possible games to be a DK in.
Yeah, it's bad life, that's for sure. And that's what happens when you pick it so early though, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
I think
and
this
when you don't
hero is-
prioritize his lane.
This is classic,
also-
like what I call patch hangover. You know, the patch has changed, the hero's been nerfed in a few ways, and just doesn't feel as good as it used to. But people are still first phasing it. Like I agree, it's still a good hero, but not as high priority as they're making it. But they jump in, stun into XXS, hook back as well. As it's really the target they think they can kill.
So
Apparently
tricky.
so, but Lotus is out, meaning he's absolutely fine. Yang just BKB TP away. The coil
Oh, the
is
rock
out,
was
so
late.
he's gonna try and sit on the high ground and survive
Recoil,
through this at
yeah.
the
No
moment.
BKB on Erica yet. Now he does.
Yeah.
This fight is so weird.
He pops a BKB, looking to turn this one around. The Wukong's crown coming out as well. Nice hook onto the Baboka here, as they will get that kill.
There's a lot of
That's
traps
the-
on the retreat. Careful.
On the run.
Shoma jumps in.
Yeah, no Boundless, but does have that Primal Spring as they will cleave through PQ, which means no Warlock, no Fatal Bond's going to be coming out on this one. It's XXS goes to the BKB TP away, and they don't have the interrupt for that. So it's actually going to be a one fight for Vici Gaming. Mostly off the back
That
of
was
that hook
really
onto
sloppy.
the Tiny, honestly. That was
Everything was just really sloppy. Like, he TPs out on the DK, the rock drops after the TP was out, then they chase into the base with BKBs. They're definitely feeling themselves a little bit too much.
Yeah, pretty nice fight, and because of themselves feeling a little bit too strong, they also lose the gem. I believe Baboka was the one carrying it, so.
Or why would you ever give him a gem the way he's been playing?
True, he's been a bit aggressive with his movements, that's for sure. Looking for the
just
top
tiny.
backs. Yeah, it's.
Oh, more invis, by the way, on the Slark with the Trickster Cloak. Why not?
Lovely stuff, and more resistances as well.
And the gem is now back. Good job, Ori.
Now got a
Killing the
nice
Koya with the gem.
32% evasion on the Slark. Pretty damn good. 64% physical resist.
Now, he also has a 10% miss chance still, on top of that.
Yep, which stacks additively.
Yep. It's gonna be tough to hit him, but he's going for an MKB on the TA. They have no basher, but he can't
doesn't-
be out of here.
He's trying to take
trying
it away.
right
He's
now.
not going to make it out. He's going to die.
He could have, if he instantly used it, he could have for sure, but for some reason he turned a little bit, fought a little bit, and then tried to TP out. Yeah,
He's like, maybe, oh no.
maybe it took him a second to check if there's a basher or something, I don't know, but
Yeah, I think that's one of those things we can kind of put down to just kind of hero experience, you know, like thinking, oh, maybe I can turn this one around, maybe I can survive or something, I don't know, but yeah, definitely not the case in this situation. Coil being used onto Yang
Coil,
here.
he has BKB though.
He does indeed, but he's already snapped the coil, and Slark is just going to use this opportunity to steal a bunch of stats and force Yang away.
You know what I thought about doing? Like, some mercenary hideout where whenever a pro team picks patch, they can hire me. I'm like, yeah, coming.
so you would just like switch the player for that one game, right?
Yeah, exactly, just for that one game.
Right.
So you just hide beneath the desk, just in case they
Yeah, beneath all desks.
yeah. have like a little
Whereas
tunnel
Black
system
Item
to
this
get
time-
around to the different practice rooms and stuff.
There's a secret underground way for me,
Yeah.
specifically.
During the draft.
If you deny your own tier 3 tower, you probably know that you're thinking about the next game, probably.
I mean, they're not dealing any damage at all to these two. That's usually
Boca going for the toss back onto XM with the golem coming down on top of it as well, but the BKB is there from XM, trying to turn around and do something here, but the damage is so high. Invis is out for the TA, but it's not going to be enough to keep her alive. She's going to die. Buyback from her, Pudge back in 10 seconds. Maybe that's what they can do here. The stun comes out onto XXS, but he's going to get forced back to his
so
team.
tanky, man.
Rumbling. They're going to deal with the golem, and now they look for more as Xiaoma jumps in with the Primal Spring, trying to keep an eye on them, trying to keep up with the side of Team Aster. But they do decide that there's not much they can do here, so they are just going to let the barracks fall and get themselves away.
Without Pudge, they have literally no ways of killing anyone. No damage.
Listen, did you see the Timber Saw? He had like 90 armor.
TA was hitting him, and he never dropped below 97% HP.
Yeah, he had like 70 HP region and like 70 or 80 armor. It's ridiculous. Well, now it's just a simple matter of waiting for the next cooldowns. And then they probably want to close out the game on Aster.
Well, you can go for that rush as well, right? It's in a minute, or you just go right now. You close it, smoke up.
Yeah, no BKB at the TA, 10 seconds.
The deep double damage is there though, so you know, it's going to be tempting to fight, but tricky to do so. The Wukong's coming down as they're going to be able to take down PQ straight off the bat. This could be big. Erica just in the middle of the fight with that rock coming off, but Monet, he's just taking chunks out of him. Erica can't fight into the slug. He's too damn big, and he's going to be able to take down the Pudge. Erica with the buyback here. Pudge, oh no, the TA goes on the BKB, but she was disarmed for the start of it. Doesn't matter though, can still kill off the Boca. As Aster just try to get themselves out, and I think they're going to be able to do exactly that. Erica whiffs the hook, and Aster get themselves away. Once again, they are just bleeding Vici dry.
Yeah, this member also went off onto a Lotus Orb target, unfortunately. It's always pretty rough. He also went for the meat hook cooldown talent.
Oh.
That is like never a thing. Dismember duration on carry patch is so important. Huh.
I guess he feels like he's not able to get off this dismember, you know, with the depth shroud and with these shadow dances coming out.
There's also the fact that the players haven't played a ton of carry patch, right? It's a new addition to the
It's
game.
kind of like Marcy, I guess, huh?
Yeah, it's the same thing, right? And it's not only that does the player know how to play it, you also have to understand how to play around it as a team.
Yeah,
which is something that Vici Gaming, they don't look like they have a complete handle on the hero.
Well, it's gonna be 4v4 at Roche, and winner takes the game, probably. So should be a pretty easy one for Aster, though. They got the rock also.
And the coil. Yeah.
Level 25 coil, by the way, it's BKB.
Oh yeah, that's big. That's really big. They're all stuck on the high ground, and they pop the coil just to the end of it as well. This isn't good. Erica jumps in with a save onto XM. Is it going to make a difference in this fight, though? It's looking pretty dire as Erica gets torn apart. XM gets pooped out of the Pudge, and just as quickly will get flushed down the toilet. And there's your GGs coming out for the side
Double
of
holy
BC
shit.
Gaming. Yeah.
12-0-10 and 11-0-15. Wow.
That's,
never even touched them.
Pretty scary KDAs coming out from the main cores on the side of Team Aster. As they dominate this game, number one, the carry Pudge from Vici Gaming just not really looking like it fit the bill in this first match.
Yeah, in the last series, carry Pudge completely dominated. He felt uncontested.
Was it carry Pudge or offlane Pudge? Last series?
It was offlane, but felt like he.
Of course, yeah. If Pudge is rolling, it always feels like a carry.
Yeah. But this time around, bad laning stage for him, bad recovery from him. Like the teammates.
I feel like everything that happened was somewhat obvious, though, right? Like you land into a timber, you should know that you can't land into a timber, and then like the DK can't really land into a Slark. Again, if they change their lanes just a little bit, DK beats Puck, and then TA beats Timber, and Pudge has a chance to beat Slark. Like, why did they literally go with the worst lanes possible? You pick these heroes because they're so flexible, right? Then you gotta make good use of that.
thing is, did he even come out that badly out of the laning phase? Like, I feel like he was kind of okay, yeah. So at 10 minutes, the Pudge had 4.2k net worth. Meanwhile, the Timbersaw had 4.4k net worth. So
Yeah, but the point of a carry Pudge is usually that you like destroy the offlane. So you're much richer than the offlane. So like obviously he should be like at like maybe 3.5k and you're at like 5k. It's a very big difference, right?
yeah,
You get your axe faster, you snowball faster. It's all about snowballing on that hero.
okay.
You saw that one fight Nomad when he got tags, suddenly he dished out, 5,000 damage. If he had that earlier, or maybe had half of a BKB there to combo with, it would have been
It's a
much,
different
much
game.
better.
Absolutely, but unfortunately, there was just nowhere for this Pudge to go. I mean, in the end, it kind of comes down to draft, right? The heroes he was playing against just didn't look like any kind of victory could be made there for the Pudge. But as you say, maybe against the Slug, he can pull that out of the bag. But unfortunately, not this time around for Vici Gaming. But I mean, credit to XM, you know. I felt like there were a few fights where XM was actually really close to carrying these fights. He was dishing out some serious damage when he had the opportunity to get off these right clicks. In fact, XM had the highest hero damage in the game, 40k. That is impressive.
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, he also itemized, I think, pretty much perfectly for this game. Like, he hit all his timings, the Deso timing, they won a team fight after that. His BKB timing, unfortunately, they couldn't win a team fight, but that was really just because he was the only one that was farmed. Very unfortunate for XM. But we know, like, his TA is just amazing, right? It's one of his best heroes. They love giving it to him.
Yeah, I feel like if the Pudge or the DK had like half a game, then this would have been a pretty cool game
Just
for
half a
Vici
game.
Gaming.
No, they didn't need a lot more, at least a half of it.
Yep.
It kind of felt like 4 protect 1 with a TA, which never works as a TA.
No, you need a threat on the front line. Otherwise, you can just item it. Like, this is what we saw, right? The Heaven's Halberd was just a direct answer to the TA. Like, the other two heroes aren't even really right-clicking for the most part. It's literally just for the TA. And you're allowed to do that because there's no other threat, really. Erika's doing a lot of damage with that rot in these fights, but ultimately, there's a Slug. He can just sit there and just click the guy forever, and he'll be happy to do so.
All these fights as well around the pit went completely in Aster's favor. Yeah, they lose the Aegis, but look at that BKB. Popped so early on, nothing to save XM, no one to help him get out of the pit, then they turn on him. There was a force, right? They continue fighting here, however, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it just feels
so good.
It feels pretty bad because despite like the lanes not going super well for them, like the net worth never really went out of control until the very end, right? And it looked like all these fights were actually decently close.
Yeah.
So there's definitely something I could see. It was just always never enough, just barely not enough. This guy gets away with like 200 health, or this guy escaped with 500 health because of Death Shroud. It's just so many little things. If they go a little bit differently, maybe VG just wins this game.
Exactly. Like, I feel like we were just one fight away from seeing Vici actually being able to turn up to fights and put a bit of threat on Aster, but they didn't take a single fight in the entire game. Like, this was the fight which they were able to take, and even then, like, they killed a support, and I think they killed the Warlock as well here. It's like, yeah, okay, fine, whatever. No one really cares. Sorry, supports.
I feel it's just one thing: faster timing on BKB Ags on Pudge, and the game would have been different.
Yeah,
just if he got it faster.
100%, yeah.
Puck, sorry, not Puck. This Slark had Radiance way too early, and he wasn't punished for such a build at all. Like, he never. I don't know if he died in the game. Maybe he did once. I can't.
He
remember. He didn't, right? So
yeah.
Just that. If they just got that BKB Aghanim's a bit earlier, maybe then you can set up a fight. But this time, this way, no wonder XM had highest damage. Like, he's the only one that could do it, right, on his side. Everyone else was just there to be nuisance, like set things up, and that's it.
Yeah, pretty much. As well, I'd like to visit the DK once more as well. You know, unfortunately, not the performance we were looking for from Yang. Would you like to see maybe something, you know, like the Mars or some kind of team fight coming out for Yang in this game to give Vici just, you know, a way to play the game other than this?
I don't mind DK on him. It's just set him up for success, right? If he's playing this DK, give him a lane that's decent. I think the Slark pick definitely like took them off guard, right? Like messed them up a little bit. Then the Timber as well. It's like this 1-2 combo and you're gone. The Timber pick was really good.
Yeah,
I was very surprised though that they didn't just put the DK against the puck, right?
Yeah.
As a free lane, and you basically enabled just by laning there. MVP XXS, yeah, I mean, very, very understandable. He played like a madman, didn't die a single time, was always on the front line. He healed more than he took damage from a TA hit. So.
He really did, yeah. He was a big boy with all that extra armor coming out, the evasion, the disarmament as well. Always just getting the disarms on the TA as well, and meaning that she can't really just tear through these team fights. Yeah, incredible job from XXS for sure, and absolutely deserved of the MVP award. No doubt in my mind about that one.
Yeah, just looking at the stats a little bit. Wow, they won literally everything. 33 kills. Honestly, the game felt way closer than that. I didn't actually realize there was such a big gap between the kill count.
I didn't like the two supports as well on the side of VG Gaming. You couldn't really feel them. Hoodwink. This is one of those Hoodwink games in which you don't feel the hero. Like the break is nice, but it never really came into play. Monkey King, a couple of these, like basically you pick this Monkey plus Pudge to set up Boundless into hook, right, all the time. Monkey giving you vision, Boundless hook, easy kills, but they just couldn't find that 1-2 combination ever because Pudge was too busy farming. He was too busy being in his jungle farming. Did he buy the shard or did he get it? Was it given to him?
I think it was probably given.
Pudge got the roast shard.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because if he bought it, that feels hella bad. You know, like
no. Pudge got the roast shard.
100%.
Yeah. I was keeping an eye on that. Yeah, and also I feel like Hoodwink and Monkey King are both kind of, I guess, tree-based heroes. Is that a thing? Against Timbersaw, though, that's never really a good recipe as well. There were multiple fights where the Hoodwink tried to get out a big bushwhack onto like multiple heroes, and then it would just get caught out by the Whirling Death. Like he was so on XXS. Like there in that last roast fight outside the roast pit, there was like a 3-man bushwhack about to come out, and again just kills a tree with a Whirling Death. You know, no problem at all. I don't know how he's able to still focus on that whilst also trying to kill the heroes on the front lines and jump around and get the timber chains off, but. I mean, XXS is a monster, I guess. He's just super good at the hero, super good at the game, and a super good Timbersaw game, which just allows them to absolutely tear through this game number 1. And we'll see what happens in game number 2. But first, we're going to throw it over to a break. So we'll see you guys very shortly for game number 2, which is just around the corner as Vici playoff against Team Aster here at the China DPC. We'll see you very shortly.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello and welcome back to the China DPC, where we are into this best of 3 series between Aster and the lovely, lovely side of Vici Gaming. These two teams are battling it out for these all-important league points, trying to secure their slot at the major. Will they be able to do it? Well, let's find out. Aster currently leading by 1 game as we jump into the draft for game number 2. Can Aster clean it up in a clean 2-0, or will it be a messy, messy 1-all? And will we go to a third game? Let's find out, as we are well into this draft already. So I'm just going to shoot through these heroes. Vici Gaming, they will open up with the Marcy, following up with the Viper, and then grab themselves a Treant Protector. So very, very different flavor coming out from them. Meanwhile, Aster, they will go with the Tiny and the Pangolier.
Can we just do a vibe check real quick?
Uh-huh.
Like, Vici Gaming looks pretty deflated. Like, head in his hand, doesn't talk at all, you know. It was a pretty rough loss, but you're going to get yourself out there again.
Don't worry, Yang's in the air.
Go out there into the world, find your true love, right?
Find peace.
Peace. Find yourself.
Okay, Lizard, I need your super honest opinion. Okay, I think Treant Protector is
broken,
mega broken.
Yeah,
what do you think?
100%.
It's so good. Level 20, you get double plate mail for free on buildings, on heroes for 30 seconds. It's absolutely insane. I absolutely hate this faces, White Pig. Let's talk about something else instead. The CM Juggernaut is good.
That's an early days combo, you know. Back in the day, I remember when I first started playing the game in like 2012, 2011, and people would pick this, and you just be like, "Oh, okay, GG." You know, we can't play into this. Yeah,
it was either CM Juggernaut or Lich Juggernaut.
Yeah,
Black also remembers when he started in 2003. You know, it's the same combo, same stuff.
Well, let me go back to my days. I played Lich in my first Dota game, and I got an Ultra kill with my first Chain Frost. Okay, that was pretty epic.
Wow.
That's what got me hooked on Dota. Yeah, I'll never forget that game.
And every day,
Lich being the hero that hooks you on Dota.
Yeah, it was so cool. The thing just bouncing around, killing people. I was like, whoa, let's go.
So I was in high school. I didn't play a lot of Dotes, but there was some 2 versus 2 tournament that I joined, right? That was like 20 years ago or something. I don't even know anymore. And the rules of the tournament were the admin chooses your heroes, but the enemy team can choose for themselves. Like, made no sense. They were friends or something. Made no sense. We lost.
That sucks. I did a similar thing though. In like a bar here in the UK, we had a 2v2 tournament, and everyone had to. Well, no, you just had to pick the same hero between you and your friend, and the enemies had to pick the same hero, and it was a best of 3. And
what would that hero be here? Nomad.
What the hero? Well, let me just very quickly. We won 2-0 with double Witch Doctor, then double Clockwork, and now the Brewmaster comes out for Team Aster, and that is going to round off their draft very nicely, giving them a bit of team fight, giving them a bit of control. Very nice.
That would be a fun 4v4 same hero, 2v2 for same hero. A ton of pandas running around. It would be
4 Pudges. Get over here! Get over here! Get over here! Okay. I like that Brewmaster pick a lot, simply because of what I said before. You can dispel Overgrowth, and you can also dispel the Treant armor, making heroes a lot less tanky. Is there Viper Marcy on paper? Sounds mega, mega toxic. That lane.
Crystal Maiden, if she gets thrown, I forget
disposed,
the name.
Man. She gets disposed.
If she gets disposed, she's gonna be getting disposed straight into the trash can every.
that ability name is so BM. Let me just dispose you real quick, bro.
Dispose of you.
Okay, what do they need? They need a lot of damage. Honestly, I'm all in on Zeus here. Give me some Zeus. I want pure damage mid. Lina, Zeus.
Some Lina
Razor.
Band, Puck Band. Yeah. They're gonna struggle. Okay, there you go. Razor is...
Mm.
It's a hero. It's a hero.
Okay, yes, it's a hero. I'll give you that. They didn't pick
gonna be
a piece of wood or something. But,
okay, so they do mid Viper against Pango. Okay, I like that a lot how they switch the lanes around. Cause
don't you think they can kill the Razor with CM and Jug? Like
they can, but if they lane Viper there, they could have killed the Viper as well. Plus, Razor would have lost to Pangolier, right? So at least they did a good adjustment this time around. But the draft still looks quite strong for Aster, like very strong.
They have Marcy with the saves in the lane, I guess. You can get off the dispos to get him out of the range of the Blade Fury if he's frostbited up. There's options.
You're in trouble.
There's options, but yeah,
I don't know. You have this
how you want to be running it.
You have this chrono, and then you're following up with what?
Yeah,
Viper and Razor right-clicking. It's nothing.
What's this void pick?
Yeah.
There's no damage inside the chrono unless you get like Hagadin's Refresher, Blink Dagger, Razor to just jump into there and just be like. That's not really good.
Toxin.
Yeah.
Leech Seed.
Doesn't the Overgrowth do like 100 damage per second?
At level 25, it's got an 100 DPS talent. I know that much. I don't know if that's added to it. I guess so.
I think it increases it by that much.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. You've got a timing. You've got a timing. Easy game.
It deals 75 damage per second. Woo, woo, woo!
75 damage per second in the chrono. I think that's... I think you're on to something, Black, here. I think everyone is going to start picking that.
Yeah, Radiance Treant. Right? Let's go. I'm here for it. The new meta. It starts here, folks. But no, I think we're all a little bit worried for what Vici's throwing down for this game. It looked like a strong start, but now I'm just kind of confused and scared and shaking. So yeah, I'm not sure about this one. We'll go Aster again, friends.
I believe so.
All right. Well, scary game. So what needs to go right? What can go right for Vici to take this one?
They could perhaps crush all the lanes. It's possible, right? Like you have the Razor, Viper. If you manage to really do well in the lanes, you could snowball off of that. Perhaps feed on the CM. It can happen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Weaker than a
How
creep.
likely is it? Yeah, I'm not a firm believer.
You're not a believer. Alrighty, let's jump into it then. Game number 2. It is Vici Gaming versus Aster, as Aster are currently 1 game up. Can they take the second game and get the clean 2-0? It's looking likely, but stranger things have happened. Let's get into it. Vici, they've got a big bite to take right now. As we're paused. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Gives us more time to talk. So, previously, why I liked this Treant a lot is it kind of countered out Juggernaut as well as Pangolier, but now you have the option to just dispel that, and XXS is a very strong micro player, so I'm sure he'll be able to do that no problem. And yeah, just a very glaring lack of damage. Like, Marcy and Treant both, as support, don't really deal the most damage. You have a Viper who kind of ramps up the damage slowly, and you have a Void who doesn't really deal damage until you get like 2 items, maybe. So most of the damage is going to come from a Razor early on, which seems kind of weird, Like, if you have a draft like this, as I said, I wanted like a Zeus middle or something, some like burst damage in your face, bam.
Yeah. Definitely. Unfortunately, yeah, they do decide to switch things up. I mean, I do think it makes their lanes a little bit better. But yeah, as you say, missing that damage in the team.
It's going to be 5v5. Let's go.
Yeah, looks like it. Both teams just running at each other.
Yeah. 5-man shield crash. Let's go.
100% damage.
But they're waiting for them here. They know they're coming. How do they know?
It's a read and a half. This really is a read and a half.
Look at this. Baboka, toss
Wait,
that.
what? How do they know
Oh
this,
my
man?
god. Well,
that is not allowed. That is literally illegal.
Is it some hacks, Black?
Dude, they put the ward down, walk all the way back. They knew exactly what's happening. They must have started them super hardcore.
Yeah. Maybe this is something they do with Marcy. I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with like one of the heroes they have specifically, which makes Vici want to make this play.
As well, you have this friend that can run through the trees and scout them out, cut them from behind. If you're a little bit deeper there, right, and tree goes behind you, you can get caught there. You can get surrounded. So
But did you see Boboka's movement too? Like, he knew that the Treant was gonna walk into him.
He just waited there, right next to the
Yeah.
tree.
It's like, oh, hey, how you doing, bro?
Yeah, that was an insanely good read from Aster. That was some studying, some scouting. They've watched some replays, that's for sure. Vici gonna be shaken after that one, I think.
Yeah, the Treant has been psychoanalyzed. So, if this bot lane doesn't go super well for the Razor early on, it could get very difficult. Like, level 3+, there's so much nuking power from the CM and Jug. But yeah, like, what you said is not wrong. Like, if you just rebound on the Razor, there's no way you can keep spinning him, right? With the movement speed bonus. How much is it again? 45%? This is stupid. They're going on Yang?
It's a lot.
Yang might just be dead? Or they just both. Yeah, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, just
Movement
turn
speed
in.
bonus. He has like 400 movement speed suddenly. What? No boots.
Wait. Does she have dispose? I didn't see, or
No, it's a rebound.
rebound. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Dispose
Fly
coming
out
soon.
of there. Coming soon to a cinema near you.
Featuring Marcy. Toss him to the creeps. Nice.
Yeah.
Damage done.
Yeah, just punching each other. Look at these big boys just going at it.
Oh, and Treant just dealing 100 damage per hit.
I feel like every single Treant player enjoys this the most, right? Just get that leech seed and trade hit.
And you never lose, but people still do it. Well, why do you think that is?
Do you remember, Black, do you remember the player, Illidan?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Of course, right? He would always do the same in pubs. If you steal his role, like if you steal one from him, he'd pick Treant, buy Quelling Blade, and just take all your CS. That was his play.
Beautiful, beautiful.
That was his grief, you know, like there's no way you'll win against that. Like, you can't take a single CS.
Yeah, that sounds like Illidan.
Yeah.
He's
Chaos Knight specialist still isn't Storm Rage.
Yeah, Razor and Chaos Knight, 24/7.
Yep.
He was also... He never skilled a Brief Fire on Dragon Knight and said it was really good. I remember that.
Oh yeah, he was
like
proprietor
Dragon Tail into stats.
It was 1 point in Dragon Tail as well, wasn't it? 1 point in Dragon Tail, max out Dragon's Blood and go stats as well. And just run around being basically a log rather than a hero.
Oh, it's super funny.
Yeah. What a guy.
And he was so convinced too, you know, in the interview he's like, yeah, it's really good. It's like...
Sure thing.
I mean, everyone has their own way of playing, you know, like...
Yeah, I know, I mean, I had my own stupid things, like everybody did.
You just have something that fits you, you know, you feel good when you're doing it. It doesn't have to
Yeah,
be
you're
good.
so convinced it's really good even though it's like terrible. You have that on a lot of heroes though, like, right? If you play a lot of different heroes, you're like, yeah, this is really good. And somebody tells you what's actually good, you're like, oh yeah. Oh, dispose?
Whoa, Marcy.
Dispose, Crystal Maiden.
Yang might be dead too though.
Guess.
Got a Fairy Fire. Doesn't use it.
Nice crit.
Yeah, he probably expected to live 2 more hits, but nope. Ka-ting!
Still though, he's the one that got the kill first, so not too bad. I believe that should be phases for Mr. Jug though. So the lane becomes a bit easier for him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Ori taking a bit of damage here from XM. He's got no mana either. He's trying to deny himself. That's not going to happen.
How did he get there?
Yeah, I love the wave though. I love the wave from XM. Hello.
I mean, look at the experience discrepancy. He's getting destroyed middle, as we expect. Like, Pango can't really lane against Viper.
How big do you
His
think
tempo
the
is
switch to the lanes was? Pretty significant, right? To put the Viper.
Yeah. If they didn't do that, I think they would have lost like 2 lanes at least.
Yeah, this is necessary, and right now the lane's looking pretty good for Vici Gaming. They're off to a good start. Now, can they keep that momentum going? And of course, you know, it's not huge at the moment. It's early days.
Oh, looking for toss back. Oh,
There's
he actually got
nothing
it.
on Pango though, right? Like Pango has no
Yeah, he's
spells.
nothing on Pango, and Tiny might be dead.
My god, Baboka taking so much damage from the poison attacks. Did he miss uphill there? I don't think so.
No, he didn't.
This is the point in the game in which you toss Viper back and kill both of you.
All health breaking looses. Yang gets a kill onto the Crystal Maiden, and Monet is going to kill off Sharma. So just sacrificing their supports to each other. All right.
Yeah.
Gentleman's agreement. I'll kill your support, you kill mine. We both get a super rich. Oh, sounds good, bro. Let's do it.
But Juggernaut getting kills equal big Juggernaut, not good.
Thank you. So it's well put. Your mastery over the English language continues to amaze me, bud.
Thank you.
Baboka.
Borga tossed back. Ori probably can't help him. Yeah, he's just getting poisoned.
Hammer though, taking a ton of damage in response here with the rotation in from the Crystal Maiden, but
oh my God, Ori
XM's not done. He's got level 6 from this. He's staying on top of Ori.
Soon, but yeah,
it's not going to make a difference.
It's poison damage, man. It's not balanced. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Imagine if a Black Widow bit you IRL 5 times, you're super dead. Okay, nice rotation from Boboka. Spin in 4. Spin in 3. Face boots in 1.
Spin in 2.
Doesn't even need it.
Spin in 1. Yang is dead.
Yeah, so far only the Jug is really having a good time on their side.
Yeah. I'm gonna... Oh, what happened to Brewmaster? He's having a terrible time.
Yeah, you see, he's not living it up, that's for sure. A little bit of a difference up in the top lane. XXS unable to really get on the board here. Not too sure.
Yeah, almost got his ult though, and that's when we probably see a rotation to the Viper, right? Gotta try to kill that boy.
Yeah, someone's got to bring him down.
So much farm though on top lane with this Brewmaster. Like, Avoid is definitely owning him. Shauma. Nice dispose, but yeah.
But now you're being disposed.
Wolves, please. No, they don't care about him.
Well, it's never there when you want them to be. Yeah, it always sucks when you're running away as Marcy and you have rebound off cooldown, and you're like, I just need a green unit. I just need a friend, and there never is one, and then you just have to die, and you're like,
isn't that life?
Oh, okay. Not
and
really.
If he dies, he dies.
For some people.
We all die alone, right, Nomad? No?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, this is... guys, come on.
I mean, who are we kidding? We're all Dota players. We already know that we're, you know...
We don't even care, that's the thing.
Exactly.
As long as I die with over 1,000 MMR, life is good.
Hey, don't MMR shame people.
Yeah, don't be like that.
What the hell, man?
As long as you're having fun.
Oh, yeah.
Or getting dumped here in the middle lane, but I think
Alexander! Plus Beast, Brewmaster ult 2. Viper is in trouble.
Here it is. XM
Oh, is he?
beaten down, slide kick going to work, but not work enough. But the Viper seems to be okay for the time being. Oh, beautiful Chrono onto 3. That's what you like to see. And now they're going to be able to take down Ori. They're going to take down Baboka. Can they catch any more than this? I think they can. CM's gone. And actually, the Pangoline's gotten away from this.
I can't believe, like, there was so much damage in that Chrono. Like, they used the Chrono, and then, do you know what Razor did? He linked the Pango. Can you believe it?
Yeah, but I don't think he could even attack him. That was outside of attack range. But yeah, it's good rotation nonetheless. Now we have an excuse to farm. Orb of Corrosion on Void? Really? Okay.
I mean, that's not too bad. I see it very often as well. You dominate the lane with it, right? Like, it's...
yeah, as he did.
Left alone.
We're looking for Monet this time around. Oh, it's supposed to see him again. But not this time. Oh, yes.
Oh, maybe
yes.
this time. Yeah.
Boca that too.
Well, they are crushing the lanes, or at least it feels that way. Maybe for me, it's 7-9, only 1k advantage, but I don't know why. I just feel that they're doing much better in the lanes.
Yeah.
Maybe because they're moving together more, so they are not really getting a lot when it comes to the net worth.
Yeah.
Brewmaster almost a point booster, getting closer to that Ags.
Yeah, he's just kind of chilling. When he have his ulti, he'll make rotations, but the rest of the time, he's just going to hit them creeps. I'm perfectly happy to do so.
You know what I realized? I've never seen a Marcy with a good KDA in any of the games I've casted. They always die so much.
It's hard, dude. It's very hard to stay alive on this hero because all of your spells are such low range that to get into the fights, you have to be, well, to use your spells in the fights, you have to be like right in their faces.
Yeah, you gotta jump in, right, to dispose.
Right. You rebound to dispose.
Yeah, that's why a lot of position 5s actually get the Blink Dagger, because it allows you to jump in, dispose, and then rebound out.
Man, Marcy reminds me so much of
Razor.
real life. Why Razor is in trouble.
I don't know where you were going with that one, but we'll watch Yang die here first, as he's going to eventually...
Don't worry, I'll elaborate, don't worry.
Yep, and death shall come to him. So why does Marcy remind you of real life, Black?
Kind of like a relationship, you know? You rebound and then you get disposed.
Yeah, that's fair actually. That's fair. That's a great point. The rebounds always gets disposed of.
Hello, kitty. Oh yeah, update on his cat door. He still hates it. He wants me to open the door for him.
Maybe he just wants to feel like, you know, you're making.
You made the door for the cat?
Yeah, but he absolutely hates it.
I see. Yeah, of course. He wants to feel like he's your master, you know? It's a cat, it's not a dog.
True.
It's like, open this for me. Now.
And he literally just walks there, turns around, looks at me, he's like, bro? You serious?
You want me to get in that?
Yeah. Interesting Brewmaster build though, right? Usually, we see a lot more levels in Drunken Brawler. Get the tankiness.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it gets left at one. I think it's 1 or 2 builds. The last time I saw a Bruma, maybe that was a Buzz 5 though, who only left at another one. I can't remember. But Aster looking to go and ruffle some truffles here. The Boca and XXS
Pokey.
on the throat lines, and
Yang again.
They go finding the Razor. And he is not going to be able to get himself out of this one. Centaur Bro helping out for a little bit, but oh my god,
wait, he has 19 sticks.
Yeah, he's okay for the time being. Yang surviving through this fairy fire as well. Aster,
no way.
They don't commit to this, and now Jama jumps in, but it's actually going to be able to get out. This is very awkward. Just a scatter.
They toss a trainer to all the team.
Everyone's just brawling.
Nice
and,
overgo.
There's that up for the chrono as well. The damage follow-up coming out, actually. Yang still alive during this. I'm actually coming back into the fight to say, hey, remember me? Yeah, I'm back, and I've brought my friends, and now they lose 2 on the side of Aster. And this was the split as well. The big cooldown ultimate. Huge fight from Vici Gaming here. They're holding this game together admirably.
You know what happened? They smoked up, and Jack continued farming, but they smoked up with him. If he was there, the one Omni Slash on that Razor, right? And you...
Yeah, or even just spin. Anything,
just
look
spin,
at him.
Yeah, and you just go home, that's it. Mid lane, XM, tossed back.
Yeah, that's cute. That's cute. They'll get this kill for sure. Jammer is, unfortunately. I think
this could have happened as well, right? Like, the same thing could have happened in the enemy jungle. It didn't. I also think maybe XXS could have cycloned the Razor to buy some time. But then Chrono...
potentially.
Yeah, but then Chrono maybe happens earlier, right? It's hard to say.
Oh, Razor TPing in the mid lane now too. They don't want to give up the tower. Of course, got a 3 in armor.
So
3 in armor
annoying.
is so... Man, he maxed it too. That is so... plus 12 armor just like that. It literally doubles the armor. Ridiculous.
It's not only like the armor, right? It's the fact that the hero is... It's so easy to defend towers with him. You just stand around the tower in the trees, you spam your spells, you take the aggro from the creeps away.
It's so stupid how the creeps keep following you, then like, no, and then show yourself again for a millisecond, and they're like, hey. Definitely a hero. Definitely a hero. I'm surprised we don't see him first phase more, to be honest. I think he's just so well-rounded.
He's
can
really
be a
good
4,
at
can be a 5. Has very versatile skill builds.
And team fight as well. Like I feel like in this meta particularly, there's not a lot of like really strong team fighting heroes in the support positions. You know, we saw the Warlock last game, which didn't end up working out, but didn't look particularly strong. You know, it's not like a tier 1 pick. And I really like it when you can get support heroes which can just give you this big team fight spell like Phoenix or something like that. And Treant definitely takes that box. So yeah, that's another thing he's got going for him. And look at how annoying he's being in the top lane. This tower is going to fall, but he's making it work for
So
him.
long.
Yeah.
This Jack has like, how many auto attacks was it? Like 30 or 40? Bobo got tossed back on the race, but there's no one around.
Tossed back to who?
Under in.
Yeah. Or he's looking, but changing his mind here. They're gonna go for the easy kill. They'll go for Jama.
He's like,
no,
okay, he strolls past 3 heroes. He's like, okay, never mind. This is not my neighborhood. Let's go back.
Yeah. Looks like they just want to wait for the Brewmaster axe, which is like 700 away, and then start taking team fights. Oh, Ori.
Yeah,
You're
that's
dead.
going to be a chrono every day of the week. They'll throw in with the Avalanche, but that's not going to make a difference here. They're going to be able to get the kill, and now they move over towards the Boker as well. Yang and Jalma just beating him up, popping that Unleash as well. And that's going to be a dead Tiny. You know what?
All right.
This is some good Marcy gameplay. We're finally getting it. Someone that Jama seems to be up to date on the Marcy. You know, just moving in, brawling, fighting, constantly making things happen. Dying a lot, but, you know, it's part of the game.
Maybe it's because of the teammates that he's got, right? All these heroes
so.
that want to be fighting all the time. That's a huge difference. You have a Razor and Viper cores. Like, they're constantly active.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to a fast BKB as well. I like that a lot. Counters pretty much everything the Radiant does. Do you guys think the mana cost of CM ult should be reduced a little?
You just keep it level 1.
Yeah, but I mean just like in general. Because I just realized when he walked up that cliff there, he didn't have mana for 3 of his spells. Like he literally used 2 and he couldn't use ult.
It's the Crystal Maiden life. This is the way she's been forever. I don't know, like if you should change that. Like the way you see if Crystal Maiden knows what he's doing or not is if he's killing level 2 ult or not. You know.
Yeah, if you're still level 2 ult, you're done.
Yeah, you just can't cast anything.
Level 7, it's like 70% of your mana in one cast.
The null talismans did make a difference in the last patch, at least, right? With the
they did.
With the mana
just
cost
one of them is so good.
It's kind of like with
Ori again. Whoa.
Morphling players in my bracket. You know, if they're brave enough to go down to full agi, then I know they might be quite good at Morphling. But if they just stay in like middle of ground the entire time, which unfortunately does happen quite a lot, then you know they're garbage.
Whenever I see a Morphling, I just pick Invoker and I get like 5 kills at least. Just Sunstriking him from full HP. Ori, if he gets bashed, he's dead. Oh, you got bashed?
Bashed. It means he's dead. You wouldn't lie to us, would you, Black?
Black never lies. Ori will
It was very close. They're gonna turn it around now. Erika's dead.
Toss back. Oh, into the Crystal Maiden, into the blender you go, Erika! And it's a double kill for PQ.
XM?
Let it go. Oh, okay, he's just going to tank this Omni Slash, no worries at all whatsoever. One are going to throw through with the spin here, but I'm not sure
nice
he's going to get
back.
thrown into the camera. Duck everybody. But it does look like Monet is going to go down regardless.
Yeah, and that's a
He just had a Brew Split. XM in trouble. Yang also no BKB. Level 4 CM bite.
Once again.
Nice save with the Cyclone. Run CM. Good job.
Nice. Man, that's some really nice. Ah, CM!
Run! Get out of there! Oh my god, she survives.
Avalanche on the tree. He sees him.
Not more. Aster are just cleaning up right now.
Wait, so much jumps in 2. You 2 supports only. But they don't care. They're winning.
They know this one.
Bash.
No. No, Chrono.
Do neither of these two have a basher?
No, I mean Void TP and fast and bash him.
Oh, I see.
Even if they don't have Basher, you have to scream Bash.
Yeah, bash. Ah, lucky.
Tree
Is
and
that something you
Basher
guys do when somebody's TPing away? Like endure and comms? I just go bash.
Of course. You have to.
Yeah.
Like an unwritten rule.
I still remember Isa and me when I was playing Void a lot. Everyone's like, oh, bash. And it never works. And he's like, yeah, but you have to say bash, otherwise it never works.
And if you don't get the bashes, then you have to tell them they've got it toggled off as well.
It's
That's
a
always
skill,
fun.
you know.
Yang again, no BKB! 2 seconds cooldown!
No! He can't get it off! Oh my
He's
god,
got
that
it.
was close, that was close. Too close for comfort there. But Yang is getting bullied. Like, they are putting some serious focus onto Yang here, that's for sure. But it is...
Are you guys skilled bashers and critters?
No. I don't remember. Do you remember this map called Luck or something? Are you lucky? In Walker 3, where you just like bash each other, you have evasion, you have crit. That was my favorite map.
It sounds familiar. I can't remember it, but it sounds familiar.
It's like literally just like 5 rounds, and 1 round everyone fights each other. You just have crits, whoever crits more wins. The next one is evasion, then bash.
I remember a different Are You Lucky map though. There were more.
And there's probably a ton of them.
Yeah.
However, Nomad, Brewmaster is closing on the refresher orb. Could that be the breaking point of this game for VG Gaming?
Well, Black, it could, because that refresher orb is going to give them...
Hey. What's up with the like cinema voices? What's happening here?
So you're wondering
Building
what's up with the cinema
hype.
voices, huh? Fool. Yang, no BKB for 15. They know. Selma knows. Bubblegum knows. But knowledge is only half the battle. You gotta execute.
Speed is the other half, and that is exactly what they have on VG Gaming.
I feel like I'm an odd one out, you know, like what's going on?
Lizard, what you don't know is the truth behind the
toss back.
reality. It's a lie.
Jalma in that storm, but gets a rebound away. And Yang, look at this guy go. He's just running into this one. Take it down, but Boker on the sidelines, the Crystal Maiden gonna fall as well. They'll look across to Jalma here as he's trying to close the gap onto Ori. And this Marty's interested, but yeah, does choose to call off the chase eventually there.
Yeah.
They don't have money.
No.
They don't have the panda as well. They got that refresher. And with that refresher, everything will change. Stay tuned.
Indeed.
As XXS comes back.
Erika, though, bashing Roshan. They're really looking for that Rosh kill. XSS says, 3 of me, runs in. What's he gonna be able to do? Nothing. He's dead.
Has one more panda to run away with.
Yep. Now you're just a really crappy Brewmaster.
He's gonna split into two.
He's thrown us the thing.
He's just gonna throw it away. No risks being taken here by Erika.
He has another one.
And now it's just that.
Eggs. Let's go.
Yeah, he's got the eggs. He's got another friend. We weren't even looking at Brewmaster. Let's look at Yang getting beaten up instead, as he is gonna die.
Panda is dead.
Oh, XSS does go down before he can get off the second split. All right.
But wait, the cooldown was off, right?
It wasn't. It's on cooldown.
Not on cooldown. He had eggs.
It's on cooldown. He has it in 2 seconds.
Oh.
1. Now he has it.
But the little gem is green at the top.
Yeah, but that's because it's a charge-based ability. It's always green for some reason.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Same with like Ember and all these heroes. It's always green.
The gem is
Don't
always
ask me
green
why.
on the other side.
Very, very unfortunate for XXS, but he did what he came for. He isolated Yang, they killed Yang, and they lost Rosh.
Toss back on Erika. Erika, no BKB. Will he be dying here? Oh my god, the freezing fit doing so much damage, and he's dead!
Not there.
And
Perfect.
he's rolling back in again, and boosh! Another freeze?
Oh, big blink in
Another
instead
toss,
from Victoria though, but the Void is still dead! They can't save him, and now they move in towards Jammer as well. Jammer absolutely gonna get pummeled in the tree line as the
That's
tree
illegal,
falls as
man.
well.
Anyone
And,
else?
oh my god, this is just brutal. Vici!
Bobo counted plays though, man. Like, he knows BKB's on cooldown. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna get this kid. And he gets the kid. Absolutely smashes him.
Really nicely done.
Yep.
Like both of the deaths as well. Like they got the Aegis and the second kill. The roll up.
Monet's just cruising, man. He's doing nothing. He's like, oh, yeah.
Didn't get off a single time walk through 2 lives there on the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
But he almost did. That's worth something. Hey, he tried.
Almost only matters in hand shoes.
In horseshoes and
horse
hand grenades.
Yes.
In horse grenades and hand
shoes.
grenades. Hand shoes.
Donkey shoes and foot grenades.
LOL. I heard it's more funny if you say LOL out loud.
Yeah, it's very
It definitely made me chuckle.
That's something. That is.
Oh, that's funny
laugh out
because your
loud.
name is Chuck.
All right. Black's had a bit too much. Black's got in the sugar cabinet again. It's 17 and 17 at the moment. Aster versus Vici Gaming. Anyone's game at the moment. There was an advantage for Vici just a little bit ago, and now Xiaoma being charged at under the trees. But
He just wants to farm his BKB.
Get out of my face.
But he used it basically the spell. He knows the hero. He does.
Yep.
In and
he does.
out.
I mean, that is literally the only use of Unleash when you're playing Sport Marcy, I'm convinced.
That is not true. No.
No. Does it do
When you're
damage?
level 6, you actually deal decent damage. And he's going BKB, which means he's actually trying to transition into like a semi-ish core. Basher after that, you run to the jug, bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, when you have
He's
Basher,
like,
obviously it's insane. Yeah, that's true. When you're spinning, it's not going to be fun. To get punched in the face by this little...
you get movement speed 2 by unleashing, right? Yeah, 15%.
Yeah.
Not bad. Look at the CM, almost rocking a BKB. But now you rock a death, I think. Or he's hiding well.
Supports are going crazy this game.
Yeah. How's Treant looking? Already got a blink. Lotus up next. Both got a Philosopher's Stone too. Lucky. I never get one. Look at Brewmaster. 500 to the Refresher.
Almost.
And Lizard. Will that make a difference? Or is it already too much to handle?
He's already way too much to handle.
I mean, you
This
can't
will
really
be
say
the
that
last
when
nail in the
in
coffin.
the last fight he did just die after his first split,
But
he did
he
what he came to
isolated
do.
Yang, who at the time had more net worth than him, so they got like 5 more gold for the kill.
Nomad, who are you to question?
and forced out the
XXS?
chrono as well, which then led to the Faceless Void dying twice on the
Oh,
tower.
the tree got baited.
Yeah.
Nice.
And the ulti.
Okay,
Why not? Why not Nomad? Tell me.
because it's like a 100-second cooldown or something.
Did CM just tell Trian that she can't see his legs anymore? That's kind of BM.
What does it even mean?
Or
What does it
Fusion.
actually mean? Is it frostbite? Or what?
Maybe it's because when you get like snowed, when it's really heavy snow and you're walking
Oh,
through
yeah, like
it,
frozen
you can't see
over,
your
right?
legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really deep snow, so you're just trudging through it.
Yeah.
But I don't
Kind
understand.
of BM still though. Now, the real problem is one Omni Slash and Viper might actually just die. If you get unlucky with the Manta style, you're dead. But you
There's
don't
a
want to die.
There's a good old shard as well on Monet, so he's gonna be able to keep on top of you with that spin.
Yeah, Boboka looking. Oh, nice
hate
ward
that
again.
shard.
And Boboka's so on.
Jug Shard is just one of those ones.
Anyone?
Oh, he's going to find XM straight into the Brewmaster. The Omnislash comes on down here. XM with the BKB, with the Manta. He is going to be able to get away. Another Chrono Code comes down as well. Monet, he's actually the one in trouble. What a turnaround. And now Erica looking in for more here. The BKB CM trying to get away, but she's going to get bashed up. Nice BKB, says Xiaoma, as he continues to chase here on the Marcy. Meanwhile, on the sidelines of the fight, Yang has managed to find Boboka, and now looking towards Ori as well, like them up onto the high ground here, sitting on that cliff. All Ori can do is get poisoned a billion times over, sit in his little ball of shame, and eventually die. 4 heroes dead on the side of Aster. Vici making magic happen.
Okay. Did any of you two actually expect this to happen?
Nope. No, not at all.
Right? Like, no way in hell. Really nicely countered by Vici Gaming. I also expected Marcy to perhaps dispose Viper earlier. Like, help him out. Nope, didn't do that. Just went
Because
in.
he knew.
He knew. He's next
Also,
level.
did you see Marcy's damage? Like, she actually pummeled the crap out of Pangolier and Juggernaut and Tiny and CM. She's a pummeler.
Yep.
Man, if CM had ult there, this entire fight is different.
15 seconds cooldown.
Yeah. Because like she froze the Void, and Void had no BKB. I actually think she kills the Void there.
It's pretty huge. Pretty darn huge.
That's what you get for wasting on the top lane. See? Never be wasteful with your spells. Ooh.
Success running in
He
here.
still got 3 splits.
He does indeed, yeah. If they can't kill him off 100 to 0, then
He doesn't want to use any though. Not unless they
he doesn't have to.
Yeah.
He's running at them.
Ori, okay.
So many BKBs now. They have like 4 BKBs.
What are your thoughts on these rolls, Lizard?
No,
You
he
see
had
me
some.
rolling.
Yeah, are you hating Nomad?
I'm just asking your opinion, is all.
That's your
He's saying I'm asking a loaded question.
Your question sounded very opinionated.
Yes, I would have to agree with Professor Lizard here.
Exactly.
I am
Black knows. Black understands.
I did notice that you were commenting on the roles.
What are you insinuating?
You've
Would you
mentioned
perhaps
them
like
several
to
times.
retract your statement, sir?
There's still time. There's still time.
I'm reserving my right to silence, my freedom to not speech.
Okay. Reminds me of this UK guy that went to court like, you're impeding my freedom of movement. And the guy was like, yep, I am. And that was that. Very chat officer, I gotta admit.
Okay. Thanks for the anecdote. Appreciate it.
How did you not know that? You're British.
I don't keep
Yeah,
track of
how
everyone that
did you
goes
know
to
that,
court.
Nomad?
Yeah. Like, if I told Lizard anything about Bosnia, he would be like, oh yeah, that one.
There's a lot of people in
Did
the
you guys
UK.
know that Bosnia has fake pyramids?
Do they?
Yeah, we
No, I
have
didn't.
pyramids. They were on Ancient Aliens on History Channel.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I might watch that.
You know
Do
that?
you guys have gods like the Egyptians too? That you like
Yeah.
worship?
Do you know that Novak Djokovic, tennis player?
Is he one of your
God,
gods?
Yeah, he comes visits the pyramids once a year for the energy, for the bioenergy. So
It
if you
seems to
want
be working all right for him.
it's working. If you want to get good at Dota, just come to the Bosnian pyramids. Suck in
Hell
that
yeah.
Bosnian
Dude, I'm on my
energy.
way.
Does it work for anyone or just Bosnians?
No, he's not Bosnian, and it worked on him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a hack then. Like a wishing fountain, wishing well. And you're like, make me the best player in the world. And you're like, whoa.
Yeah, there's a rock in the center of the pyramid.
Dwayne Johnson's there too.
And yeah. And you go and you just touch
That
the
makes a
rock,
lot of sense. I mean,
and it gives you the energy.
highest paid
Yeah,
actor
I
in
mean,
Hollywood.
if Dwayne Johnson is there, yeah, I understand why everyone's getting so good.
Ooh, Beachy.
Walker jumping in, sir.
Just
And
kidding.
Yeah, that voice chart is so obnoxious.
It's so stupid. It's just like he gives you a control Z basically. You know, it's like a oops.
It's a
Hi,
troll.
guys.
It's a troll. It's a troll. Sorry.
All JK.
Oh, he has a bash on Pango actually.
It's a big deal now. They can finally deal with some BKBs. Yang getting really low. Has that BKB.
Boy, Spirit Boy jumping in again. Just kidding.
I mean,
Bounces back out.
XXS so far did not have a lot of success with his pandas. Like with his little brawlings. He pops them and they just get disposed of.
I would love to see a shot on him as well.
For another one?
Aster
For another-
pulls?
More fodder. Great.
No, but the disarm is actually very, very strong against these heroes. Like they're
Yeah.
forced to BKB or they can't hit.
I do think that shard is underbought for sure. People don't seem to like it. Boy.
RCM?
Well, Erica's committed this time around. He's
He's like, oh no, get me out.
his control's dead right now.
Man, why the supports of chat? No one is dying. Yeah, die.
He has a
1000
BKB still.
PS5.
She could use it.
Oh, you died.
From Yang.
Does have a buyback still.
Yeah. We also
Ori?
have 2 more brew splits after this one. Maybe one of them will be effective.
mean,
Roll, wasted.
He's trying to bait out the BKBs, right? That's it.
Yeah, but no BKBs have been used yet. Oh, Yang actually used this, but he has a refresher.
Now Avicii Gaming into the Roshan pit. Aster, do they have what it takes to fight this Roche fight? I believe they do. XXS is ready. Himself the refresher orb. Here we go. It will be used. The Yules is out, and Roshan's already dead. Erica just gonna grab himself an Aegis and now runs at XXS here. But guess what, guys? He's got another
Man,
split.
He needs level 20 for these pandas. They're so squishy.
They need some more damage on the side of Aster somehow. They
Yeah,
just don't have it.
very underwhelming.
This Juggernaut is just not fighting. Monet it's very much just PvE this game so far.
Yeah, which is very interesting because the most successful jugs we've seen, they're fighting a lot with that spin and everything.
Yeah. I think he's really scared of Chrono.
Yeah, but if you're always scared of Chrono, you know, like then you can never play the game.
We need
So
to bait
what's
it
the
out.
best
Just have
way
one
to
fight.
face
Just
your
have one.
fears?
Yeah, we'll get one fight Nomad that you'll lose and then fight afterwards when they don't have Chrono.
I remember, okay, I played Weaver into Void, and I told my team I hate playing Weaver into Void because I just get Chrono then I die. And then my team told me, well, if you play Dota like that, then you can literally never play Dota. I was like, oh yeah, that's true. And then I just fought, and my teammates helped me, and I didn't die to Chrono, and I was like, holy crap, you guys are right.
What an empowering story, thank you.
Now, seriously though, you gotta trust your teammates, right? You have to.
Well,
What can his team
depends.
do if he gets chronoed?
Sorry, what?
What can his team do if he gets chronoed?
Not that much.
Peaky on the
But
front
we can see
lines
him, though.
again, just going for the ulti, but not really achieving a whole lot with it, unfortunately, and that's going to be another dead Crystal Maiden.
Oh, Bruce is queuing up the Radiance next, alright. I really want to see the shot. Give me the shot.
Yeah, it seems like such a cheap investment as well, considering he's in Bruce split form for like 99% of the fights.
Yeah. What's the cooldown on that spell, actually, from the Void Spirit thing?
It's 14 seconds, maybe. I actually have no idea.
Maybe, yeah. I
It's
think
just
it's
like a random number? Oh, maybe.
9 seconds. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think it's
Possible.
12, perhaps?
Perhaps. That's so much better. But, yeah. 14 and 12. Close enough. There's a full butterfly completed now on Void as well.
Yeah.
The amount
You
of
don't have to
damage
kill him
coming from the amount of damage from Vici Gaming, it's definitely there now. I don't see like this Jug. He's even queuing up the Skadi.
Yeah, like he needs to focus on damage.
Right, like even when he gets the
MKB.
Skadi, I don't see the difference. Like nothing really
Yeah.
changes.
Even that Basher, I think, is not needed, because you already have a Pango with one. You are the damage guy. If you don't deal damage, no one will die.
Not really connecting.
Yeah, Erica's chilling.
You want to toss me back, I'll jump in further, bro.
Well, the tower is dead. There's also the shard on Vipers, so you're taking objectives even faster.
Split comes out.
Hello,
XXS,
pandas. Goodbye,
Oh, hi,
pandas.
pandas, you guys. Okay.
They're watching, you know, these pandas, they're kind of just watching Erica take their buildings, and that's about it. The Boca looking on towards the Razor there, but only gets a toss back to the creep, not really that effective. Erica actually dropping the Chronosphere just solo onto Ori here, trying to take him down. BQ trying to do his best just to drop down that ultimate to stop Erica, but it's not going to work. Buyback from the Pangolier, buyback from the CM. They want to try and defend this one as Aster buyback on 3, and great stun out here onto the Vici players. Yanga's trying to get himself away, and he's so damn fast,
They're
he just
hitting
leaves
the Rex,
the
though.
fight. Monet can't get out onto anyone. Finally, they will be able to bring down Xiaoma, but it is such a small reward, and considering you're losing swathes of your base per swing, it is just not looking too tasty right now. As Boca gets eaten up here as well. Erica, he is
still an
out
Omni.
of mana, so will probably be losing his Aegis here. Oh, the Omni Slash going onto the Cyclone target. That's a bit of anti-synergy coming out right there. XXS, unfortunately, with a rare mistake coming out from him, as Ori now getting caught out once again. He's going to die back. It's another hero dead, and there is no sign on the Vici train slowing down. In fact, they're just pulling into the next station, and that's going to be the bottom lane of Barracks.
Yeah, the shot on Viper against buildings is ridiculous.
Yep.
Too much damage it
Poison
deals.
the building. It doesn't have blood. Yeah.
I mean, buildings can corrode, right?
Oh, he's got a BKB again. Oh no. XXS, you'll be shocked to hear, has another split available. He's going to take out the illusions, run himself forwards. Xiaoma.
That's the last one, though. After this, he's out of stuff. Also, it makes perfect sense that you can poison buildings, right? Corrosion is a thing.
It depends. Are
That's
they
acid.
completely
That's
off
not
rock?
poison. That
If
would
this
be
is
acid.
completely off rock, it doesn't really do anything, right?
Good question.
Yeah.
All I see is melee barracks. I don't know what they're made of.
And
All I see.
And I should call it GG. Wow.
2 Gs coming out, indeed, from the side of Team Aster. We're going to a game 3, people, as Vici Gaming. They managed to find their way into this game, and yeah, I mean, we all doubted. We all said Aster, but Vici Gaming come out winning, and yeah, I mean, that was a pretty sick game from them, in all honesty.
Yeah. They definitely made it work. I don't know why... Like Aster was very hesitant early on to really fight, especially with the Juggernaut. I feel like if you want to win this game, you really got to push the advantage early, because we all know late game Void is not going to lose to these heroes.
Nope.
Yeah, the way they played around the Panda as well for me was a bit. You know, like usually when you play Panda, you pop that ulti, you're going to force some BKBs 100%. And then you use Refresher, you fight against heroes without BKBs, you win the fight. The problem is, like, he pops that first ulti, he runs in, no one is following up. They just kill off his pandas, they let him run around a little bit. Then he's in his form, he's like, okay, do I pop another ulti? Do I run back? There's no follow-up, what do I do? He pops another ulti, they do it again, they just kill him. Weird passiveness coming from.
Good point.
Aster.
Even the last fight, he did it 4 times, and literally what you said happened, like 4 times in a row. It's they definitely look very indecisive. Like even just when they took fights, not everybody was jumping in every time. You saw it with the Razor. That was the best example, I think. Like they were just not at the same page at all. Who to focus, when to go all in. Monet, his mindset was pure farm. He was in the smoke. He like starts hitting the small camp. I was like, okay. It was very strange, very strange.
Yeah, what would you like to see Monet do differently? You know, get involved in more fights, or you know, how would you like to see him play it?
And correct me if I'm wrong, Lizard, but this matchup, like Juggernaut versus Void, you cannot win in the late game. You got to pressure early on, and I feel like he had ample opportunities to do so, but his mindset was just in pure farming mode.
Pure PvE. I mean, Nomad, you even called it out during the game. You said, yeah, he's just full PvE. And that's what it was.
But why? Was he really just that terrified of a Chronosphere? Because again, if you never fight when Chrono is off cooldown, you're just going to lose the game by default because they're going to outfarm you. And then what happened.
Look, they had no saves, that's true. But then again, this is definitely not a game in which you should be afraid of the Chrono that much. They don't have damage in it. They had Nether Toxin. Yeah. We were making jokes
especially early on, right?
Yeah. How many Chronos happened and then one support dies, everyone else just runs away, right? We've seen it multiple times early on. I'm not sure, but the way they played definitely didn't work out. So I think we're on to something here, a little bit at least.
Yeah, I mean, I also think the Razor did a surprising amount inside these Chronos, more than I was expecting. He was able to get off these links and do a decent amount of damage, and also just kind of steal damage from someone as well, which then buffed him up for the rest of the fights. That was something which, I hadn't really considered to be that useful, but it definitely worked out for Yang in this game at least. So that was pretty damn good in the early game. But yeah, I mean, they don't have anything like the Lina to shove into these Chronospheres like you really want to be seeing. But in the end, it didn't matter. All they needed was that big AoE lockdown to control them up, and they had exactly that. And you can just catch them off guard. It also worked as an excellent answer to Ori when he was going through in that Rolling Thunder, as we saw in that little clip there. It's basically the Ori spell this game. He chronoed him solo about 4 times, I think.
What I also learned this game, when you have 8 stacks of poison on you, with that poison reduces more magic resistance talent, I don't know what happens, but you're close to taking double damage from all magic spells. Like, he was melting through the entire Aster lineup. But I underestimated Viper's damage output in the mid-late game by quite a bit, to be honest. Like, he just does so much damage.
He is one of those heroes, right? You don't see him very often turn into this full right-click damage-dealing core, but when he does, you get surprised by the amount of damage he can dish out.
Yeah, definitely. And this was a super good fight for Aster, but they lost their Juggernaut again. I don't know, VG just... It's very interesting how they shifted from game 1 and 2, honestly. Like, they played so much better as a unit. You can just see they really trust each other this game around.
Yeah.
Whereas in game 1, it looked completely different. I always wonder what happens in break times when the performance is so night and day,
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like one of the biggest differences in this game for me was Jalma. In game number 1, he was playing the Monkey King, which was kind of just like... They had a good lane at the start, and then it kind of fell off a cliff once that Timbersaw got a high enough level. And Jalma kind of just jumped around the trees, were watching things. And as we mentioned, he was there for the Boundless Strike to set up for the Pudge hooks. Didn't really work out that way, and just ended up feeling very underwhelming. And then this game, completely different. He's running around the map. He's making the plays. He's making the calls. Yes, it's the heroes he's playing with, but at the same time, DK's still a hero which wants to go out on the map and get things done, just as much as maybe a Razor is in the off lane. But yeah, it just seemed like a completely different playstyle from Jalma. Super duper confident, super impactful. I loved seeing this change, and I hope that he can bring that through into game number 3 as well.
Another Cliff Boy, just waiting to die. Yeah, how many fights here have we seen? Yeah, like I completely agree with you, by the way, when it comes to Trauma. A lot of good pickoffs. But all I could see in these fights is one bad thing after another from Aster. Like they just weren't coordinating as well as before. Like starting from that fight in the dire jungle, Jug isn't there. Razor survives. Chrono catches 2 kills, both of them. Then Chrono on the mid lane. Then Chrono in Rosh Pit. It feels like every single time they fought, they had Chrono as well, right? Maybe one fight they didn't, and that's on Aster. Like they need to be the ones forcing these fights on the cooldowns.
That's I think our biggest criticism, right? When we said they were PvEing, it doesn't mean they should never farm, but when the big abilities are on cooldown, you need to get out there, pressure the map. What I think really disheartened them was early on when they were 5 middle, and the Treant just sits there and armors the tower, and they couldn't bring it down. They were like, what do we do now? So they went 5 top, got the tower there after like a good minute, and this looked really, just disheartened to really try to get any objectives done.
Yeah, so it breaks your spirit, right? Like playing versus a Treant.
It's so annoying. Well, I mean, I can understand. It's so bad. You bring the tower down to half health, it's like, oh, it's full again.
Yeah, you definitely need to go deep and find that source of anger to deal with the tree to actually take objectives.
Yeah.
Source of anger, and also perhaps actually a hero that deals building damage, because they picked a Treant pretty early. And we didn't really speak about it in the draft, but their building damage wasn't great, considering that there's a Treant there.
Exactly. I mean, you need someone who can just kind of jump in and find him, which they were a little bit lacking. Yeah, okay, the Rolling Thunder can go through the tree line, but get yourself some vision. Get yourself some kind of catch, because I don't think they can let this Treant through if they don't have that. I genuinely would love to see this as a first phase pickup for VG Gaming. I mean, the Marcy in the tree seems like a brutal opening for them. Do you guys agree?
The tree, definitely. Like the tree looks really strong in their hands. I think tree looks strong in anyone's hands at the moment. The hero is just
really strong.
The hero it just gives way too much to the team. Marcy, this game it looked really solid. I'm still worried about what happens when you don't have Razor plus Viper as cores, as those two can always play together, right? They're always on the offensive. If you don't have them, perhaps Marcy doesn't have as many teammates to play around and go in and out with rebound and dispose.
Yeah, we can't ignore the fact that Marcy before this game was 1-6 in the China region. She's now 2-6 at least, so not looking quite as bad. But clearly there are some issues, and it's not just the players being slow to adapt to the playstyle which this hero brings you, but also just generally the hero might need reconsidering a little bit when it comes to numbers. But I still think it's right. I don't think it's underpowered at all. I think it's very, very strong, and teams are just learning how to use her properly, because I haven't had a chance to scrim with her much before the patch dropped just a few days ago. So now we move into game number 3. What are we expecting in terms of bans for these first drafts?
Treant, unless you come up with a good answer against it. I just feel like Treant is so obnoxious to play against. Like it looked really like Aster in game 1. They were always on you, right? Aggressive, like pretty much the entire time. In game 2, they were completely deflated.
Yeah.
Or if they don't ban Treant, maybe just focus on your lanes a bit more, so you actually crush those lanes. Because Aster is definitely a team that does really well when they're ahead. When they're behind, they're struggling quite a bit more, like a team like LGD would, for example.
Yeah, for sure. Well, luckily we don't have long to wait, as a draft is now underway for game number 3. So let's jump into it. It's VG Gaming versus Team Aster here at the China DPC 1-1, meaning it all comes down to this final matchup. Of course, every single win so important here in the DPC leagues, and also when you're playing against a team which you're expecting to finish around the same point as you are, then that is when it becomes absolutely vital. So we're going to start things off with a Marcy pickup from Team Aster here.
Are you surprised? Marcy picked up so early on. Is this Tiny Puck is banned? No Tiny Puck, but Tiny Razor. Okay.
Tiny Razor. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Marcy picked up. I mean, like, even though the hero's got a bad win rate, I think we saw the power of it last game, and I think that's only the beginning as well. You know, teams are yet to start experimenting with the shard. Like, there's loads of different play styles for this hero. I don't know. Like, I made a video about it, and I watched like 10 different pubs of like Snakey or various others playing it, and like it just looked straight up broken in a lot of these games. Even when she loses, there's a lot of power behind this one, and I think we're only starting to see the beginning of it. But yeah, I'm happy to see Marcy first. I still think it's good despite the poor win rate at the moment. But Tiny Razor, it's these have been two pretty defining heroes of the series so far, Lizard.
Yeah, for sure. I like Tiny quite a bit on that. It was played on offlane right in game 1. Then you have the Tiny. Was it the series before this one? Both games. Okay, there was another game, the series before this one that I casted. It was on offlane, so I messed it up a bit. But yeah, just a hero that's it kind of fell out of favor as a core position 1, right? But then again, toss with something like a puck on mid lane or any kill potential, pretty good. Same for the offlane, gives you a lot of kill potential, save potential. Pretty damn good. I just want to see a pudge here. Come on, position 1 pudge once again. Is it too much to ask?
It's quite a lot to ask for. Yeah, I would say so.
Especially
considering its game 1 performance. But I could see it coming out for Vici in this one, honestly. I like it as an answer to Death Prophet. You hook her in, you know, you start burning her down with that rot. She starts crying. She tries to spirit siphon. You're like, nope, I've got my healing reduction of 25% on you. Add a Shivas to that as well, and this Death Prophet's going to be a very, very sad little dead lady.
Do you feel that way, really? Don't you just pop the spirits and do the other thing around? Like it's kind of harder to be the Razor in that engagement. I would say it's an unhealthy relationship in either way. They like to link each other up. They keep each other leashed. It's some weird BDSM happening, but it doesn't work out for either of them if they stay together for way too long. So they need to be separated as early as possible. CK banned out, Morphling banned out. I've seen some Morph. I've seen some Lifestealer picked earlier. Morph with Diagonus apparently is not that bad. Red Panda as well is playing, by the way, Alchemist on position 5. So it's another hero that we might see that's unconventional.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Puppy's been doing the same thing. I'm not sure if he's playing it in officials yet, but he's been doing it in pubs an awful lot. And it's kind of cool. It's not the factory alch we used to see where you kind of rush the eggs or anything like that. It's just literally going for the stun and the acid and being super annoying.
This was a factory alch. He literally just bought out 2 Aghanim Scepters, yeah. But
okay.
Alchemist? Fill me in, boys.
Nothing. We're just BSing about Alch. Red Panda played it on 5, and
how did that go?
It went great. They owned, like Aster Aries owned. So
I've actually seen that. What was his core hero?
Morphling. He gave Morphling and Pango an axe, both of them.
And we won't see Alchemist. Wow.
Yeah, we won't see both of them as Morphling and Pango are banned out. Any of them, that is.
Yeah. Okay. I like that some of these heroes are coming back, and well, not into the meta, but are being picked up. I do really believe support Sven and support Alchemist are very, very strong.
Sven with the shard?
For Sven, you mean?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, Sven shard is absolutely busted. It's like 1.5 ACs for your entire team. It's crazy.
It's pretty sick.
Everyone's so scared, though, you know? It's like, it's not meta. There must be a reason it's not meta. Yeah, the reason is because you're not picking it and owning with it, sir. It's your fault. Wind Ranger. Okay.
Some good old Gale Force. Yeah, stepping it up.
Gale Force is so damn broken. Is it the best shard on the game? It must be.
I don't know. I still think Jugs is really good, but maybe I'm just PTSDing it.
Yeah.
From what? From the last game? PTSDing from the last.
Definitely not from the last game. No, definitely not from. I'd be saying it's the worst chart in the game if it's from last game. Because.
But what did you do against Gale Force though? Force staff doesn't work.
Just run, lol.
Okay, do you know why I hate Gale Force? I played Zeus. I jumped away to so he pushed to the left, right, and I jumped straight down, and my hero literally just flies to the left, like I'm a fly or something, like some insect. I was so done. I couldn't. It's supposed to be like a mini blink, but instead I just get like pushed even harder. I was like, what the hell is happening?
You need to be like a kite in the breeze and just go where the wind takes you. You know, use that like a billion movement speed to like, run in a different direction. Yeah, screw it. We're going in now. We're using this as a treadmill to enter the fight.
Well, at least they reduced the pushback by 10, right? It's pretty significant.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Alrighty, we got some heroes coming out for Team Aster now. They're going to pick up the Clockwork, and along with it, the Lena, the lovely Red Witch
Ori
coming
special.
out. Yep. Very, very comfortable for them. That is for sure. Gives them a lot of magic damage to try and deal with this Wind Ranger as well, which I like. And Clockwork, you know, he's just a cool dude. I like Clockwork.
Yeah. I'm also a very big fan of Marcy, coupled up with heroes like Lena that have a lot of attack speed, because she gives that raw damage, so attack speed is even more valuable. DP Marcy, also an amazing lane. You have Marcy and Clockwork to frontline for the Lena, even DP, I suppose. So should be very strong Lena game.
You have to not lane the Razor, right? Against her. Switch it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Razor actually doesn't like laning against DP either. Not super much, at least. We just get spammed.
So some offlane Razor plus Tiny and Wind Ranger plus 1 safe lane. You pick mid versus Lena. Yeah.
And the good thing is they have their last pick, right? So they can choose the lanes they want. Or they pick something flexible now.
Interesting that they banned out Void as they picked Lena as well. Wouldn't be that. Oh,
Lycan.
I love this. I love this so much. Yeah.
And Lycan is also a forgotten hero.
He is, but versus Alina, what does she have to do?
Yeah.
Like BKB Blink Dagger early on? How do you stay alive? Like you have to get these.
I mean, at some point, right, you can just right click through it, but that's very late into the game, like 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think it's a good Lycan game as well. I really like it versus Death Prophet as well. Like you can kind of run in and out DPS her, even if she's got Ghost going. And even if she does have Ghost going, you just run away. Like the disengage is really strong on this Vici Gaming team at the moment. They can just leave any fight they want.
I'm just wondering, like, what do they pick now for that position 1 versus Lycan? Just don't pick Sven, please. Don't do anything like that.
Yeah, don't overdo it.
I hope they don't.
I like the Alchemist ban, because Lycan hates Alchemist.
I'd like a Clinks if they're willing to go in that direction, but I feel like Clinks and Lena is maybe pushing it a bit far. But
much.
Yeah. Still, though, the Gleipnir build is really, really good against Lycan.
Let's get an Ember.
Wreck them. Yeah, I'd be down for that.
Just some position 1 Ember. You have Lena already in that Prophet. You don't have to commit into a full carry, right? Like.
Yeah, Ember's good. I thought something like an Ursa could be pretty good as well. Something that fights early.
I like that. But we're thinking about the same style, right? Like as long as...
Yeah, for sure. You don't want to have this hard carry kind of guy. Honestly, no, it's bad. Never mind.
I'm not sure I do like her. I think he lacks the mobility too much for this kind of draft, which looks like they just want to kite out every single fight. Do you not think, Buck?
Well, then do the...
No, it gets banned, so...
Why would they ban it then?
Yeah.
But no, I see where you were coming from, but it has its benefits.
How about some good old Husker that does everything we want?
And more.
It's super good against Lycan, because you disarm all the summons and everything. I think I could see a Husker.
I would love to see it. It's not a hero that's played like very often. How about some
also, you destroy Lycan in lane, right?
This has got a Pudge addiction now.
Pudge, it's just Lycan is pretty good against Pudge. And I think Aster's very scared after seeing Erika's Pudge. They're like, that kind of sucks.
Probably not in a good shape to pick right now. Yeah.
Wraith King, okay,
this was my biggest fear. I really thought, okay, these guys, if they don't pick something like Ember, they're just gonna go into the most standard Wraith King kind of.
Yeah.
We know it, but truth be told, Wraith King is pretty good against Lycan. Like, you can frontline quite decently. You go for this Desolator build, not Radiance, and then you have good right-click damage as well. Goes very well with the Lena, because you build AC plus Deso, right? So you enhance her quite a bit, as well as the DP. The pick makes sense. I don't like it super much, just because it's slow at the beginning, but...
I think
if they can get away with it.
I think I actually witnessed the same draft into the Lycan, like Lina plus Wraith King, and it didn't work. Lina struggled, Wraith King struggled to find farm and join fights. But
Yeah.
It can be different, right? It depends on how your lanes go and everything. Lina kind of struggled in the mid lane in that game.
Yeah, the biggest problem is Wraith King cannot stop Lycan from farming. He will have free farm, get his Dominator super early, and then Wraith King has to leave the lane. Now, what do they need? Carry Razor? Or Razor is not going to have the greatest lane either way, I feel like. So, how do you round up this lineup?
I still think you put carry Razor, right? Like carry Razor, Lycan.
If they want mid Razor, then I like PA a lot. Or PA is banned, actually. Oh.
Yeah, they think it's going to be a carry on the side of Aster, or at least they're scared of some carries. They're going to pick Rubik on the side of VG Gaming. Is that their mid laner?
Wind Ranger?
Mid Razor?
No, it's Razor.
Tiny carry?
Tiny carry.
Wow. Wait, that is so weird, though. Isn't it super weird? Because Tiny takes super long to come online now, right? With the level 20 talent and 15 talent shift. And Lycan wants to play super fast. It's like...
I guess he does have that Razor to work with. And maybe even if you're playing position 1 Tiny, you can go for that Blink fight.
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
It's possible. I don't think it's going to happen. It's possible, but in any case...
But you're also laning a Tiny into Death Prophet now.
Yeah, right? That's a problem. Like...
What a curve.
I don't know. I mean, last game we flamed the last pick a little bit, and it worked super well, so they obviously know what they're doing.
Who are we to doubt
Rubik,
VG
though?
Gaming? But
is this a great Rubik game? You can steal this post. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Marcy spells are really, really nice.
Yeah.
Not a big fan. Like I did like the Lycan pick into the Lina. I feel it's got a
Rubik
place.
is kind of grieve.
Yeah, but Rubik last pick, okay, I guess.
Imagine if they'd gone like Jakiro or something. That would have been so sick. But
yeah.
Oh well. We get a Rubik instead. Maybe Jama's going to show off and show us why they went for it. But yeah, strange curveball at the end from Vici here. So what way are we going with this one? Do we believe in the Wraith King or do we believe in the Tiny, which we haven't really seen in the carry position for a long time?
I'm going to go first. I'm going to go the way of late game Aster.
One vote for Aster yet again. Black going for 3 games in a row. Team Aster. Lizard, you going to shake the tree a little bit or are you sticking in your lane?
Let me go with Vici this time around. Let's see what happens. It's going to be a fun Lycan game. Fun.
Yeah.
Fun Lycan game.
Fun Lycan game,
Yeah,
yes.
fun.
I think it is going to be a good time as well. Is it enough to make me go for them? Yeah, I think it is. I really like this Wind Ranger as well. I feel like it does a lot, and I just feel like the Tiny's not that bad. It gives them the oomph they need to take towers really quickly later on, and it's going to be the dagger that seals the deal for Vici Gaming, in my opinion. So let's find out how it goes down, folks. We're down to the third and final game in this series. It is Vici Gaming versus Aster here at the China DPC. Let's get into it and find out which way this one is going to go.
Yeah. All right. Item on the Tiny should then be Echo Saber Blink, right? We don't want to see the Moonshot?
I suppose so, yeah, for sure.
Because I feel like if you go Moonshot, you're playing for the later timing and you're kind of timinging your own team.
Anti-timinging your team, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I don't know. Like, why did Aster go so safe with the Wraith King? If they picked something else, it could have been a lot better, perhaps.
The worst thing, it's Aster. Like, I didn't even want to mention heroes such as Wraith King. I expect some pizzazz, some flash.
Some Lanham power, some Lanham magic, Like, he predicted the enemy smoke before they even knew what they were doing, man. And then you pick Wraith King.
You ruin it all. You ruin it all with the Wraith King pick.
Yeah. At least Ori is going to have a great matchup against the Razor, right? That's always good.
Why do I get this feeling that Monet is going to go for a Radiance?
No, there's no way.
How much are you willing to put on that, Black?
That build is
Dude,
bad.
I would actually be really mad. I've seen it once this season when Alliance did it, and he literally lost the game with a Sacred Relic in his inventory, I think.
Yep. I don't think it's good, but I feel like he's gonna do it.
I hope not. It just feels so outdated, you know?
If he was Slark, then maybe.
It's kind of silly how.
I'm willing to put a
Slark
tweet
goes
on the
for
line
one.
over it, Black. How about that? I'll tweet Black is great if he doesn't do it. You tweet Nomad is great if he does do it.
Oh, you mean the Radiance?
Yeah.
Ah, sure.
All right, game on.
We already know that we're great, but sure.
Gotta big each other up, you know.
I'm a greater. You know what? I'll add a lizard to that as well.
Just as a little freebie.
I'm just, you know, getting some street cred out of nowhere. For free, even.
Yeah.
Are you willing to add me as well, Nomad, or?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, good.
You're my boy.
Are you willing as well? It's like, yeah, but I'm gonna give you nothing anyway. Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, so bottom lane we have got our Tiny carry and the Wind Ranger planing up against the Death Prophet and the Clockwork as they try to brawl against each other. Do you feel there's kind of a decent kill potential from Vici if they manage to get the Shackle, then they can go forward and get the toss back, but obviously Tiny going to have a lot of points in tree grabs, so the actual burst damage won't be very forthcoming.
Yeah, the heroes are a little bit too tanky, I think. Like the DP sitting at 840. Oh, they're actually going to Lycan.
Oh yeah, top.
But he's fine. Fake alarm.
Yeah,
and Monet sitting at 0 regen is on the courier. Getting punished for greed.
The wolves fighting with the skeletons as well. There's a lot going on in this top lane, that's for sure. A lot of
stronger,
fights.
like some werewolves or skelly boys.
Well, dogs love bones, so it's obviously the wolves.
But the bones are alive, they can finally fight back, Shauma.
Shauma getting pushed in again.
This is such a brutal combination, but they don't quite have the damage to follow up. I mean, Monet did change targets very early there. Do you feel like could have committed a little bit more, but with the Fairy Fire in inventory, that actually was never going to happen, so...
If he could control the skellies to block, he'd be dead, but they have no head, I mean, they have no brains, so... You know, hard to control them.
Yep.
How do you know they don't have brains? Because you can't look inside the head. You're just assuming.
I'm just... It's a deduction, you know. If they have no flesh anywhere else...
Sherlock Holmes over here.
Yeah, it's...
So you're deducing that they're brainless. Okay, exactly. I can see that.
Plus, they just run around, and sometimes they stop and stand in spots. You know, they do seem quite brainless.
I'm not an English pro. Deduce is the verb from deduct, right?
Yeah.
Deduction. Yeah. Well, why do you say deduce and then deduct? Why don't you say deduce?
Deducted.
Deduct.
Different tenses, right?
English is so... It's a great language. I don't want to offend anyone.
Yeah, you better watch it. You better not come after my language, bro.
Yeah, you better... out of the three of us, there's one very defensive about his language.
Oh yeah, I love the English.
What if I say
love England.
British English
love
or American English? Does it change anything?
Simple as. You can say what you want. It's fine.
Okay. Now you're like that. I see. Okay.
I think Nomad's imperialistic tendencies will get offended. You know.
Yeah.
Which I have many. You know. Being
totally.
Being half Indian, I obviously love the imperial English.
You're definitely into that.
Wynn taking a bit of a beating from the Clockwork here, but does manage to break free from the cogs. Wynn runs herself away and will be absolutely peachy. That all happens off camera. Yeah, how are lanes going, guys? Is anything exciting happening? Anyone getting owned super hard? Monet, maybe?
No, but Lycan free farm, as we said, is very scary. Lycan free farm means very fast Dominator, means very fast jungle for Monet, probably. And you never want to be jungling that early, because it also means your tower is kind of gone.
Are you excited to see Yang maybe getting to kick off on a game?
Yang. Yeah, I mean, he played quite a bit of Lycan back in the day when it was pretty popular. So I think he plays a pretty good Lycan, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, he does, and also you can't do anything about him anymore, right? Like, what do you do on top lane?
I mean, it's both, right? Like, you can't really touch the Wraith King, but he can't really touch you, which is kind of what we said. But the Lina is getting touched right now, and she's dead.
She is indeed, and that'll be a first blood, actually. They try to go on the Razor, but they just turn it around entirely, and now Piki's trying to make a bit of difference here, but that's not going to work. He's just going to be able to run himself away. Doesn't die in the process, luckily, but yeah, great response there from the Razor, and again, Fairy Fire, so value. Fairy Fire 1 was just so broke.
It was the girls, Lina and Marcy, that initiated on the Razor, disposing him back into an LSA, into a Laguna Blade, just did not have enough damage, apparently, to take him down. And we were talking about this matchup, but look at Razor. Razor is 600 gold.
He's beasting.
Yeah, he's beasting. Lina did not have a good time at all on the mid lane.
Yep, large and in
which
charge.
is surprising. Which is surprising, especially against Ori as well. But we know XM. He has been the backbone of many teams he's joined in the past. So, and now he's DPing bottom, trying to kill the DP. Do they sniff it out though? Razor is a ghost, so he doesn't really leave
a trail. Yeah.
A trail or a stench behind, right?
Yeah. But he did leave his mid tier 1 tower, and it was being attacked by the creeps. So
yeah, so Ori was like, "Hey, he's probably coming, guys."
Skills of deduction.
He deducted,
yeah. Ooh, Erica.
Losing power, but he's still there. He's doing the good old trick where just stay around for a while and you will get something.
Yeah, that's an old one in the playbook. Look at the Boca here. She's a stealthy little girl in the trees here. I mean, they don't have the battery assault and Death Prophet. Oh, the Link versus Link. Who's gonna win? They're just gonna run away from each other. Very boring.
That is so unusual. Don't you have like 1 level on toss usually on Tiny at this point?
Such a value spell to have 1 point in, yeah. But for the Avalanche, and this is
the
why just tearing Baboka apart. My goodness.
Didn't need that 1 point, apparently, at least for that kill.
1k head already. Lycan has the Doms.
Yeah, running by Monet. Hello. Bye-bye. Gonna creep.
Bye. Let me just farm way more than you.
Do you mind if I just take this wave over here? Is that alright with you? Yeah, alright, cool, thanks.
He has his armlet almost though, so decent right click damage from him. Just Ori is not really having a great game, which is very surprising.
Would you rather have, like, in a game such as this one, I would rather have a good lane on Lina than on Wraith King?
Yeah, I think Lina is super important, especially because you play against Lycan.
And look at the build on Lina, it's the same thing, it's straight BKB. Just no travels first.
Yeah, just like the Razor.
You gotta be ready to fight.
Yep.
Monet, he's dead.
He's gonna lose his first life here. And Yang popping the shapeshift, ready for round number 2. But guess what? Money's got the TP out, and they've already used the lift, so he is out free. But this does leave the tower completely exposed to Yang and his beastie boys. So they will start tearing this one apart. Look at all those skeletons as well.
Yeah, I'm afraid. I kind of hope that VG lose just so Lycan isn't picked more in pubs again. I hated the Lycan meta, it was so obnoxious.
It's
Thank God
never
Necro's
fun.
not in the game anymore, that's all I'll say.
There's like 2 heroes that make the meta really, I don't know, it's hard to play for me at least. Lycan and Beastmaster. Like when these 2 heroes are in the meta and just bring the, you know, the army of creeps.
Yeah.
It's...
The sad part is Beastmaster is actually in the meta right now. So it makes sense that Lycan is actually coming back too.
Yep. Monet.
Link up, yeah. Monet still doesn't have that second life available, and they want to make the most use of that as they can. And he's not going to be able to get out of this one. Monet will fall, and Xiaoma gets the kill.
That's a very, very big mistake. Like usually when you TP away from the safe lane, you don't walk back there, but rather towards the triangle, and that's why. Because the enemy team is going to take over your jungle, and he just walks right into them.
He's going for the shard, by the way, so we will not see an Echo Saber on Tiny. Instantly into the shard, but you don't have that bonus damage to work with that early on. Okay.
Yeah, so he's going to Moonshot, okay. Late game investment. I mean, honestly, if things go well for them, they don't even need him, right?
Yeah, that's completely true. You have this Razor and Tiny to play together. Razor and, sorry, Lycan to play together,
Yeah.
so... They don't necessarily have to involve him. He can be AFK farming.
Razor is getting super rich.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean the farm is
So
coming
is
in thick and
Lycan.
fast for Vici Gaming across the board. Really, they are all looking very rich, including interestingly Xiaoma, who's managed to pull ahead of all the other supports in the game. Is heading towards a 4-staff at a reasonable rate, which I think is really nice. Like if you can get a 4-staff timing decently on the supports against Clockwork, then his game becomes much sadder.
Monet is still sitting up there. He's not farming any creeps. He just now finishes boots. Like, I'm not sure what the game plan is, but they gotta enable his Wraith King.
I mean, what do you think of the timings for Aster, where they're going to start looking for some aggression?
BKB on the Lina, I guess, but Marcy just seems to be dead. You're gone.
Yep.
Lycan ult also popped. Into Roche, or just mid tower, I guess.
Towards mid, yeah. Collapse on the
Oh, nice
Lina.
toss back. TP out.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bash? Never mind.
Why didn't the creeps bash Lina?
Sometimes you're just not lucky, you know, it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Wait, did DP used ult to jungle?
Okay, Aster are in a...
They're crumbling,
Interesting.
man.
Look at the laugh coming out from America here. He sees this and he goes, "Look at these silly billies. What are they up to?" He's even getting his creep camp stolen as well. This is
Was it a misclick? It must have been, right?
I don't know, dude. I'm not
Like
sure.
when you're shopping, you're like, I want raindrops. And you're,
You press R, you ult. It's possible. Maybe he thought about going for some tower and then got a bit afraid.
Ooh.
Maybe he was messaging someone with something which starts with R. Really like
his
you.
private life now.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Restaurant tonight? Recommend
Oui,
me
oui.
a good anime. Many of the options he could have been typing, but either way, Aster don't have themselves next to them for another 80 seconds, and that's just going to mean that Vici feel even freer to just farm up every single corner off this map. But should they?
Xiaoma.
Oh, nice tricks there from Xiaoma. Very, very quick on the reaction. Goodness me.
And now Bobo might be the one dead.
Oh, that's so
Bye.
Oh, mine. Looks like she's going to be able to rebound out of
Oh,
it.
excellent.
Everyone in trouble. Xiaoma doing a wicked kickflip off him, but that's not going to save his life. And
As he's dying, this guy comes in, does some parkour next to him, you know, like styling on his corpse.
You're not helping.
It's a very fast clock. Oh,
Yeah.
caught him the cogs.
Too fast. Man, Aster make that fight happen. I'm surprised.
They do. While Lycan is just around the corner with the helm of the Overlord, and we all know how scary Overlords were during their time of reign.
I wasn't there.
There are still some overlords in the world, you know, like in some places. They're still scary.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
Yeah. You're the Singaporean
Overlord. And it wasn't even born here, just like
German overlord. You know,
German Overlord in Singapore. That sounds so wrong. I love it. Okay, stabilizing the game.
Sure.
Very nice.
By the way,
Cause-
Nomad.
Yes.
Nomad. I'm waiting
Nomad.
for it. I'm waiting for that tweet.
Yeah, it's coming. Don't worry, guys. It's
Okay.
it was a brave bet. I knew it probably wasn't going to happen, but for some reason I just got vibes from Monet. You know.
No, if Alliance plays, that bet is much safer. Nico Baby loves his Radiance on his hero.
He does. He was like the first one to start, like, I can't remember the build, but it was like some Armlet Radiance build he used to go for all the time.
Yeah.
We're going to see someone
It's hard to
here.
let go sometimes.
It's a-
Oh, nice hook.
Yep.
And throw him out, okay. Just ping pong him.
Yep.
Love it.
Run him around like a bag of meat.
No BKB on Razor, just be careful. Razor, you have no BKB.
Oh, but Boca doesn't have the dispose yet. Actually just jumped in to die there. Now XXS throws in with the Exorcism. Just in the middle of this fight right now. He is taking damage. Can they burn through him in time? Yes, they can. Eric is turning up, doing the damage. Monet, he's got a full next
You
as
could
well.
Yang too.
Yeah, Ori, he's not going to tell this guy out as well. Monet is just going to fall here, and as they high-five each other in celebration, 4 heroes dead on the side of Aster. This fight belongs to Vici Gaming.
Yeah, small
Man, I'm getting so many Lycan flashbacks. Like, he just runs into the fight, presses his whole button. Howl, sorry. Nobody deals damage anymore. You take so much extra damage from the minus armor. I hate this hero. My god, don't win. You cannot win.
Can't do it.
No.
Yeah.
And this is a BKB on Lina. But at what cost? Lizard.
And this is
The
why we've
cost
seen... Go ahead.
of everything.
No.
I was ready to bail you out of that situation, but you committed, which I respect.
Of course. We got the connection. The C. Or connection.
Moonshard complete on Mr. Tiny. He's got the double shards.
You could almost say that he's big. Oh.
That would be ironic, wouldn't it?
So I'm trying to protect my brain from the Lycan.
The Lycan
He's trying to invade
invasion.
my brain.
Yeah.
Going into defensive mode.
Yeah.
I think there's only 2 shards in the game. I'd like to see a tiny build where you just buy items named shard. Oh yeah, both the
Wait.
shards are consumable as well. How interesting.
I have a very important question. If Lycan was a Yu-Gi-Oh card, how much attack and defense points would it have?
I didn't play that, so can't
neither.
tell.
Oh, hookshot on Wind Ranger again. Gets
Yeah.
tossed back too.
They got disposed, caught out by the
Light pulls
LSA.
again.
Oh my god, Laguna Blade coming down as well as Erica.
Lycan is
Just
coming.
Look at the Lycan. He's just shredding them.
doesn't even need to be there. He just sends his army against the Clockwork, and Clockwork can't do anything. And
This
now
is rush, right? Like you just
Yeah.
stroll straight into it, and the double damage. Very convenient. They didn't scout it out though, so something that they.
But
will
Gold
not
is a great conductor.
Conduct yourself accordingly.
Oh, what a hero, man.
and now
Well, I think this is kind of what you expected as well, right? Like, if you don't contest the Lycan in lane, this is how it can really just look like. Like, what do you do at this point? You just sense the creeps on your supports and you just die.
Just don't die. I think that's probably the best solution.
True. I also like living.
yeah, just live.
You're onto something there.
Very smart. Team are heading down. Oh, they found money in the tree. Little does he know, there is a little doggy chasing him, but it's about to die and give away the fact that he's been scouted. What's his reaction? None at all, because his team are right behind him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Twist.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Erica.
Even
Oh,
the
watch
way
this
XM is
tower.
defending bottom, and while they're pushing top, he's just spamming plasma field from the trees, not showing himself, being extremely careful about it.
No. On the bright side, if Dire wins one fight, I think they will have a massive advantage. But can they win that one fight? It's looking pretty rough right now.
Yeah, it's looking tricky. There'll have to be someone caught out very sillily on the side of Vici Gaming, or very expertly by the side of Aster.
Perhaps someone that's this Razor alone in the Radiant side, maybe. But looks like they don't want to go there. Instead, they flash.
Oh, the Lina walking into the blender, which is the Tiny. He takes her out, and a beautiful Shackle comes across onto 2 as well. That is going to seal their fates as well as BQ tries to get away, but there is no escaping the side of Vici Gaming right now. The trap is set, the trap is sprung, and now your towers doth belong to Tiny.
It was nice because what was the trap truly? The trap was the Razor on bottom lane, right? Like you see him, you're thinking, okay, he probably isn't alone. There's at least one hero behind him. We can smoke up, engage on mid lane. Which they maybe could have 4v5, but Lina just, yeah, perhaps shouldn't have went first.
Yeah, she's pretty squish.
Look at Monet trying to take this golem down. They're even disposing the golem to try and bring it down, and now the Gale Force comes
Oh, the Shackle again. How did that latch?
Trees. But yeah, that is a bit of a reach there. Reincarnation out from the Wraith King. Ori needs to help out here. LSA unfortunately misses, and now XM comes in, rounds the backlines, finds
Ori's
Ori
getting
and just
shredded
tries to
again.
peek him down. Nice catch there from PQ to stop his Lina dying. But meanwhile, the backlines are just getting absolutely run
Alright,
over.
game over.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Clockwork's gone as well. 3 heroes dead. They're on the high ground.
At least one, yeah, but maybe even a second. And this is exactly why we hate like.
Still Aegis, still Shard, Tiny Lycan. I think you go top. Yeah.
Oh, GG, it's game done and dusted.
That
Holy
was
crap.
a smackdown.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I wonder what Erica's saying there. Ha, get Lycan, bro.
Sorry, maybe could be one they could say there, because that looked like a performance you should apologize for, because Aster, man, they just got absolutely wrecked. They had no answer to the zoo coming out from the side of Vici Gaming. The moment they hit their timings, they just started grouping up and coming down lanes, and there seemed to be nothing which Aster could do about that. And in the end of the game, they only got 4 kills. Like, that is it. They only got 4 kills, and 3 of them were on the Lina, who, as we said, just kind of counted out by the Lycan, by the Razor in the end as well, who just beelined it for her in every single fight. Absolutely brutal stuff. I mean, what a performance from Vici here.
Yeah, the other game that I watched with Lina Wraith King versus Lycan ended in the same, pretty much the same fashion. No difference. Lycan gets that ulti, gets that Helm of Overlord. He wraps behind you. I mean, what can you do? Lina cannot stand and fight. Wraith King isn't ready. Like, you can have Armlet Deso, you're just not ready to fight at that time. You don't have enough control.
Yeah, it wasn't enough.
We kind of alluded to that fact. Like, they weren't blindsided by the Lycan, though. They were not. They chose to have this matchup instead of picking something that can really pressure the Lycan, because there are a bunch of heroes that can really destroy the Lycan in lane, right? For example, like Troll or something like that. But they chose to go with like the safest quote-unquote option. And it's actually quite funny that it happened against VG, because we always criticize VG for doing the exact same thing. And they're like, okay, I guess the roles are reversed. Now we'll show you how to play Wraith King. No, stop picking Wraith King last in these scenarios. Most of the time when Wraith King really owns, it's not even when he's last picked, but when he's like 3rd or 4th picked, it's like a great Wraith King game, you know? They were so forced to pick Wraith King just because it's safe. It didn't feel right.
It really didn't. It really didn't. But, you know, that's the option they decided to go down. I'm sure they'll have plenty of time to look back on that, consider their options in the future, and maybe take it down a different path, because that one just did not end up working out well for them. What about the support Joe on the side of Team Aster as well? Upon seeing the game in action, I actually felt like this Clockwork and Marcy thing, it really felt the 2 heroes doing the same thing. Like, there was a point where they were looking for a gank, and then the Marcy jumps in, disposes back, and then the Clockwork hook shots onto the same target. It's like, is that really necessary? I feel like you can just get one of those heroes and have the effect. But instead, they decided to go for both. It just felt like overkill on the catch.
Yeah, maybe some more damage instead of one of them, right? It's possible. Maybe it's the new patch. Well, not the new patch, but Marcy being in the captain's mode. We talked about this now being experimented a lot with. Teams need to figure out what the right combos are.
I like that though, what you're saying. I feel like the drafts in general today, there's always been one side, other than game 1 and game 2 and 3 at least, that just didn't have damage in their draft. And it might just be because it's a new patch that you're trying out new things here and there.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, like what you're saying is very true. Like, they literally couldn't fight. They both jumped the same target, and then they're like, yeah, we killed that guy, but the rest, well, it's another issue.
Yeah. And the Dispose becomes a much weaker spell when you're playing it against like teams with a lot of mobility. And let's just do a quick check here. We got Razor and we've got Lycan on the team. So they can definitely just run past you. They don't really care if you throw them like 400 units away. That is not an issue for either of these heroes. And they were designed to go after the Lina on the backlines as well. Like, that's what this draft was designed to do. Have the Tiny just on the front, just beating up anybody he wants. And then the Razor and the Lycan, you know, both of them
they just need to try and find the leaner, and that's it. And one of them was able to do so pretty much every single fight. Meaning that Ori, even though he did get 3 kills in the game, he didn't really have a game. And look at XM just comes in around the back, gets on Ori pops a BKB, runs away. They require 2 heroes to stop Ori dying, and a BKB. Like there's no way you can win a fight like that, unfortunately, when that happens.
One thing that I need to say as well from these 2 games is usually a player that has incredible impact is success, right? Like these 2 last games, just you don't feel it. You didn't feel it at all, especially the last one. That Prophet, like, did you even have a sense that Prophet was doing something like throughout the game? Not really. Like all the ultis.
It's just kind of rooted were crumbling in general, right? Like when I saw that jungle ult, I was kind of like, yeah, they're done. Like that doesn't just happen unless like you're
texting.
Itchy somewhere, you know, like you're itchy somewhere. It's like, oh, things aren't going so well. But honestly, what VG did, I think it's awesome. Like I love that they go back to what actually worked in the past as well. Like Tiny Carry is not dead, it's just a bit slower, but it's a much more active hero. It's not like a hard carry hero. Erika played that hero so well, and the entire team.
Beautiful.
It just feels like when the entire team is on aggro heroes together, that's when they come together. And when the team starts farming, that's kind of when they start dispersing in all lanes and they get picked off one by one. So this aggressive style, I think, suits VG very well, and they should definitely stick to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Yang playing the Lycan as well, having a large share of the farm available on the map, that worked really well for them. And that's something we've been saying all along. And if VG stick to this style and keep on pulling out this kind of game, then, you know, I don't see why they can't be top 4 or even higher, top 2, you know, in this region. They've just taken down Aster, who were last season's top 2. And in neither of these second 2 games, you know, they didn't look close. Like, yes, they lost game 1, but these 2 games were very, very convincing, very, very solid. And I like what they were bringing to the table. Do you feel like Aster was underperforming a bit here, Lizard?
Perhaps a little bit, yeah. Like, especially in the second game as well, the coordination just wasn't there. I feel like I feel that they had way more chances of winning second game than the third one. Like this last one, it was just way too difficult. You're playing into this like and whatever. It's let's just say it's an outdraft. But the second game, I think they had all the chances of winning it if they played their draft accordingly, which they didn't do. They just chilled, farmed, AFK'd, and eventually they lost to a void, right? So yeah, from game 1 and game 2, there are definitely some. You can definitely see that they're not as coordinated as before. But that's something that I see from most teams in the Chinese region. Yeah. Like I see it from most teams. Like this last season, I still don't see the same level of Dota like before.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully they can pull it together and get some good games in for the rest of the season. I'm sure they will, because this team is never one to stay on the downside. But we do now have an interview available with the winning side. That's right. We've got Erika from Vici Gaming here to talk to us about this series and more. So, Erika, nice win. And first question I want to ask you is regarding Tiny. Is this hero still good?
先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利，然后想问一下，第一个问题就是关于小小，你觉得现在小小大哥还好用吗？
就因为小小这个英雄嘛，就因为当时我们选到狼人了，所以考虑把他放大哥，然后就跟兄弟们一起冲嘛，战线也没有什么问题，所以就把小小转大哥，就一般还是打4居多吧，就看这把好不好发挥。
I think for this patch, it's more usually Tiny tends to play as a support, but on the specific game we have Lycan already, so we have the discussion, and I think we thought Tiny will be good during the laning stage, and it can go in with Lycan together. That's why we put him onto the carry position.
Interesting. So was this kind of draft what you had planned before the draft started for game 3, or is this something which came about due to the heroes that were picked on both sides and just what ended up being best for the game?
你们赛前是有讨论过这方面的战术吗？还是就是选到一半的时候再是对内讨论临时决定，然后小小去转核心的？
就第3盘是临时决定的吧，因为小小就是一个摇摆位嘛，然后到后面别的大哥也不是怎么好发挥，然后我看前面有个小小，我感觉打大哥也不错，因为有狼人嘛。
Yeah, we decided during the draft because there's not many good cores left, and I saw Tiny. We already drafted Tiny, so I tell my teammate Tiny could work as carry.
All right. So, what was the general plan coming in against Aster then? Did you have a specific idea on how to win this series, or did you just play as best as you could?
赛前打 Aster 的时候有没有做一些就是准备，还是尽量说就是发挥出自己最好的水平？
有准备的吧，就聊一聊 BP 嘛，就之前打死银龙老输嘛，所以就把那个死银龙办了。
We had some preparation going into this game, and mainly about draft because we had bad records against Visage, so we banned their Visage this series.
Seemed to work well for you guys. Was this kind of success against Aster something you were able to replicate in scrims, or were scrims kind of 50-50, or were they winning more of them?
你们最近的话，其实跟 Aster 这样的战队那个训练的时候，感觉怎么样呢？就是比较五五开，还是说这个胜负各自怎么样？
其实输的比较多吧，因为我们前段时间就状态也不好嘛，第一盘 DPC 上来也输了，最近调整的还行吧。
We weren't in a really good shape starting of the season, and we lost our first game. So yeah, during the scrims we lost more than we win, but I think we are on the good pace right now.
All right. Did you take a long break after the regional finals? And since there was no major for you guys, unfortunately, what were you doing during that time? Were you just chilling?
上赛季季后赛结束之后，因为也没有 major 嘛，你们这段时间休息的话，你自己是怎么样去度过这段空闲的时间呢？
就睡觉睡得比平时多一点吧，然後晚上吧还是就一直打单排吧。
I got plenty of sleep, better sleeps than usual, and I still play solo rank every night.
Every night. Well, up to anything interesting in the day? Pick up any cool hobbies or anything during the break you guys had?
那就是白天的时候有没有一些这个新的兴趣爱好啊之类的，或者有什么有意思的？
就打打手游或者玩一玩多塔的 RPG 嘛，像自走棋什么的。
Yeah, I usually play some mobile games and play custom games like auto chess.
Custom game enthusiast. Always appreciate that. Lizard and Black, you guys got any questions for Erica?
I got two. Like first one, who did you have to beg or pay to pick Pudge safe lane? And second question is, what are those pictures on the wall behind? Like, where are they from?
第一个问题就是选这个大哥屠夫是你的想法吗？你当时有没有这个让这个教练啊，然后或者是让这个皮队就是求他们帮你点这个大哥屠夫？
就因为想玩很久了嘛，因为我是那个马图巴曼老粉丝了，就看他玩了，而且就上一个 BO3那个生死也玩了嘛，就手有点太痒了，虽然没办法防不击，但真的好想玩，然后就选了，结果搞个1-8出来，有点难受了。
First of all, I really want to play the hero because I saw how Matu play this hero, and I'm a Matu fan for a long time. So I asked them to pick the patch for me, even though we didn't ban Timbersaw. But the result is also because the previous series Aries took patch and also win the game. That's why I really want to play the hero. But yeah, we didn't ban Timbersaw, and the result was 1 and 8, so it wasn't pretty. 然后那个就是你们后面那个画是什么？你背后的那个画？
一个守望先锋，一个 CS:GO 吧。
Yeah, and the pen
CS:GO.
behind me is CS:GO and Overwatch.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, so you're playing LGD next. First, are you surprised that LGD lost to eHome? And what are your chances of? What do you think your chances are of beating them?
下场比赛要打老干爹，你对老干爹输给eHome怎么看？然后你们觉得自己的胜算有多少？
可能那几盘老干爹状态也不是很好吧。我们就尽量用最好的状态去打一打老干爹吧。
I think LGD wasn't 100% during that series, and we will try our best to face against them.
Okay, and then last question from me. If you could choose, would you rather go and kill a lot of heroes or farm a lot of creeps? Like, what do you enjoy more?
让你选的话，你是更喜欢去击杀更多的英雄呢，还是说去这个也去刷或者去线上刷更多的这个怪和钱呢？
那肯定要杀人的呀，打 Dota 2一定要杀人。
Definitely killing heroes. You have to kill other heroes when you're playing this game.
Okay.
All right. Final question from me then, and I want to ask, when your team gets a big win or has a big day, do you guys get food together? And if so, what is the team's food of choice?
你们休息的时候，如果大家一起出去吃东西的话，你们平时可能会更倾向一起吃点什么呢？
帝国鸡或者熊猫老灶吧，一般吃这两个多一点。
Hot pot. Usually hot pot. Yeah.
Some nice, delicious hot pot. Fair enough. It's a staple of the region, that's for sure. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us, Erica, and best of luck in the rest of your DPC.
感谢你接受我们采访，祝你好运。Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Love a bit of insights from the players as well. Black, were you surprised to hear him say he likes to kill heroes over hitting creeps?
No, actually, I wasn't. I thought that's the kind of player he is. It just always feels weird when he's on his PvE heroes, right? Like, I always wonder what goes like through the minds of the drafter at that time, because like I'm sure I'm not the only one that's getting that vibe, right? Like, he loves to kill heroes. He's really good at positioning when it comes to killing heroes with blink daggers and shadow blades and stuff. So I really hope they can just use his strengths more.
What do you think Monet's answer would have been to that question?
Definitely PvE. 100%. Every game you see him, he loves to farm those creeps.
He loves the creeps.
At the same time, I feel like every carry will say heroes, it doesn't matter what. Heroes, yeah. Heroes, of course.
Yeah, but that's just because they want to protect their image, But we all know deep down.
Exactly.
But you can see when you talk to them, right? No, but the thing is, when you look at them, you can see whether they're trying to BS you or whether it's real. Like, his answer was like straight away. He's like, of course I want to kill heroes. You got to kill heroes to win the game. Like, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you farm the creeps to kill the heroes, right? Like, it's like a cycle, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It is indeed. Alrighty, well, that's going to just about do it. And with this win, this of course puts Vici in a much better spot in the league, and it does mean a little bit of trouble for Aster there, as they were able to take down their little brother squad, but now sitting at 1-1, probably not where they want to be. But same with Vici as well, I guess. They dropped their series against its stream, so everyone's just chilling at 1-1 in the China region, I guess. It is what it is. It's not what we expected coming into this, guys.
Yeah, we're going to get one big, long week of tiebreakers again, or something like that. It's going to be fun, I'm sure. It's not what we expected. Like, a lot of teams that the Aster Aries winning today, probably a bit surprising. PSG LGD losing their series as well, surprising. So, yeah, a lot of upsets already in the first weeks.
Yeah, and RNG eHome is happening on Friday, so it could be 1-1 across the table.
If RNG beat eHome, yes, it will literally be 1-1 across the table. That would be lit. I actually kind of want that to happen, just because then we can all say on Twitter, "Oh, region's so even, guys." Flex on the other regions, and we know
we're way better than yours.
Yeah, and literally everyone can beat everyone. Yeah, all teams except eHome, but RNG are now 1-1, which is absolutely insane. But you love to see it, and that's why you love watching the China region. So, guys, make sure you tune in for the next day of matches. Well, when is that, I hear you ask? Well, let me tell you. The next day of matches is, of course, going to be on Friday, when we have LBZS versus YBB, and then RNG versus eHome. Two pretty critical matches in both the lower and upper division. So make sure you guys tune in for that one. Of course, Friday the 17th. But until then, we'll be saying goodbye. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Adios.
成为英雄之前，你 不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。